Reggie. Throws it in on top over to Justin Holiday. Back over to Reggie. Poked away and a breakaway for Fox. Dunk left-handed. Could be the ball game. Quick inbound to Reggie Jackson. Off to Holiday. He leans in. Up and under layup won't go.
Nuggets lose yesterday as they limp their way into the All-Star break. We'll get back to that in just a second. I mean, obviously, I just want to start with a second of the terrible event that took place yesterday, which should be everybody having a great time and making a lasting memory for the right reason, which was the parade in Kansas City. And I hate that, I think back to the last 2 years. I've been so lucky that I've gotten to this town in a place where for 2 of the 5 years I've been here, we've been able to, look, and especially us two, Marty, we've been lucky enough to where we weren't just like at the parade. We were on the stage. I've been able to be in the locker room for the Nuggets celebration. I've been incredibly fortunate. And what I've said about those days, it's one of the, I think the only times, and maybe anywhere in this country where you can get that many people together in that kind of space, all happy and agreeing on the same thing. We love this team in this town. Like, it was legit something I'll never forget, watching that amount of people, that swath of people, hundreds of thousands, over 500,000 people in the same area, hugging each other, strangers, talking to each other, having a good time. It's so difficult to find nowadays. And some, almost cussed, bleep holes go in and ruin that moment, and not just do that, injure what's the number, 8 to 9 children? My heart goes out to everybody there. I got one of my best friends is a doctor that works in the Kansas City area that, having to go through that and see it, it's terrible. And I can't imagine the emotions that must have been felt as you're having this great time and it turns into this frenzied panic. So look, I'm not a guy with answers. I don't know if anybody truly is. I don't know what you do. I think we can all acknowledge this is a problem that needs to be fixed and rectified, and I hope that they find some sort of solution to it that we can all come to agreement on. But I hate it. I hate it for the senseless loss of life of that DJ that was in Kansas City. I hate it for the people that were wounded. I hate it for the people that now have to live with this, what should have been a dream moment for them, turning into a nightmare. And now you have a lasting memory that you wish you could forget. I hate it for all of those reasons. So I just wanted to say that from the top.
I saw a report that said all 9 kids will be, fine.
Thank God.
Like, but okay, physically, sure, but
exactly.
How are they going to go in a crowd again? What's their mentality going to be like?
I mean, obviously, we're all very happy that none of those kids passed from this, but there's going to be a whole bunch of other work to be done now, not just physically getting them repaired, but mentally. I mean, they're children, for Christ's sake. So, again, thoughts and prayers to everybody in KC. My stomach turned when I saw this unfolding. Prayers. So, moving on. The Nuggets lose yesterday. Now, this is where I'm sort of in rarefied air in this. And I don't mean this in some like I didn't mean that in a braggadocious way. I meant it quite the opposite, actually. I'm trying to figure out if there's something wrong with me.
Nuggets lose. Here's how I was right.
No. But I'll be honest. I do what I always do, guys. I tell you the way I feel. Okay? Nuggets lose, and they lose in pretty unsavory fashion. That you have this lead, and it gets blown at the end of the game. Everything that I saw on Twitter where people were pissed about this, and they're like, they blew it, and blah, blah, blah. I don't think I had the same feeling. I came away with, yes, disappointment, but they played hard, and I think it's an understandable loss. It's not something you want. Again, I'm not happy about yesterday. This isn't a moral victory. I'm disappointed. But let's try and put the pieces together at why you lost. End of game. You need stops. You couldn't get them. That part sucks. But you typically win games in that fashion. The Nuggets have for about 3 straight years now, on the idea that when you get into that moment, the offense takes over in the fourth quarter and you start to suffocate the other team with what? A Murray and Jokic 2-man game that can't be stopped. And I know 2 specific plays late in that game when it was tied, or at least close, that led to their loss. It was a Reggie Jackson turnover and a Justin Holiday wild shot. Like, what the hell are you doing taking the shot in that? Like, he just started screaming his way to the hoop and throwing it up in the air. Well, both of those guys typically aren't on the floor in those moments. Like, it was 2 dumb plays, but also guys that aren't typically there. Like, I'm not going to be up in arms about the idea that you played a good team, by the way. Sacramento's good.
De'Aaron Fox was unbelievable.
Dude, I'm
he had
telling
10
you,
points in the last, minute and a half.
De'Aaron Fox, I've tried to say this to people. He is one of the most impressive players in the league right now just because he does something that not a lot of people can do. Marty, he plays so incredibly fast, but under control. And that's the difference. Like, I watched Reggie Jackson a whole bunch of times yesterday, Marty. He played fast, but totally out of control. Like, remember when Bones Highland would go coast to coast, just full speed at the hoop, and then he'd get contacted and the ball would just end up on top of the backboard? Like, that's kind of what Reggie Jackson plays like. A little bit more reined in, but like that. De'Aaron Fox plays at that speed, but never looks like he's about to. He never looks like the toddler at a dead sprint where you feel like they're just going to topple over. He's always under control. But that's a good basketball team that you're trotting Colin Gillespie and Zeke Naji off the bench. Now you're starting Justin Holiday. I can't sit here and be up in arms and be like, why did you blow that game? When some of the biggest plays, some of the biggest turning points in it came when those guys had the ball in their hands. And, it's going to happen. Do you want to know why the double team looked a lot more effective last night against Jokic than it has in the past? Because you're out 2 of your starters. So I'm not sitting here all pissy this morning. I wish they could have gotten a win. I wanted a little bit better vibes heading into the All-Star break. But I don't know if you have this, Marty. Mike Malone, in his postgame, was asked, what's going on here? And he's like, we need to get healthy. And I go, yeah. If that was a game in which Jamal and KCP were playing, I have a totally different perspective on the end of that game. But let's hear Malone.
I think it's we're not healthy. We have the best 5-man starting unit in the league. In the last 3 games, we haven't had those 5 guys together. So I think it's more of that. At least we defended tonight. That was my big thing to our team today, Harrison, was the last 2 games, we are 30th in three-point percentage. We are 30th in field goal percentage. So if you're not making shots, which we aren't, you got to get stops to try to stay in the game. And we didn't do that at SAC. We didn't do that at Milwaukee.
Your new head coach, Doc Rivers.
Yeah.
My goodness.
I think it's as simple as that, guys. Let me ask you a question. You nervous about this team?
No.
Then calm down.
They had senioritis going into the All-Star break.
Exactly.
And they're hurt.
It's not, again, what I hated about the games previous to this one, the 2 before, were that they didn't care. I hated that. I don't care who's on the floor and who's not. You got to care. They cared last night. They faced a team that was good, and they had 2 starters out, and we all kind of know if this team doesn't have its starting 5, like many teams in the league, it's going to be a struggle bus. I mean, do you want to call this excuse making? Well, you know what? Having a top 25 player in the league and a very, very key role player out of your starting lineup is a pretty damn good excuse.
Can you explain the last possession to me? They steal the inbound pass. They're down by 4, and they just kept jacking up threes. And Gordon just made one, so he took one. Maybe it's like a heat check. But then Jokic wouldn't step inside the three-point line.
I'm actually fine with that.
There was 20 seconds left.
I know. I'm fine with the Gordon 3.
Yeah, that was whatever.
AG's not the guy you want shooting threes, but he just hit a big one, so go ahead, feed him again. It was a little chaotic.
It's a classic March Madness game where it's like, don't need a 3 here.
I think
get a quick 2 and foul.
I think what they're the problem is this. Sacramento's good at free throws, and I think their thought process was get a 3, make it a 1-point game. Even if they knock down the 2, we'll have 1 possession to try and tie it at the end. I don't know. Yeah, it was just a little chaotic. But again, you're in a moment in which some young guys are on the floor. I mean, the guy who got the steal was Peyton Watson. I think it's a lot more difficult than people give it credit for, the idea of playing with 40% of your starting lineup out of the roster or out of the game that night.
So say everybody is healthy and you're playing the Kings in a playoff series.
Mm-hmm.
You said it yourself. De'Aaron Fox is one of the fastest players in the league. Even if Jamal and KCP are healthy, who keeps up with him?
Well, the difference, I think, is this. Well, look, De'Aaron Fox isn't like a top 5 player.
Right,
it's just a very difficult skill.
Maker, yeah.
You just got to kind of cut him off. Like, I would use not a double, but the second he starts to drive, I would have somebody suck in and make him kick it out to somebody else. Now, the one person you can't do that to, if you're defending Herter, you do not leave him all alone. But
does this team scare you come playoff time? That's all. I could see them giving them problems.
A little. Like, I think they
one
would
of 3 teams.
I put them in the same category as I do Minnesota and OKC. You give me a 7-game series, you win the 7-game series, but I don't think it'll be easy. Like, that's what the Western Conference is for the most part. The teams that scare me are the Suns because they are just so damn talented. Teams like the Clippers, they're so damn talented. Like, those are the 2 you put into actual fear, I think you might lose sort of series. I think those are the 2 teams. The other 3 I just mentioned, those are very tough series that I think you still come out on top, but the Western Conference is good. Like, that's what it is. And that's where you go to the All-Star break now. We'll talk a little bit later about, I want to talk about the grade that you give the Nuggets pre-All-Star break along with what the expectations are post-All-Star break. So we'll get to that in a bit. But the Kings are a difficult team. And if you don't have all of your starters in, it's going to make it exponentially more difficult. And you saw that last night, especially in closing time. Like, the Nuggets, yes, they play very good defense, but I think their defense is supplemented by the idea that you can't stop them on offense, and then you start to press. When Jokic and Murray start doing 2-man game with 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter and they're up 7, and they're getting a bucket every time down the floor, you don't think that affects the opposing team on offense too? That they're thinking to themselves, oh, God, now we got to hit a shot. Now we have to. I think it all kind of comes together. But I'm not in the same sort of super pissy mood that I saw a lot of people last night. It sucks that you're on this little losing streak heading into the All-Star break. I think they get healthy and they're just fine when they come out of it. So 303-504-0925. Schomp Mazda text line. A lot to get to this morning. Stick around. I'm seeing a lot of the audio from the Super Bowl, the mic'd up moments start to trickle out. And I just wonder if you're somebody like, if you're Kyle Shanahan or anybody on the 49ers, does it bother you that they have all these videos of the coin toss and then you win and then you see the Chiefs' reaction to it on their own sideline where they're basically celebrating and calling you an idiot? Because that would bother me. You would feel dumb, I think. Again, it makes no sense. I think in any situation that if you're in overtime in the playoffs, there is no excuse to not be on defense first. And it's almost like, Marty, they could have skipped the coin toss entirely and just agreed upon what they wanted to do, right? It's like there wasn't even a point to the coin toss. It was just have a polite conversation before the overtime starts on who gets the ball first, and they would have agreed. But it's got to hurt. And especially you see those videos of guys like Juszczyk putting on his helmet saying, so if we score, we don't win? Like he's saying that before the possession starts.
He literally says, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he goes, I didn't know that.
And then a couple days later, he's like, no, I knew that.
No.
I can physically prove that you did not know that.
I have video evidence that says the contrary. By the way, I can see a little sliver of outside. I felt like I was driving through Gettysburg this morning.
Yeah, it was wild out there.
And I don't know why Gettysburg is my go-to reference for fog. Is it just the Remember the Titans scene where they're in Gettysburg and it's very foggy? Is that all that is? Or was Gettysburg foggy during the Civil War?
I think that one. That one comes to mind.
Could be both. Anywho. You got players saying, I didn't know that. Again, ultimately, I don't think it mattered all that much. But still, somebody upstairs had to be like radioing in to Kyle Shanahan, like, dude, we should probably take defense first. And I'm trying to remember, during the CU and CSU game last year, did CU win the toss and go on offense first? When it came to that overtime period. I don't know why in my head it felt like, and look, my memory is terrible to start with, but I feel like that's right. And maybe it's not. But I don't know any situation where you wouldn't rather be on defense and see what comes first. Again, the comparison I make is, it's like you get to the, what do they call it on Price is Right? The big wheel, what's that called?
Showcase Showdown.
The Showcase Showdown.
The big wheel?
The big wheel.
Oh, I don't know what that's called.
But
the big wheel.
It's to get to the showcase.
Yeah.
You don't want to go first in that game. You want to go last. You want to go 65. Well, is that going to be good enough? If you go first, probably not. But if the first guy busts and the second guy gets a 70, like, at least you know what you're up against. You should always know what the next thing is to win, because then you could do what Kansas City was talking about, which is, all right, even if the Niners score a touchdown, we're going to score and go for two. We're going to go for the win, which, by the way, the theater of that play would have been unbelievable. Unbelievable. So wait, somebody's saying, yes, Dion. Yes, Dion and Kyle have the same analytics guy or don't understand the rules. So wait, Dion won the toss and took the ball. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I did remember that correctly. Because I did think that was weird. Although, for him, maybe the reasoning was, we're better than this team, and in their heads are thinking this. We're better, we're more talented, especially on offense. Maybe we could just drive a dagger into him right now. Maybe that was the thought process. Not quite the same, I guess, as San Francisco. But still, almost every case, 99.9% of the time, give me the defense first, and I want to see what I'm up against.
For the Niners, to do this in like week 6 would be a problem, but to have this confusion in the Super Bowl, it's inexcusable.
Well, and think about it this way. This is why I think it's especially dumb. You can't end the game no matter what. But let's say this, Marty. You don't know what the other team's going to do, right? You don't know what their offensive possession is going to look like. Maybe it'll be a touchdown, maybe a field goal, maybe nothing. Maybe they have a turnover. How aggressive do you want to play that first one? Like, do you want to call a risky play that could result in a turnover when maybe you didn't have to because you would have held the team to a 3-and-out, and maybe you could just run the ball and get in field goal range? You know what I mean? Like, you have so many more options if you go second. But just watching the Chiefs run to the sideline being like, yeah, they took the ball first. That's good, right? Yeah, that's good. That's what we wanted. Like, I saw the whole conversation with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid before the toss, and he's like, so just to be clear, which side do we want to defend? Like, that was the only discussion that they had. Because no matter what, if they won the toss or they didn't, the only option they were going to give was, we're going to defend this side. That's it. By the way, the Chiefs re-signed their defensive coordinator, Spagnuolo, and this is what's really, really bizarre to me, is that 2 moves were made about coordinators in that game on the defensive side of the football between the Niners and the Chiefs yesterday. The Chiefs give this big contract extension to Spags, who was an amazing DC for them, and quite honestly, I think the reason they won the Super Bowl. The Chiefs' offense was not great this year. They were fine, but they weren't great. That offense did nothing for 3 quarters, Marty, and they won the Super Bowl. That's how good the Chiefs' defense was, and that's how good Spagnuolo was. In fact, I could even take it to the overtime period. You know, it's, 3rd and 4 when the Niners were in field goal range? And what does he do? He sends Trent McDuffie on a corner blitz that he hasn't done the entire game and gets right in Purdy's face, forces an incompletion, and there's your field goal.
How about that D, baby?
He was great. Now, on the other side, Stevie Wilkes, that poor dude, why does he keep getting scapegoated for things that aren't his fault? He was the interim head coach in Carolina last year, did a damn good job. And they went with Frank Reich instead. So he goes to San Francisco, becomes their defensive coordinator. Niners defense was at least okay to pretty good. And in that Super Bowl, they were great. They got no help from the offense, and they looked at Wilkes like, this is your fault? Like, that's bizarre.
You don't often see people getting fired from a Super Bowl, you know?
Especially when his defense played good.
Yeah.
Like, they turned the ball over twice. They picked off, dude, Chiefs drive down and get a field goal before the end of the first half. It's a 10-3 ball game. Chiefs get the ball in the second. And what are we all thinking? Okay, they got a score. They got a score off one of their possessions right before half. Now the Chiefs are going to come out, probably get a touchdown drive. This is going to be a 10-10 game. And then what actually happened? An interception, 3 plays in. They put the ball at the 40-yard line, basically in field goal position, and the Niners offense moves backwards and has to punt. And we're looking at Stevie Wilkes like, you didn't do your job good enough? I mean, come on, dude. We do this a lot in sports, by the way. I feel like we blame the wrong guy a lot. Like hockey teams. They'll be on a 4-game losing streak, and each game is like 2-1 or 3-2, and it's like the goalie needs to make that save. And it's like, or maybe you could score more goals and kind of help him. You could do that. I don't know, man. Bizarre to me. I'd take him. You want to give me Stevie Wilkes? I'll take Stevie Wilkes. Guy's not going to have trouble finding a job. The problem with him right now is most of those jobs have been taken. So now he's kind of in no man's land. I feel bad for these coordinators that are in Super Bowls, by the way. Because what are you going to do? If you're up for head coaching jobs or not, it's like you have to wait throughout this entire process and pray to God that somebody has the patience to stick with you. And second of all, if you get fired like Wilkes just did, well, most jobs are taken up already. So now what do you do?
Is that why Bieniemy had a hard time getting a job, just because they were in the Super Bowl or AFC Championship game for the last 6 years? So nobody wanted to be patient? I bet if he was available at the end of the season.
I don't think so, because then why does every single Patriots coordinator get picked up when they were on their Super Bowl runs? There's something about Bieniemy that just, it rubs people the wrong way. I don't know what it is. I mean, Marty, Bieniemy had 1 year as an offensive coordinator in Washington, and he's gone. And what's
he going to be this year? There's only one job open, and it's a DC in San Francisco.
Did you see what Kansas City did? They brought him back for a week before the Super Bowl.
Oh, didn't he give a speech to them, right?
Not in an official team capacity, but he was, I guess, back in the building, which I guess is allowed because you're without a job. But that does seem like some sort of tampering thing a little bit, doesn't it? I know he doesn't have a current job because he was fired. But are you allowed to go to a team that's still playing and just kind of give advice? Seems weird.
Hey, you played the Niners. What'd you see? Help us out a little bit.
Right. But no, there's something else, I think, when it comes to Bieniemy that rubs people the wrong way. There were some reports, we've seen him in the past, that he's a very, very tough coach and at times can rub players the wrong way. And so I don't know what the story is behind him. I don't know. I know that people kind of have hinted and alluded to the race part of this, but I'm I just watched a couple of coaching cycles where there's a lot of coaches of color that got jobs. A lot. And so I don't know if that's the case with him or not. But, I mean, again, he gets this opportunity to call his own plays in Washington. Does not go well. They lead the league in turnovers and sacks. And it's well, that's not good. I know his quarterback wasn't the ideal situation, but there's a whole bunch of people that had not ideal QBs that didn't have those results. 303-504-0925. Couple other things here. I just saw a story. So do you remember Isaiah Stewart, Big Stu out of Detroit? Do you remember a couple years ago when he had to be restrained by about 18 people to not kill LeBron?
You see that gif every couple of weeks.
And my favorite part, the gif doesn't show it because it doesn't last long enough, but when Stewart starts making a sprint towards LeBron and a whole bunch of people are trying to hold him back, he gets kind of close. LeBron does not react, but Russell Westbrook does, and he gives you Notre Dame Fighting Irish hands. I know for a fact that Russell Westbrook, if I fought him, he would wreck my world, okay? I would be out in about 5 seconds, and even if I got a clean punch or two on Russell, he doesn't feel pain, so he would just come back with a fervor. It would be, for my old wrestling fans, if you watch wrestling when you were a kid like I did, remember when Hulk Hogan went into Hulkamania mode? Each hit that you had on Hulk Hogan only made him stronger. That's Russell Westbrook to me. I think he does that. But Isaiah Stewart was arrested by Phoenix police for something that happened inside the arena. This is pregame. He saw Drew Eubanks in the tunnel before the game and punched him in the face. So before the game started, he got in a fight. I still don't know what the fight was over. But Phoenix police, their statement on Isaiah Stewart is Stewart was arrested for assault and issued a citation and released. The investigation remains active. I don't know if I've heard of a player getting arrested inside of the arena.
I mean, there's got to be cameras in those tunnels, right?
Especially for punching another player. You just don't see that very often. We just chalk that up to, sports. It happens. Were people, and I'm asking this honestly, I can't remember. Was Ron Artest or Steven Jackson arrested for Malice in the Palace? Like, they weren't taken out in cuffs, right? No, because I remember Ron Artest, one of my favorite sports stories that ever existed. Steven Jackson said they're sitting in the locker room after the melee happens, and it's dead quiet. And Ron Artest looks at Steven Jackson and he goes, "Yo, Steve, are we going to get in trouble?" And Steven Jackson goes, "Hell yes, we're going to be lucky if we ever play again." So they weren't arrested. But Isaiah, seriously, guys, can you tell me, has there been an instance where you've seen a player taken out by police at a sporting event? Has that happened before? In the movie The Last Boy Scout, it would have happened had he not solved that situation himself at the end of his run, which is also one of the most bizarre starts to a movie you're ever going to find.
Oh, was that when that running back had a pistol on him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And scored a touchdown.
Yeah. Did that stand, by the way?
I don't think so. I think they'll make up a penalty for that one. But again, I had no idea what that movie was, Marty, and I just started watching it and I go, what's going on here? Somebody's got to give me more information. But seriously, somebody tell me, has somebody been taken out in cuffs? A player for something that happened to another player at a sporting event? I can't remember it ever. Just think about the amount of fights that we've seen in sports, like Cortland Finnegan, Andre Johnson. I was going to say if that happens in the street, they get arrested. I don't even know if that does. I've watched many bar fights that have ended with nobody in cuffs before. But I do know one thing, Marty. If I see Isaiah Stewart, I will call him sir.
Excuse me, let me get out of your way here.
And if he asks me how my day was, I go, "Sir, my day has been just fine. I hope your day is going well." 303-504-0925. Big day today, Marty. Pitchers and catchers report to
Today's the
Rockies
day.
spring training today.
Today's the
And
day.
the Rockies have announced some sort of television package for a majority of their games. And I wonder how you guys are going to react to this. We'll get to it next. All right, so here's the deal. Pitchers and catchers report to Rockies spring training today. And look, I'm a baseball guy. I'm excited this time of year. I love when the calendar starts to shift over towards baseball season, and I don't care that the team stinks. For like the first 3 weeks, I'm going to be all in on the Rockies, and then after that, they'll probably be bad, and I'll start to like sort of fade my interest. And watching, 7 or 8 innings in a game turns into like 4, and then it'll turn into 2, and you know what I mean? Like that's just kind of how it goes if your team is not very good, which the Rockies almost assuredly won't be this year.
It's gonna be a different taste though. With
Exactly.
younger guys, yeah.
That's why I'm kind of excited about this. It's like this isn't trotting out, a whole bunch of 34-year-olds at the end of their contracts and just waiting for their contracts to end. Like you have Nolan Jones and Brenton Doyle and Tovar and Tolia, and hopefully at some point Zach Veen gets called up, and like you got some youth that have been infused into this team, and this is where you start to see, okay, could this be the build into a team that starts to be competitive? Like, I'm excited about this stuff. Because we already have a pretty good sample size, Marty, of Nolan Jones looks like a damn good player who could be an all-star for you. Brenton Doyle, if he just bumps up the batting average a little bit more, his glove is sick. He won a Gold Glove last year, didn't he? That was him, right? Wasn't he the Gold Glove winner for the Rockies last year, Brenton Doyle?
Yes, he was.
So he's got an all MLB glove in center field. We know how fast that guy is. If he can bump up, and with his speed, Marty, he should be able to bump up that batting average. I don't want to say easily, but easier than most. Look, you hit a ground ball in the hole to short, you got a chance to turn those into singles because you're so damn fast. So he bumps the batting average up. He could be a guy. Tovar had a good year last year. Like, he was everything that I think you would have hoped for a very, very young. I think he was 21 years old last year when he made the opening day roster. Like, that's a young player who played really well early in his career. You got some pieces that I'm excited about.
Forget Brendan Rodgers. Still waiting for him to pop.
I know. Well,
if he's healthy this year, you never know.
Remember, Brendan Rodgers 2 years ago was really good. He finally the second half of the year, he had that awful start where he hit like $150 for like a month and a half, but then it was great for the latter portion of that year. I was really excited to see him last year, and then immediately hurt and on the shelf for basically the season. I know it wasn't
he
all of it.
popped his shoulder out in spring training and needed surgery and was out for like 6 months. Came back for the last month or two.
So again, you got young pieces that I'm excited about. But you gotta keep perspective here. And I have kept perspective. I'm not expecting 95 wins, but I want to see a competitive team with some young guys that, could you get somewhere around 80? Like, could you give me that? Because I'd be cool with that. I want a steady climb. Texture, great point by Texture. Nolan Jones just has that baseball name too, if that makes sense. That makes total sense to me. Nolan Jones, that's not a hockey player. Nolan Jones is not a hooper. Nolan Jones is a baseball player. He hits the ball 375 feet. That's what he does. But as far as watching them, that's what we're talking about, watching the Rockies. It was announced yesterday that Rockies.tv, and I forget the actual number of games it's going to be. I think I saw somewhere, is it like 90-some games is going to be on this streaming service? So you watch all of the in-market Rockies games that are on this package on this. And so here's the situation. It's $99 for the season or $20 a month. You have two different payment options. So maybe you don't want to do it immediately, Marty, but the Rockies look pretty good around the All-Star break, so now you pick it up for, the $20 a month or whatever it is. I don't like this, but I'm going to do this. And I blame you cord cutters, by the way. You guys are the reason why all this stuff is happening. You did that to save money. And I'm like, there's no saving money here. Because I felt like I was Miss Cleo. I saw the future. I've had DirecTV for like 14 straight years. Never once thought about leaving. I was like, why would I leave when everything I want is right here in front of me? And you want to know a dirty secret? Just threaten to cancel DirecTV. They'll find deals for you. If you jump on the phone with them like, this is too expensive, I can't afford this, I'm going to have to cancel, they'll be like, well, wait a minute. Oh, you're a loyal customer. We have a loyal customer discount of X amount of dollars a month. You're like, oh, thank you.
Look what I found. Wait, you're not Brett Kane, are you?
I am.
Oh, we have the Brett Kane special.
Oh, but I blame you guys. Because that has led to everybody starting their own streaming services, and now it's more expensive than cable, and now I have to add on these things on top of my DirecTV package when they were all there in the first place. But I'm paying for this thing. I'll throw down the $100 for the year just to have it.
How do you watch it? Is it like an app on Roku, like Rockies.tv?
Through MLB TV or the MLB app is
how do you get
watch
it on your television then?
Well, I mean,
Brett Kane's going to sit down.
Most of these things are smart TVs, and if not, you go buy a Roku or something, you download the app, you do it that way. I mean,
so it's through the MLB app, basically, right?
Through MLB TV or the MLB app, yeah. One of those two. But you subscribe to Rockies.tv, and you pay that price. And look, this is how I justify it, okay? It's $100 for the year. That's not all that crazy. It's not crazy. I have spent $80 on a UFC fight for a night before. Am I really going to say that 90-some nights out of the year, it's basically $1 a game if I got that number right? Can you verify that, by the way, Marty? I think it's somewhere around 90-some games. But I think it's basically $1 a game. Would I pay for? Yeah, sure. I would. Now, if it was like that DirecTV or the YouTube TV Sunday ticket price, I'm not doing that. I'm not paying $400 for the year for that stuff. But the bummer is this is what it's going to be for, I think, just about everything in the coming years. And it's going to drive me nuts. Because you're just throwing out cash.
And it's just death by 1,000 paper cuts because, like,
exactly
$7.99 here, $5.99 here. All of a sudden, it adds up to like well over $100, but it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, before you cord cutters came in the mix, I got the Rockies and Avs and Nuggets for like $8 a month. But because so many people were not subscribing to it, they had to change their business model, and everybody had to change their business model. Why couldn't you be like me? Live in the past. You throw on a Ray Charles vinyl, and you watch your cable.
All right.
All right. Point is, I'm going to do this. I don't think it's crazy. $100, I get it. A lot of money. But what are you going to do? Like, I want to watch my teams. So I'll pay. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. A texter says, nobody is spending $90 for a streaming service when when Rockies front row seats are cheaper than that. Yeah, I don't think you can do that every night at a Rockies game. But I am going to pay that money. Like, Marty, are you going to do this?
I think so. I'll wait and see what it's like not watching the first game and be like, all right, fine.
See if you start to get the Tyrone Biggums itches.
Yeah. I'll go begrudgingly.
Because you know what's funny? It's like my favorite time to watch baseball for the most part is right when it starts. That's like my favorite thing. Right when the season starts and everybody's got some hope. Like, I know it's probably going to be bad, but what if it's not? Like, that's the way that I think. And then the season starts, and then you're like, nope, my team does stink. That, I guess I just wasted the rest of this money. Whatever.
They should charge you $1 for a win.
I know. I saw that.
Boy, we won.
What a great idea. Like, I've always thought about that with lawyers. It's like, if I hire you as a lawyer and you lose the case, why am I paying you? You should only be paid if you win the case for me.
You check out that free game last night? No, they lost. It's free.
Wouldn't that be funny, though? It's like you're watching a game and you're like, damn it, they did give up the game-winning homer in the ninth. But at least I didn't have to pay for the product. $1 per win. Hilarious. Actually, would you do it the other way? Would you do like $2 a win and 0 for a loss? So each win, bam, it's sucked right out of your bank account. I love this idea.
I'd be cheering for losses after a while.
Yeah. Dude, they're winning 115 games this year. I can't afford this. All right, 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. If you guys want in, you can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
And now no timeouts are left on the floor here. So now the Kings will get to inbound it in the front court. I don't know why they're killing all these timeouts. Denver's not going to do anything anyway. And here we go. Harrison Barnes looks in. 0.8 left to go. Inbound goes to Sabonis, and there's the horn. Too much to De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter. The Kings close on a 13-5 run on the road in Denver, and the Nuggets limp into the All-Star game, which is not ideal. Final tonight from Denver, 102-98.
Exactly what I was thinking. I think limp is the proper word because they did do that. 3 straight L's heading into the All-Star break as they lose to the Kings at home last night. We'll get to that in a second. I just want to spend a couple of minutes, guys, though, yesterday. I know that I have been incredibly fortunate to come here at the time that I have, watching 2 championships come through this town, and my favorite memories are going to the parades of the Avalanche and the Nuggets. And it makes my stomach turn seeing what happened in Kansas City yesterday in moments that we have all said, moments of community. And I don't know how often you can get hundreds of thousands of people in the same place that all are happy and agreeing on the same thing, which is we love our team and our town. And for something like that to happen on a day that should have been joyous and a memory that I have, happy memories, lasting, long memories that I'll remember for the rest of my life, they will do the same, but for a bad reason. And
Very well
again,
said.
makes me sick that things like that continue to happen. I don't have any answers for how to fix this stuff. You just, your heart goes out to everybody that was there yesterday.
Very well said, because I think we in the sports world, this is our getaway, right? This is our vacation time. This is our get away from all that crap that goes on, and let's convene for something fun. And when that kind of stuff, that tragedy, senseless tragedy, when that enters the sports world, it feels like, my goodness, where do you go? And don't tell me, Moj, because we were all there last year. We were all there for the Avs parade. We were there for both of those parades. And in the back of my mind, and I don't know about you, but in the back of my mind, all I kept thinking is, what if? What if? You know, up here on this stage, what if? All these people, what if? Well, it happened yesterday, the what if. I don't know if you had the same thoughts.
I actually felt very secure and safe and happy at both parades, and I had mingled amongst the crowd an awful lot, guys. I mean, once our show was done, I had the opportunity to sort of roam a little bit in and out of where we were located and talk to people, and it was such a happy mood. Everybody was enjoying themselves from every single damn walk of life. Every color, every creed, every side of the aisle, everything. It was just a very joyful experience, not once but twice. And it has been that way in all of my parade experiences for the Avalanche, for the Broncos, for the Nuggets now. And to see it end in tragedy the way it did, I have a visceral anger toward this. I think there are, 3 shooters? They're talking about 3 people in total, or 3 people have been detained. Well, 3 people have been detained. 1 guy was tackled. I saw that, and those people are heroes for tackling that guy and all this. Well, nobody knows for sure if the person who was tackled was one of the 3. I mean, come on, man. The people saw him shooting, put the gun away, and he ran, and they tackled his ass. Dude, I'm
Heroes,
all for.
by the way. Heroes.
Yeah,
yes,
those
absolutely.
who did that in that moment. I mean, thumbs up to you. That's.
I'm getting to the point where, if you know who did the shooting, and it's a fact, kill them. Just eliminate those people from the face of the earth. Forget incarceration.
I don't
eliminate
care to
them.
hear from you.
Eliminate them from the face of
Yeah.
the earth. I'm
100%.
so over this crap.
And you know what I don't want to hear about
It's
this
just
morning?
horrible.
If I hear someone say due process to me this morning, you're not allowed to listen to this radio show.
Yeah.
If I
Listen,
if I
we
get
are-
a due
we are a
process
society-
back at me, if I get one of those this morning, due process, no. If
We are
you're
a
seen
society of
doing
laws.
that, yes,
Yeah,
I don't care.
We are a society of laws. We're not barbarians. We're not animals. But you know what? When you start listen to me. I'm trying to mitigate it. When you take somebody else's life in any sort
And
of
it's
capacity,
8 to 9 kids, by the way.
It's just,
eight or nine
I
kids
just-
went to the hospital.
I don't care. I don't care how you do it. Just be gone. Be off this earth.
Because here's what happened.
A civilized society shouldn't tolerate this anymore.
You know, somebody here said, got to bring fear back into crime. You're exactly right. There's got to be fear. It can't be a slap on the hand. And I'm talking about all crime. Fear has to play a factor. Because here's what's going to happen. Well, who were they? Why were they motivated? Where are they from? How were they raised? Where were their parents? You're going to hear life stories about them. I don't care about them. They're pieces of you-know-what. Eliminate them. That's what I think.
So again, just wanted to start the show, at least a few minutes here. We won't make the show out of it. I know this is not what you guys listen for. We'll get to the sports and the fun and all that stuff, but just wanted to take a few minutes to mention that and just say our hearts go out to everybody in Kansas City, because that is as awful a thing as you can imagine. And
The gal
my
that passed
stomach
away
turns.
She was a very popular Tejano DJ
Yeah.
there in Kansas City. It's friggin' disgusting, man. I do want to know, to be honest with you, what happened. Is this a targeted attack? Is this gang related? Is this crazies? I would like to know, and then I would like to eliminate. We are a society of laws. We are a society of laws. We have due process, but once the due process is done, I'm all for just shoot him into space and be done with it. Anyway, Brett, thank you for bringing that up to start the program. It's not the way we would want to start. It's not the way that ideally life would go for us here on this program, but that is the way life works. And it must be addressed, and I'm glad that you did address it, because I think everybody realizes, everybody who's at these two parades, Vic, you said you were like, what if? I felt so entirely happy and good, and I mingled and mixed with people, as I said, from every single walk of life. Every color, every creed, everything. I high-fived and hugged so many different people, who didn't look like me, who did look like me, who I'm sure, that we have different belief systems and what. It didn't matter. This is the type of thing that's supposed to bring everybody together, something we can all celebrate as one, and it pisses me off.
And I told you, Moj, that this is, I swear to God, I swear to you, I have a terrible memory, guys. Like, I don't remember anything. Those 2 days for the Avs and the Nuggets parade are going to stick with me for life. And I wish that the people in Kansas City didn't have that memory marred by these bleep holes that were in Kansas City.
Exactly right. I watched the Kansas City parade because I just wanted to see what it was like. And, it was a typical, everybody's drunk. Everybody's running around saying wild things on stage. It's every parade we've seen, but it's something that young kids and people involved will remember for the rest of their lives, and now they have to remember it for the wrong reason. And you are a father of a child, a small child, Brett, and you'll learn that if you don't have consequences for actions, you will continue to see those same actions. This country doesn't have strong consequences anymore. They don't. We allow too much. We allow too much crime. We allow it.
I agree. All right. Let's go to the Nuggets. They lose. They limp their way into the All-Star break. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I saw a lot of people very angry yesterday, and I was for sure disappointed. I think I was a little bit more understanding, and maybe I'm wrong on this. Here's what I saw. I saw a team that had a lead that played very, very tough. And I guess the difference between last night and the previous two games was they gave no effort and had no cares the previous two. They cared last night. There was effort there. What I saw at the end of the game was you get into the moments where the Nuggets start to eat and suffocate people, and Reggie Jackson turns the ball over and Justin Holiday has this wild shot at the rim. It was just, you're missing 40% of your starting lineup. And look, you can call this excuse making, but I think it's a pretty damn good excuse, because where the Nuggets really start to win close games like that against good teams, and Sacramento is a good team, by the way. I put Sacramento in the same category that I would, and I know you're going to disagree with me on this, Vic, but I put Sacramento in the Minnesota and OKC category, where I think in a 7-game series the Nuggets win, but it's going to be really, really difficult. You're missing 2 of your top 5 starters, especially at the end of the game. I can understand how you start to fumble your way around and lose it. I get it. It doesn't make it feel any better, but I think I'm more understanding than a lot of people were last night.
Yeah, and De'Aaron Fox took over.
Yeah.
He took over the game. Listen, I was not walking out of that arena last night going, "Whoa, is the Nuggets? Oh my God, what is going on?" Because I knew going in, you're missing your starting backcourt. You're missing your starting backcourt against a backcourt that's pretty damn good with De'Aaron Fox, and he took over, takeover mode down the stretch, and it was hard to watch. It was hard to stomach. I think the game turned. If you guys remember, the Nuggets were up 12 late in the third, a chance to go up more. Joker goes to the hole, gets obviously fouled. They don't call it. He gets teed up for it on the other side. Then Malone gets teed up for it. After that incident, the Kings woke up, and they went on the run, made the game close, ultimately took the lead and never gave it
And
back.
the Nuggets weren't the same after that either. Aaron Gordon, he played his butt off. I mean, he did what he's supposed to do in the absence of your backcourt, and he played really good hard basketball, really good game. If we can get that sort of AG down the stretch and into the postseason consistently, not that he has to do that, that makes me very excited. Joker, to me, looked tired last night. I don't know about you guys. I thought he looked a little tired, to be honest with you.
I think he was. I think a lot of players
This break comes at the right time for the Denver Nuggets. I'm going to say this. You shouldn't lose that basketball game. I don't care if your backcourt's out. I don't care if De'Aaron Fox is a total stud, and he is. And, God, he's the kind of guy that you would pay your hard-earned bread to go to the gym to watch.
Moj,
right?
Moj.
I'm going to the
De'Aaron Fox has a superpower. Like, I don't know how many guys are able to play at his speed and stay under control. Like, I watched
Agreed.
Reggie Jackson try and play at that speed, and he would fall down and throw the ball up at the rim. Like, De'Aaron Fox is one of the fastest players in the league and never looks like he's out of control, ever.
You know, there are guys, Brett, you're totally right. There are guys that you would pay money to go watch, and he's definitely one of them. You can't lose that basketball game. You can't lose to the Kings twice in a week, especially when they're on the back-to-back. I don't care who you're missing. Suck it up. Somebody do something. That the defense that we normally would see, late in the contest to lock it down was not there. And again, it's probably a tired basketball team. You've been on the road. You come home for one. You're looking ahead a little bit. And I understand the whys, but I'm telling you there should be a can't. I can't lose that game, and you did. And for some reason, the Kings have the Nuggets number. I know you're not afraid of them, Vic, but I tell you what, they're a pain in the Batuski is what they are.
You want to hear
pain in
something?
the butt.
You want to hear something crazy? The Kings are one of those teams. They play Joker straight up, and then they bring the double team late, much like Houston does. Do you know that Joker is 1-6 this season against Domantas Sabonis and Alfie Şengün? Those two players, those two teams that play him the way they do, a certain method to their madness. And he's 1-6 against them. He did not have a great game last night. He
didn't.
looks dead tired.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the way he looks to me. I just watched him in the game, especially. I mean, he's 0 for 6 from 3-point range. But Vic, you know well as anybody, when you're tired, man, the legs won't move, the arms. It's just everything's off, right? You just, especially for shooters, man, when they're tired,
Everything was short.
You just can't elevate. You just can't do it. And so here's where we are. I'm sure coming out of the break, we are going to have a rested team, and hopefully Joker will get some rest as he's going to be in Indianapolis for the All-Star game. But it's going to have to be all hands on deck, because as I look at the Western Conference and I think about these teams starting to jockey for position heading to the break and then, of course, coming out of the break, the Nuggets are in 4th. But, man, I could see them dropping to 7th quickly if they don't get their act together. You know what I mean? I mean, not that Dallas is a threat or the Pelicans. The Suns are there, though, and I can see these teams start to do this jockeying all the way around. Now, you're still 2.5 games out of first. But you're also, a couple 3 games out of 6th, and it's not sitting right to me. I think you're going to need to solidify some things coming up here.
And look, there's a lot I want to talk about with the Nuggets. I want to give them a grade for their pre-All-Star break portion of the schedule and what to expect for the post-All-Star break portion. We'll get to that in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Got Jeff Lakebold at 8 o'clock this morning. Stick around.
Boys,
So
let me tell you a story.
This always makes me
Let me tell you a
nervous.
story.
Mosier says to Marty, I have a story. Go ahead, Moj.
Boys, this here's a story about a crap hole suitcase.
Layout.
This here's a story about the filthiest, piggiest, most unorganized suitcase you've ever suitcased in your entire suitcase life. It belongs to me, and I fully admit it. I've got one nice shirt left, one suit jacket, and it's going to be on display tonight. I'm coming home, and I will be in Denver, Colorado for the show tomorrow. I'm very, very excited about that.
Great. Cool story.
Story about a man in his suitcase.
Yeah, it's okay.
Where did
He and
you
his
think
suitcase
that was
against the
going to be-
world.
What was that going to be relevant or noteworthy or anything, really? I mean, we have so much to discuss this morning, and that's what you
understand.
started the second segment.
No, I think you see. Here's the problem: is that your lack of imagination.
Yep,
is
layout.
the
Layout,
problem.
Moj. Layout. It's time.
Layout. I got a story for you, and it's that I don't know if you guys know what today is, but it's pitchers and catchers reporting to Phoenix Day today. Not Phoenix, whatever. Arizona today for the Rockies. And
Rockies are they're in Scottsdale, a talking stick.
you know what? Scottsdale's like a subsidiary of Phoenix.
Yeah,
Same
of
thing.
course it is. Yeah.
Here's the situation. There's two stories regarding the Rockies that I want to get to, and we'll get to the way to watch them in a second. But I want to take just a couple of more minutes to tell you this. In a weird way, I'm actually kind of excited for this Rocky season. And I'm always excited when baseball rolls around. It's like, this is always what happens. My interest is really high at the beginning of the year because you have that, I know they're going to be bad, but you know what? I have hope and maybe something can be different. Until about 3 weeks in, they crush your dreams. But the Rockies are doing the thing that we're kind of hoping the Broncos do, which is get some young guys in here and see if you can build this thing in a different type of manner. Nolan Jones is a very good player. I think he could be an all-star this year. You're one representative that you get. I think it could be Nolan Jones. Yeah. Brenton Doyle, if he picks his batting average up, which he could, he's already a Gold Glover, is a very, very exciting young player. Tovar, who was 21 years old when he was on the big league roster at the start of the year last year, had a great year. Brendan Rodgers coming back from injury. Like, I'm excited to see the young talent on this roster and what they can do. I know it's not going to result in 90 wins and a playoff appearance, but can they start building towards a team that's competitive? That's what I want to see out of these young guys this year. So I am kind of excited for this season to come around.
Well, I think I know what you're getting at, right? You're talking pitchers.
What are you
and
getting
catchers
at?
report.
Help me out, Vic, because I don't know what the hell he's getting at.
I just
I
told
think
you.
I
what you're
know.
getting at.
I think I know what he's getting at because just to announce into a microphone that pitchers and catchers report's not going to get much out of most people in Denver. But you're asking, how will we be able to watch the Rockies this season?
Correct.
That is where you're going. Please tell me that's where you're going.
Yes.
Okay, so
I'm
yesterday-
excited. So I'm excited for this young team, and I want to watch them. Here's how you can watch, according to the news yesterday, that through MLB TV and the MLB app, I forget the number of games. Isn't it somewhere around 90-ish games is going to be through this service or something like that?
I thought all of them. I maybe I'm completely off. I thought you could watch them all. Now,
Yeah, where are the other ones? At the drive-in movie
I'm
theater?
sorry.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's. I saw select Rockies games. That's it's saying select Rockies spring training. So you're right. Yes, all of the games. My fault. But how you can watch is through MLB TV or the MLB app. It is either $100 for the season or $20 a month is the way that you can watch the Rockies this year, as it was announced yesterday.
yes, I mean, and if you
Where-
really
where
want
do
to
you-
watch
where do you-
baseball,
Where do you watch them? On what screen do you watch them?
well, it's let me explain it for all the olds, me being one of them. Raise your hand if you're an old on the show. Yeah. Okay. So me and Mosier are members of the olds.
old
I've had
soul.
this conversation. Okay. Because raise your hand if you don't like this whole streaming thing. All right. I think we all agree there. It doesn't matter. If you're
Even the
young or old.
youngs. No, some youngs really, really enjoy it.
Yeah, streaming sucks. All right, it sucks for everybody, and it sucked since they started pulling these cables. But whatever. Here's what's going on. You're going to be able to pull down this app, just like any other app, just like your Netflix app on your smart TV, and you're going to go to that MLB app and go right into a Rockies game. And I think the cost, to be honest with you, the price point is lower than I thought it was going to be.
Me too.
Because we're sports fans. We work in the sports industry. I think most of us are going to get the app because we are going to talk about the Rockies. And if you don't get the app, this is what I argued about with other people in the media. And I had this argument for the longest time, who complained about altitude and how they don't watch the games. You're paid to watch the games. You come on the radio every morning to talk about the games. And if you don't watch the games, that's on you. So, yes, I'm going to watch the games. I understand the price restriction for some, and it sucks. What is the price again? Tell me what the price is.
$100 for the season or $19.99 a month.
That comes out to about $16.70 a month if you buy the entire year.
Yeah.
It's $20 a month if you want to go month to month and see how they're doing, and then
reality,
shut them off when June rolls around, or whatever you want to do, man.
Reality of the situation is less than $1 a game, and I'm with you, Vic. I thought it'd be a little bit more expensive. Now, to me, like, I spent $80 on a UFC fight last year. Why wouldn't I spend $100 for a full season of baseball?
Everything's relative.
You know,
you're right. I mean, if you want the product bad enough, you're going to go get the product. This applies to everything. But, I can give a brief history of sports television if you want. I can give you let me give you a nutshell, okay? When we grew up watching baseball, and when we were younger in the 80s and 90s, not every game was available. You remember that era, right? Unless you're the Cubs or the Braves, not every game for your local team was available on television. You couldn't just turn on the TV and watch a game. An NBA game, an NHL game. That was never the case. You had to get lucky that somebody was carrying it that night.
Right.
Or you missed the game. And then along came cable and regional sports networks, and that changed everything. Suddenly every game was being broadcast. That came with a price tag. That was all bundled into your cable bill. And then came the internet and streaming. And they said, why should we bundle this into a cable bill? Let's remove it and pull the plug. And now what's happened? And now we're back to square one, where some people can't see the product because they don't want to pay for the product. But the product is always there. It comes with the price tag now. The end.
Yeah, and you know what? I in the appetizer I was talking about, I blame cord cutters. Because I used to have all of my things in just one place, and now I got to search around and shop and all that different stuff. But you're right. I mean, all of this, we knew it was all changing.
There's no one to blame. I mean, it's just technology, man.
I like to point a finger at somebody.
Sure, I get it. And the reason the Rockies have gone this route, I always thought, Moj, I thought maybe Altitude would have a shot at having the Rockies come on board. But
yeah, me too.
They went the MLB route, and the next question that comes is, well, how come the Avs and Nuggets don't do what the Rockies are doing? We have a network with contracts, with DirecTV, with Fubo, with Charter, with different organizations that have contracts with us. The Rockies don't have a network. They went under. They had no choice.
Yeah.
What choice did they have?
But not only that, this has come under the scope of Major League Baseball. It's now Major
And
League
what they're
Baseball
doing.
Right. Major League Baseball is producing the games, or they're going to hire out contract people to produce the games, but it's under the drapery of Major League Baseball. The NHL and the NBA don't have that. They don't do that.
No.
They don't
and the
do
reason
that at
they
all.
don't do that, the reason why the NBA and the NHL don't do that is because big
cost
market teams don't
prohibitive.
want to do it. And
Yeah,
let me ask you
absolutely
a
they
question,
don't.
Mark. Mark, you know more about this business than some. Do you think if the Rockies had a choice, would they have hung out and continued to do what they did at their RSN, or would they have volunteered to make this move?
They would absolutely do the previous. 100,000%.
It's not even close.
You think the LA Dodgers and the New York Yankees want to be under the umbrella of Major League Baseball with their broadcast? You're out of your mind.
Moj, let me ask you another question. Do you think the Vegas Golden Knights and the Utah Jazz and the Phoenix Suns and their ownership, do you think they went to, free TV and streaming options out of the goodness of their hearts? Or did they do that because they lost their networks?
They did that because they had no place else to go. And they're losing money. And they're losing money hand over fist. How many people do we honestly think? I'm going to be honest here, Brett.
Mm-hmm.
Some people may pay the $20 a month. I'll determine what I'm going to do at a later date.
Again, it's
Figure
$20 a
that
month
out.
or $100 for the year.
How many people in the greater Denver area are going to pay the $100 for the year? How many is that, you think?
I have no idea. Like, I couldn't even venture to guess. I mean, tens of
50,000,
thousands.
a million? I mean, hundreds of thousands you think are going to pay $100
I
a
said
year?
tens of thousands.
Tens of
It could
thousands,
be in the
okay.
100. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, let's just say the total number of people who actually buy into the stream are, let's say it's 100,000 people. Okay, then
Okay.
you get 100,000 households. Okay, because you gather the family
Right.
around and everybody watches the game.
Probably
and some
share a
people just
password
won't
with
even-
somebody or something. yeah.
Whatever. Okay, that's $10 million a year for 100,000 people, and that is not even a fraction of the cost of producing these games. I can promise you that. They're gonna lose money.
Well, what's going
I-
to happen is eventually
They're-
the Rock is going to go downhill, and eventually here's what's going to happen: players' salaries are going to be cut.
Correct.
Every salary is going to be cut. Players'
Correct.
salaries are going to be cut. Television fees are not what they used to be. They're going down. And eventually it's going to affect the players and the coaches and the organizations. It's not there yet. What's happening now is everybody's cutting other things. Eventually it's going to cost the player. That's what's the end result.
Well,
here.
and let me, a lot of questions being asked on the text line right now. Will Goodman and Spilly and the rest of the crew still do the games? I have no idea. I have no idea if that's a part of
I
this.
think they are. I think they're all going to be back.
Yeah.
Okay, they are? Okay, so that's one. Number two is, can you watch the other games with this package? From my understanding, if you pay $200 for the season or $40 a month, you get all of the games, including the Rockies, and I think that blackout is lifted for
See-
the in-market stuff.
And I think you're right. I think baseball has decided to go a different direction. Baseball is actually ahead of basketball and the NHL. They've embraced this because their RSN thing was falling apart. They've decided to play the anchor for all. I wish the NBA did this. I wish the NBA and the NHL said, hey, we're going to start doing this for all our teams. It'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be great. Everybody would have a home, right? It'd be great. They'd be the centerpiece. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do it for reasons I told you. There's too much money being made in the big markets. They're not going to do it. But Major League Baseball is also allowing you, if you pay extra money, to watch every game,
Right.
regardless of where you are. No blackouts, every game. And it's going to mean less revenue. So they're going to have to make up the revenue elsewhere. Do you think they're going to make up the revenue somehow, some way? You're darn right. You'll see. You'll see. I mean, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, in that MLB Players Union, I think they will fight their asses off for not losing a single cent because of all
I'm
this,
sure
too.
I'm sure they probably will. I listen.
I think bumpy days are ahead, brother. Bumpy
Oh, I
days
think
are ahead.
for
This
sure
is
they
a
are.
huge.
I've-
This is what happened to television sports and the revenue coming from it is a huge landmine that someone's ready to step in.
Listen, I will pay for it because it's my job and because I want to watch Rockies baseball. But at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, if I just want, let's say I'm watching it, it's the third inning, but I want to go upstairs and I want to get something done in the bedroom with the game on. If I'm mirroring it off my phone to the TV, now I unmirror it, go upstairs, I start to mirror
There's
it
too much
again.
BS.
but
I'm with you. There's too much BS involved.
And listen, I know I'm sounding like a boomer. Hey, boomer. It's not that big of a deal, but it's enough of a hassle to kind of piss me off a little bit. I got to hunt around, find the app if I have the app on my television. Will my television, download the app? Is it smart enough to do that? All this kind of stuff. I don't know. Do I have the
What
cord
if I have
from
a
my
dumb
computer?
TV?
Yeah.
What if the
I have
TV's
the
not a
cord-
smart TV? I think my TV's dumb, and the user of it.
Like that
Yeah,
part
what-
of it, Moshe, I can help you very easily. It's like
There's one. Hey, by the way, there's one TV in my house I've named Mark Springer. That's how dumb that TV is. And another one's called Lindahl. It's my big one. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Boys, I love you guys. I'm teasing.
I have a
but
dirty, overused one I call Mosher.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's like, okay, how do I go here to here to here? Eventually, I'm sure I'll figure it out. It'll be lickety split for me. But I can promise you right now, Bambina and Easy, they are not watching. She'll have no idea what's going on with the Rockies.
I
She'll
told
have
you
no
already.
idea how to straighten
I
it.
told you, baseball skews old. It's an older demographic, and if you're telling
Yeah.
the olds to suddenly jump into this and go app hunting, good luck. I'm very eager to see what the results are, how many subs they sell. Because the way it works, listen, the Rockies are in the business of, this is business. So they accepted upfront money from MLB to join the MLB.TV thing. You're going to get money up front, and then you're going to get money on top of that with subs. I'm very interested. And this is why owners and teams don't want to do this, because in the good years, Nuggets and Avs, you're going to get a lot of subscribers. A lot. People want to watch the games. What about the lean years? Does that revenue just go away? If that revenue goes away, then how do you secure next year's salaries? How do you plan ahead? They want security.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're in it for. Security.
If somehow they get a cable option, I mean, if somehow the games are on regular TV where people can just sort of scam around and flick around and land on it, that'd be a good thing. I mean, it would, but you're probably going to have to pay for that too. I don't know, man.
Well, if you
it's so
subscribe
broken
to
up
this
right now, it's crazy.
Like, I don't know how this works. Like, I've had DirecTV for like a decade, long time. I think, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but if I subscribe to this, should I be able to get the channels that are on DirecTV, the MLB sort of package that's on there? Is that the same thing or not?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't
What do
know,
you mean?
Because they have those channels in like the 700s. It's where
where you
like
can watch other
DirecTV
games. Yeah.
or where Sunday
Yeah.
Ticket used to be.
See, and that's the other thing that's confusing as hell for me. There's too many give me fewer channels. I can't be hunting up and down this thing.
Well, if I know that if I sign up for this, I just automatically get that with my DirecTV too, then that's totally fine. I just don't know if they pair together like that. If you get the thing through the app, maybe it just stays on the app. I don't know. We're in brand new territory. But there is going to be a way to watch the Rockies games, and it's this. And by the way, somebody said it's $150 for the year for all the games. I am reading at the end of this article. So it's $200 for the year or $40 a month through MLB TV. But fans can save $50 with the special offer, which is not available for all clubs.
Let's quit playing this year game for 6.5 months or whatever it is. Okay, it's not a year.
Well,
No,
it's
no
the
season is
season.
a full-
The season.
I
is
know,
what
but
mean.
that's the
Yeah.
way you sell it. It's a season, right? You can pay by month, and it may not be that bad. Versus, maybe a lot of you are wait and see. Pay by month.
Yeah.
Everything's going this way. So everybody wanted this. Everybody wanted a streaming app. Everybody wanted to see this. Well, you're going to get it. I agree. You're going to get it. And you know what? It's going to cost you a hell of a lot more than it cost you before.
303-504-0925.
Bottom line is, Brett, line is back in
All the
Comcast
people that
days.
complained, and I get your complaint because I've complained too, it's going to cost us double what we paid before. More.
Well, that's more than that, Vic, because people were paying $4.50 to $5 a month for just the Rockies RSN. What was it, AT&T, right? That's what they were paying, and now they're going to be paying anywhere from $17 to $20 a month. It's triple. It's more than tripled. So, if you go month to month, it's going to be a quadruple from what it was with your Comcast. That's just the way life is now, man.
When we come back, I witnessed something yesterday or saw a story about something that happened yesterday that I don't think I've ever heard in sports before. A player was arrested before the game started in the arena. We'll do it next. Let me introduce you to the newest game changer in town, Tulotero. This is Brett Kane, and now you can play the lottery straight from your phone anytime, anywhere. No more waiting in lines or missing out on your lucky numbers. With Tulotero, it's all about convenience and excitement rolled into one. Play Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, Colorado Lotto, and much more. New registrants, go to the App Store right now, download Tulotero, and enter the code MAGIC for a free $2 promotion. It's valid for only new registrations. Use the code MAGIC for a free try. That's Tulotero. All right. So you guys might remember this from a couple of years ago. Are you guys, can you dip into the memory bank and think of a game? It was Lakers and Pistons. LeBron James, it's a free throw. He tries to box out. He elbows a man by the name of Isaiah Stewart, Big Stu in the head, and slices him open. Do you remember what took place afterwards? Which was
Stu don't play.
Isaiah Stewart took about 18 guys to hold him back from, ripping LeBron apart.
He lost his mind. He had to be pulled away from LeBron. And you could tell LeBron was noticeably scared.
Yes, he was like, this guy's crazy. And what I also remember from that moment was Russell Westbrook, who was a Laker at the time, was doing Notre Dame Fighting Irish fists in front of LeBron. And I'm like, I don't know if that one's going to hurt Big Stu. He's very angry. But what I saw yesterday, Vic, the Pistons, who again we all know are terrible, they're playing the Suns. And this is before the game starts. It said that Stewart will be out for the game. A surprise, not active.
Yeah.
Why? Because I guess he saw Suns center Drew Eubanks in the tunnel and punched him in the face before the game started. This is what I've never seen before, Vic. The reason he couldn't play is because he was arrested for assault. He was taken in by Phoenix police. And the statement from Phoenix police is Stewart was arrested for assault and issued a citation and released. The investigation remains active. I can't remember, and you help me, any other time in sports where a player inside of an arena, field, whatever, was taken out in handcuffs. When did that ever happen?
Mm-hmm.
Can you think of a time? Am I missing something where a player was arrested?
I'm jogging my memory right now, and I'm trying to think of an arrest being made at a sporting event where a player is taken away in cuffs. Wasn't...
Like, I thought Malice in the Palace,
Todd
were they taken
Bertuzzi-
out?
When Todd Bertuzzi, I don't think he was arrested, but
No.
they filed some charges. I don't think I've ever heard of an arrest being made on a game day. No. This is the incident with LeBron and the Lakers last year that we're showing on Altitude TV right now.
He knocks
LeBron's
down
like,
like
"Hey, man."
5 people.
LeBron's like, hey, get that dude away,
No,
man.
Marty, pause it when LeBron... No, pull it back up and pause it right at the beginning of the video when LeBron's on the screen. Because he's pointing at him like, this guy's crazy. Look at him. Look at him. Wait till he turns and he sees, oh, here he comes. Like, he's like, oh my God, he's really coming after me. No, Isaiah Stewart is, I think, what, Vic? Him and Jokic are two guys you don't mess with in that league now? Have they graduated to that class of don't even dare try me?
I would love to know what Eubanks said to him. If they have a history, or every time I think of Eubanks, I think of Weeb Eubanks, the former football coach. I don't know why. Weeb, not enough Weebs in this world anymore. But Eubanks clearly said something. Drew Eubanks, they got into it somehow, some way.
You know what I would call Isaiah Stewart if I saw him, Vic? Sir. And that's
Pretty
about
much.
it.
Yeah.
Everything is yes,
Pretty
sir,
much.
no, sir.
Thank
What do
you,
you
sir.
need, sir? Thank you, sir.
Anything else before I show myself out?
I'm not messing with that guy at all. Anyway, I've never seen it. I've never seen that before. I also saw a quote from PJ Tucker, who you told us yesterday, Vic. He has been sent home by the Clippers.
Along with Bones Highland.
Along with Bones Highland until at least after the All-Star break when they can figure some stuff out. Here's the quote from PJ Tucker, though. I feel like I shouldn't have to go through this. I didn't ask to be here. I didn't ask for and I didn't demand a trade to be here. Isn't that how the trade deadline goes?
Yeah.
Guys don't...
Say that one more time. This is PJ talking?
PJ Tucker, quote here about being a Clipper. I feel like I shouldn't have to go through this. I didn't ask to be here. I didn't ask for and I didn't demand a trade to be here.
Hey, PJ, this is, don't get me started on enablement. This is not how it works. You're not like a free agent people can be traded if you're under contract. And when you're traded to another team, if you choose not to play or choose not to take their money, you're free to walk away from the contract.
Yeah.
Or you could sit there on the bench and make that money, which is what they're asking you to do. Now, respect the guy that he wants to play. Great. Every competitor wants to play. But you can't just raise your hand and say, excuse me, I'm not playing. I'm done, but I still want my money.
To my knowledge, this is how most trades work, is that you don't ask for it unless you have a no trade clause. Then you can ask for where you want to go. You don't wield that power right now at 38 years old. Sorry.
That's remarkable to hear that. I didn't ask for this. What? You know what? We didn't ask for a lot of things. I didn't ask to see Mosier in an HVAC closet this morning, and here we are.
I want to use that in all walks of life, Vic. If I get an oil change, like that's going to be $60. Like,
No,
I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for my oil to run out. So, what are we going to do here?
Hey, dog peed on the carpet. I did not ask for this.
Oh, what's that? Your AC went out and it's 100 degrees outside? I didn't ask for this. I'm not paying. If I demanded a trade for an AC unit, then maybe we could talk, but I didn't do that.
You know what I didn't ask for last night? I didn't ask for a back and forth with Carmelo Anthony on IG. Did you guys see that?
So, okay. You all know this about me. I don't have an Instagram. You sent that to us, Vic, and I was like,
what do I do with this?
You said we're talking, we're DMing. I thought it was
Yeah.
I didn't know that Carmelo was like responding 4 or 5 times to you on the thread.
Raj sent it to me. Raj sent it to me originally, and he said, you got to go to your Instagram, because I honestly don't go to Instagram. I do Twitter. Right?
Yeah.
Instagram, I just put stuff there. And he said, he is talking to you on Instagram. So I went to my Instagram after the commentary we provided yesterday. And remember yesterday I said something to the effect, I believed him, and now I feel bad that I believed his. I don't know where he's coming from on all this. He's rewriting history. And I went through that whole spiel. You guys know well, I've been his most ardent supporter.
You have.
His most loyal supporter. I've been trying to reconcile this relationship for years.
And we've made fun of you for it.
Yes, you guys kill me for it. And yesterday, I finally said, all right, I'm done with that. This can't be fixed, because he keeps bringing up these ridiculous notions that he never forced his way out. And I call it ridiculous. Anyway, we played that. We posted that on Altitude's Instagram yesterday.
Our discussion from yesterday's show.
Our discussion. We posted that discussion. He commented on it. He commented on the discussion. Let me pull this up.
Multiple times.
Yes. Here's what he said. After I said what I said, he came back on Instagram, quote, this is Carmelo Anthony. Vic, no shade. You know better, Vic. I'm not trying to rewrite anything. I'm telling my truth about something 12 years ago. The issue for the longest, you were speaking on me. I've never spoke badly about anyone. Now it's my turn to engage in the storytelling. To which I replied, Carmelo, please, tell me your story. I actually want you and the Nuggets to make amends here. You know that. And what's going down is sad. I also believe it can be fixed. So come on my show. Let's clear the air. All of it. Then he says, listen, cut the BS. It got to a point where it wasn't working out. There was no plan. The Nuggets wanted to rebuild. Myself and other guys on the team did not, especially after coming off of Western Conference Finals. It's cool. 2 different directions that were going on here. It was apparent what was going on, and that's that. And you know that exactly, Vic, capital V-I-C. To which I responded, dude, just check your DMs. Let's talk about it. He said, Vic, what did you fall for? I said, that you genuinely are trying to bury the hatchet in Denver. If that were the case, we're not doing all this. Let's get it done. I want to see you here at a game someday. If you're burying the hatchet in Denver, are you going on random podcasts telling people I never wanted out of Denver? I'm just curious. If you're truly trying to bury the hatchet.
Or saying half the things that he said in the past calendar year.
So, I don't do the Instagram DM thing. I don't even know how that works. Someone had to show me this. So I'm waiting to see if he's willing enough. And this is weird for me because I know him personally. Okay, I know Carmelo personally. We had a nice relationship when he was here. I genuinely like the man, more so than you two. I know that, more than Mosier. You mentioned Carmelo in front of Mosier and he explodes. I like him, and I think that he should be celebrated. Okay, I want to fix this. He's angry that I don't believe him when he says he didn't want out of Denver. Well, you did. Otherwise, you'd still be in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
You did want out of Denver for whatever reason. And the reason can't be, well, they traded away Dante Jones. He was one of my favorite teammates. People get traded away all the time. That's not a reason to leave Denver. That's not a legit reason.
He kept contesting that the Nuggets were rebuilding. Were they rebuilding at that time?
They were retooling at that time. They were cutting salary. They were in the luxury tax. They had a lot of money invested in this team. They had issues going. I mean,
That
George
team
Karl
was not
had
going
cancer.
to win a champion. That team was not going to win a championship. That was apparent. The Lakers' roadblock was too significant. Other teams were in the mix. That team was not going to win. I'm sure the Nuggets would have been delighted to focus on Melo as the centerpiece of whatever team was going to come after that. He didn't want it, and that's fine. But don't pretend like you didn't want out. I've said that 1,000 times. And then honestly, Vic, this whole accusing the Nuggets of trying to erase him and giving Joker his number and all this crap.
That's where it kind of started. Yeah.
You know that's just a bunch of BS, man.
He also commented on something Chris Dempsey said from our radio station. It was very prominent yesterday in the minds of NBA players, especially Carmelo Anthony, because he commented on something Dempsey said when Dempsey used to work for the newspaper and he covered Masai Ujiri and the Nuggets and this whole thing. Dempsey, trust me, is an authority on this subject matter. So it wasn't just me. I'm trying to get him on the show, and I'm here to tell you, we're out of time in this segment. I want to come back and talk about this. I want to talk about something very important in our business. Very important. We've gotten to the point now where the interview, these podcasts that everybody does, they're not interviews. They're not interviews. They're PR message machines.
Uh-huh.
An interview with Carmelo Anthony, a real one with uncomfortable Q&A, is exactly what he needs, and it's exactly what we can provide if he chooses to.
So, Vic, I hate to do this. It's going to have to be at 8:20 because we
That's
have
fine.
Jeff Legwald coming up next.
I got plenty to say on that.
Let's head out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And all conversations with this man, Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, are brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Leggy, I have many questions for you following the Super Bowl from last weekend. The first one is it a big deal that the Niners players, all of them, were not aware of the overtime rule? It feels like it didn't matter in the end, but should that be something that Kyle Shanahan is criticized for?
Yeah, I guess the criticism should be just the strategy of it. I don't know that players are always given the rundown of every decision, the basis of every decision. I just think, it was new to everybody, and I think now it's pretty clear. If you have the ball second, you're in 4-down territory immediately, and that gives you an extra down sort of to play with without any risk, other than not converting. But I think that was what I took away from it, just that it's pretty clear taking the ball first is not awesome, I don't think, especially if you have Mahomes.
Just a quick follow-up to it, too, because I heard Columbus Hastings and D-Mac talking about this. What would have happened if all the players weren't aware and the Niners scored a touchdown and sprinted onto the field thinking that they won and got a 15-yard flag? That would have been chaos.
It was new to everybody, and look, we don't know. In the heat of the moment, I've had players tell me 10 minutes after the Super Bowl things they later said, hey, that wasn't quite right, or I've had that happen. So in the heat of that moment and the disappointment and the crushing disappointment, you're liable to say many things. I would be stunned if they did not go over it in a meeting at some point and, people just sort of brush that aside. Maybe they didn't address it on the practice field, but it's really, really hard for me to believe an NFL head coach didn't address that in a team meeting at some point.
The fallout, Jeffrey, in San Francisco to me is quite stunning. For Steve Wilkes to be fired a day after that, and I looked at that game, I went back and thought about it. The defense wasn't bad. Hell, the offense has to finish a drive in overtime. Why does Steve Wilkes get the knife on a game that really wasn't his fault?
Yeah, Vic, and you talk to people in the league, and that's always going to be a question. It's like they were looking for somebody to take the heat for it. I thought Kyle looked really mad when he called a timeout late because he didn't like something the defense was doing, whether it was it looked like a cover zero look to me looking at it, but there's a late timeout from Kyle when the defense is on the field. And, if it's just something like that after the Super Bowl, it seems like an emotional decision. People make emotional decisions. I get it, but I don't know. That one seems like he was thinking a long time. It wasn't quite a fit, and he just sort of did it after the season was over. And we don't know. He may have done this anyway if they raised the trophy. We don't know that. But, now I'm hearing for people who are around the 49ers that, there was some discontent there from Kyle about Wilkes anyway. So, who knows? But it does look like a very rash, emotional decision just hours after a Super Bowl loss.
You want to talk about an MVP as a coordinator. The fact that I think you could make a very easy case that Spagnuolo is one of the MVPs of Kansas City's season because Kansas City's offense was not the same as they were the past couple of years. They needed help, and they got it out of that defense. The fact that that offense was non-existent for the first 3-ish quarters of that game, and they were still this close to taking a lead the entire time. I mean, he's worthy of a whole bunch of praise, is he not?
He is. I think that just tells you, though, if you're a Bronco fan, it tells you they're structured pretty well as an organization because now they've won it sort of both ways. They've won it with Mahomes freewheeling, and they've won it when they've slugged it out and put him in a position to win him the game up that to me is the takeaway. They are structured very well, and they were very quick to get Spagnuolo an extension right away. You know, they're paying the guy for what he did, and they understand what he did. I'll tell you the other thing. If you're here in around the local franchise, that is a concern. I mean, there are two numbers I take away from the Super Bowl. One is Mahomes is 28. You know, wrap your head around that for a while. The other number, which is staggering to me, and I wish the local team would take note, the starting 22 for the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, 16 of them are draft picks of theirs. And 17 if you count the punter, who was an undrafted rookie they signed. So 17 of the top 24 players are their own homegrown players. So we can talk about Mahomes and what he means, but this is an organization built around a franchise quarterback. And, you know, we can keep dismissing the draft all we want, but it's the way you win. And until they accept it at Dove Valley, we're going to be doing this limbo thing for a long time.
Do you make it? Go ahead, Vic.
I just think the whole draft limbo thing is amazing to me, because every time we get on the radio and we talk to you and we talk to anybody, we talk, well, could they move up? Could they go get a quarterback? Moving up is going to require you to take a lot of those picks that we just speak of and giving. How many picks can a franchise give up before they figure out we got nothing to work with here? When does it end?
Well, it better end now, or I mean, they're already at that point. Sean Payton keeps touting that the Rams and the Packers dealt with big dead money hits, but he forgets the second part of that question, which is those were the two youngest teams in the NFL, which Sean Payton does not possess. He possesses one of the older teams in the NFL. And those teams had 12 and 13 draft picks, respectively, last April. And the Broncos have 6. And that doesn't even include a second rounder. If they do anything, they should trade down. This notion of going up, you're not getting any of those top 3 teams to surrender those picks. You're not. And you're not going to do it without giving them too much. And you've already done that and not stuck with the decision, which is why you're in the situation you're in if you're the Broncos.
Something else to this, and look, this might be nothing, but it was something I was just kind of talking out loud about a couple of days ago, was the idea of the timelines of the people who are in the biggest positions of power within the Broncos organization right now, and their years aren't lining up. So, like, usually if you're starting over, you have a GM and a head coach and a quarterback that's all basically starting in year 1. Well, the Broncos have a GM that's in year 4, a coach in year 2, a quarterback who could be in year 1. Isn't it kind of hard to make judgments on those positions of power within an organization when they don't align?
That's a great point. They also have an owner that's not in. You know, usually the owner is the longest timeline of all. And
yeah,
they don't even have that. I mean, they have a guy who's obviously very immensely worldly successful in business, but he's still new to the NFL in a lot of ways. So yeah, that is a great point, and that timeline doesn't match up for what we've seen a lot of the time over the years when you are building something. It also shows they haven't committed to very much over recent years. You know, they haven't been willing to ride it out, and I think that impatience is sort of catching up to them. And you know, the unwillingness to risk a bad season to see if they might get a good one is really catching up to this team, and it's why they're at where they're at right now.
Well, and that's what I was wondering, like if you get to the draft, and let's say that Sean Payton, he knows he's got a long leash here, and he wants to take a chance at a guy like J.J. McCarthy at 12 or something like that, but George Payton probably doesn't have the luxury of waiting for this team to be bad a couple of more years. Maybe he's like, no, I think Brock Bowers is the best. Like, how do you get that everybody on the same page when they have different times of like how much leash they have?
Yeah, and that's happened before, and it is a tough thing in the war room. Is everyone's dealing with their own clock, as it were. You know, a coaching staff's always going to want to lean toward now, because a coaching staff always figures their days are numbered no matter what. I mean, they're very pragmatic about the fact it always ends in a firing if you're a coach, no matter, ask Bill Belichick, I guess. But so that there's always that battle, the battle between now and down the line in any draft conversation. But they're going to have to be disciplined, because with 6 picks, you can't reach on any.
Yeah.
And, that's the deal.
Mosier's working on a refrigeration system, a big HVAC heating and cooling in Tampa, and he has a question from the closet there.
Yeah,
I
thank you,
could be
Vic.
sued
I
if
appreciate
I don't, do better. But
If you need, hey, listen, if you need any handiwork, Jeff, just give me a call. I noticed your microwave door back there is it's a little off kilter. Just let me know. I'll take care of things for you. But Jeff, what do you think you're going to get a tilt or a lean into which direction they're going to go? I mean, as I'm sure you guys talked about, Sean Payton said, sooner rather than later. I'm not sure exactly what that means timeline-wise. But does he have the appetite to select a quarterback and draft and develop him? Or, I mean, where do you think you, me, everybody else is going to start to understand what direction they're going to go, where the lean is going to be?
we may not see it. I mean, that's something they may not want to get. I mean, I certainly will do what I always do, which is talk to as many people as possible who know. But there are a lot of unknowns here. I mean, no one's ever seen Sean Payton as a head coach with a rookie quarterback at the forefront. We don't know how that looks. We don't know how that goes. Even guys who've coached with him for 20 years don't know that because they've never seen it. So there's a lot we don't know. But they only have 6 picks, and it is going to require discipline and coordination and agreement. And this notion you take a quarterback no matter what is just a recipe for, epic comet flame out. If there's no agreement on the player and no plan to develop them, you might as well just cut them as soon as you draft them to get it over with.
Leggy, before we let you go, I have one last question for you. What's the orange thing sitting on the counter behind your right shoulder?
That's it's a little statue of the Sapporo TV tower my son brought back from Japan. So that's
cool.
Yeah, that's my rockin' TV tower. It's my little good luck charm. So
it looked like something from SpongeBob SquarePants from here, but I get it now. I see it.
No, that's the. Come on, man. This is the TV tower in Sapporo. Very famous. Very Japanese. Wow.
So my
man
son
brought that back.
Really, that's so cool. My son had this fixation with Japan, and he wanted to go study abroad there. And then COVID happened, and it all got ruined. Is your son studying there, or is he just visiting there?
No, he went for 3 months, and he's going back. So he likes rocking it. I think he'll probably live there for a while.
Wow. Yeah, my son is the same way. I wonder if they have the same thing in common. Do they both have an affinity for anime, cartoons?
I think they both want to be really far away from their dads, maybe.
Yeah. That was it.
Hey, Jeff, that reminds me of one of my favorite Fast and Furious movies that nobody else seemed to like, Tokyo Drift with Lil Bow Wow. I thought that was a pretty dang good movie, man. I thought it was really cool.
You got the Incredible Hulk van, do you? Is that the deal?
Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm going to put $100 on this. Leggy, have you ever seen the movie Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift?
Oh, yeah. That's I've seen that, sure. I've seen everything. I sleep like 2 hours a day. I've seen every movie that exists.
All right, Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Always appreciate the time, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, well.
All right, Jeff Legwald, all conversations with Leggy brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state.
Have you seen Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift?
Dude,
long
the same
time
Fast
ago.
Fast and Furious 1 is the same plot as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's the difference?
Yeah, but because they're in Tokyo and they're drifting. It was really cool.
Family.
Well, so dude took his dad's Mustang and competed against the guys with like the Hondas and Toyotas and all that kind of stuff. It was really, Yeah, it was really. I love that. The kid, he's on like a cop show now. The kid who played the kid.
You want to see what a drift
with
is?
the dude and the thing. And
Vic, you want to see what a drift is?
Yeah. Let's see it. He's taking his chair and he's moving across.
Yeah.
From one side
Or you
to
go
the
really
other.
fast, but your car keeps going despite the fact that you're braking. You go.
Oh, I know what drifting is. When you're cycling, get behind the big pack and
That's-
you drift. Is that drifting?
No, that's
Drafting.
That's drafting.
drafting. Damn, you're right. Get my drifts and my drafts mixed up.
The old
My bad.
shake and bake. All right, 303-504-0925. So, Vic, you had Carmelo commenting a lot on our little back and forth yesterday on the show. On your Instagram, I want to get to that next.
I have a feeling this winter is going to be a long one. And I have a feeling snow is still very much in the forecast and cold and all that other stuff that comes with it. And if you're a homeowner, you better make sure that furnace is all ready to go. For that, you need some of the best and most honest HVAC experts in town. Vic Lombardi here for Apple Air. They care about you, they care about what they do in your home, and they care about the services they provide. Apple Air, family owned and operated on the west side, baby. And they serve the greater Denver area. Since 1988, they've been doing it. Matters to them because they fulfill their promises every job they do. Right now, Apple Air is featuring New Year, new unit, $1,000 off a new furnace and AC package. Whether it's fixing an existing heating, air, or plumbing system, or if you need a new furnace, an AC, a water heater, whatever, give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or visit them, Apple Air, that's AppleAIRE.com. Get a free estimate. If you've gotten an estimate from somebody else or a quote, they'll give you a second estimate for free.
All right, Vic, run us through this timeline again. So we talk about the Melo stuff. He had this podcast with Dwayne Wade. We felt like he was trying to rewrite history. We talked about it yesterday. You post that on Instagram. And then next thing you know, Carmelo has like 3 or 4 responses to you on Instagram. So go ahead, run us through it.
About the exchanges on Insta?
Yes.
I mean, just to
Just
recap.
give a refresher, yeah.
Just yesterday, I did a little rant commentary about how Carmelo, when I spoke to him this summer, when I've spoken to him in the past, I'm a big supporter of Carmelo Anthony. I hope that someday he is praised and celebrated at Ball Arena in front of Nuggets fans. I've told you guys this. I've told the audience this. You guys have whipped me for it, all right? Well, yesterday I'd had enough because he went on another podcast and said something about how he never forced his way to the Knicks. And I just said, man, enough's enough. Stop rewriting history. If you want to make amends, then stop saying stuff like this. We put it on Instagram. He responded to my comments on Instagram. It was back and forth. I asked him to come on our show for an interview, which takes me to this topic, this subject, okay? Because I think this is very important, and this is where we are in media today. And Moj, we've had this discussion behind closed doors, and I don't want people to think that I'm saying this being envious in any means. I mean, it is what it is. There's a thing called new media, and I think you guys know what new media is. It's player-controlled media. It's Draymond Green. It's Paul George. Everybody's got their own podcast these days. Every player, every time you turn around, somebody's got a podcast. And most of those podcasts are informative, revealing, fun, very fun. I love listening to them. Love it. But are they honest? I mean, I want you to ask yourself, are they truthful? Are they fully truthful? Because therein lies the problem with some of this new media. Most of the time, it's just friends inviting friends to shoot the crap. But is that friend going to ask a hard question? An uncomfortable question? Is that friend going to probe a topic, perhaps, that most broadcasters would naturally pursue?
It's like,
and I think we know the answer to that. I think we do.
They're playing defense attorney with no prosecutor present.
Case in point, this whole Carmelo Anthony saga. For the record, again, I like Melo. Always liked him. I've always been his biggest supporter. But a few weeks ago, he goes on a podcast, his own, and says, "Well, I don't know why they gave my number 15 away. I don't know why Nicola
he
got
called
that."
Vic. Let's make it clear. He called the Denver Nuggets petty for giving his number to Nikola Jokic, which is that is an absolute joke, and that is a selfish joke.
That's my opinion. His own podcast. 2 days ago, then he goes on Dwayne Wade's podcast, his buddy, and we go at it again, rewriting history, talking about how he never claimed to be traded to the Knicks, and you can say whatever you want, you can split hairs. We know what's at stake here. We know what happened. To which I say, why does the interview have to come with a friend? Yesterday on IG, I said, hey, come on our show. Come on my show. Let me talk to you. I'm not your enemy. I've been your most ardent supporter here in Denver. I like you. I'm not your enemy, but I'm also not going to softball you. Come on our show. Let me conduct that interview. Because do you think Dwayne Wade is going to ask specific questions about that divorce in Denver? You think he's going to ask the questions that we want to hear? Like whether or not he or the Nuggets have reached out and made peace on this? Have they made the effort? Or whether or not he doesn't show up at a game every once in a while?
He is not ready for that. He's not ready for it.
Do you think his friends, do you think new media, which are players interviewing players, do you think they're going to ask any type of question that is going to elicit that kind of response? Therein lies the problem with new media. It ain't media. It's dudes drinking wine.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Let me get back after.
You have to be uncomfortable. You have to be truthful. And you know what? It can be liberating. Very liberating. Come on the show. Come liberate yourself. Because you know what? If it's rumors or hearsay you desire, keep doing interviews with your friends. And that's what you're going to get.
Who wore the number 15 for the Nuggets before Joker wore that number? By the way, Joker wore that number.
Anthony Randolph.
Anthony Randolph. Okay, let me get after it. He said, what was it, a month ago or over a month ago, that it was a petty maneuver by the Nuggets. Quote, it wasn't like we got numbers to choose from. It was like, here, you got number 15. Anthony said he does think it's possible that Joker could have picked the number 15 to, quote, pay homage to him as one of the greatest Nuggets of all time, But quote, what I believe is they gave him number 15 to try to erase what I did. And I think that is such a self-absorbed point of view. And Vic, clearly he's hurt by something. Has anybody ever tried to erase what Carmelo Anthony did?
Do you know how many questions I have?
I mean,
do you know how many questions?
Yeah. Vic, you're the most authoritative on this, but let me give you my thoughts and you can expand on it. And that is this, is that I agree it could be completely therapeutic for him. It could be very good for him, get everything out there in the open, air every grievance, whatever the case may be. I don't think he'll do it, and what I'm afraid would happen is that it would become combative, because I don't think he's ready to go there yet. When he makes statements like he did just over a month ago about the Nuggets in a petty maneuver giving Joker his number 15 to try to erase him, to me that's just ridiculous. Okay, it's ridiculous. And by the way, if he was ever concerned about that for his first 7 years in the NBA, he's the one who chose to erase himself by choosing to leave the organization. Now, he has his own reasons, and that's fine. And you want to leave the organization,
well, he's going to tell you.
But you can't expect not to have backlash on it, number one. And number two, you can't expect your former franchise to not friggin' move on without you. Okay? You tell them you don't want them anymore, you don't like their direction, whatever the case may be. You want to put together a super team, you want to go to L.A., you want to go to the Nets in New York, fine. But don't expect your team to sit around with their thumb up their backside waiting to pay homage to you every single day of their lives. They need to move on, and they did. And they won a championship. And the big fellow who's going to go down as one of the best players in the history of the game chose that number after Anthony Randolph left the franchise. It's his number 2. You're telling me that other great Yankees haven't worn numbers with other great players? I mean, dude, this is just so ridiculous. It's such a myopic point of view and a selfish point of view. It pisses me off.
Okay, so he would never do an interview with you, but that's and therein again, that's what he doesn't want. He doesn't want some pissed off old dude just jumping all over him. You got to ask the questions without being mad. You get too mad over this. Why are you so angry?
Look, I won't get mad, but here's the problem: is I also won't let him off the hook either. I understand, but I won't let him off the hook, dude. I mean, I there's no need for this. Look, I'd be mature about it. I'd be calm. But I'm not going to let him just write his own narrative and not step in with the facts as we know them to be, okay? Because when you attack this franchise for something they didn't even do, it's just it's unfair and it's silly. That's what it is.
And the reason I'll leave it here because I don't want to spend any more breath on this until we get him on the show, and I'm still working on that. I'm working on that.
If you don't want me a part of it when you do get him and you want to handle it all, I'm totally fine with that too. But you better hold his feet to the fire.
Oh, I 100% don't want you a part of it.
Can I?
You guys would agree.
Am I allowed?
100%. I 100% don't want you near that interview because the last thing I need is a 3-minute question, which isn't a question.
It would be like if Mosher's one question was just that would be hysterical. It would be so funny.
I'm kidding, Moj.
Here's his
Of course
question.
you could be part of it.
I mean, honestly,
Vic, you know what I mean. Brett, I would not want it to be contentious at all. I mean, but I don't think he wants to make amends, Vic. I just think he wants to control his own narrative. I don't think I mean, and let him lay out why he's butthurt about the organization. Let him lay out if he's angry with the fans and he's hurt by the fans. I mean, I think he needs some therapy, is what I think. I think he needs. I think he needs to mature in this regard. That's what I think.
You guys sort of ignored the bigger point I made, and Melo is the center of this. But the bigger point I made is this whole new media thing. It's not media. Don't confuse players podcasting with other players. That's not media. That's entertainment. All right? And I'm not trying to fashion myself or ourselves as some great journalists. All right? This is not Woodward and Bernstein here. We're entertainers too. But don't tell me that dudes interviewing dudes is some sort of big news. It's not news.
Well, I mean, look, it's if you were to interview Putin right now as an American journalist, you'd have
First of all, I'd say no because I'm not qualified.
But I'm just saying, no. If you were qualified and you're interviewing him, the interview with him is going to sound a lot different than let's tune in to Thursdays with Putin where he's hosting his own podcast. Like, it's going to be a different sound because they're going to tell their side of the story and not really get caught up in the other side. The problem with
New
Melo,
York never was the place, though.
the problem with Melo is and I think this is maybe a larger issue of, let's be honest, Melo has been celebrated at every walk of his career, like probably
100%.
since high school. He's never really been challenged on things, and he's never been told, like a lot of guys who are superstar athletes, that what you're doing here is wrong. And so I think to him, he took a cue from all the other superstars in the league that put together super teams and said, I didn't do anything different than those guys. The difference is all of them got hatred for it. Like, don't you guys remember when LeBron first left Cleveland and how that town, his hometown, felt about him? Like, it's better now because he went back and won a championship. But there has to be a self-inventory here of it almost doesn't matter the way that you leave. When you say, I want out because you aren't willing to stick through a rebuild or whatever, you're going to have a whole lot of people that say, all right, no longer a part of my team, then bleep you. Like, you just brought it up with the Alex Singleton interview at the Super Bowl, Vic. They're renting your team. They will love their team and not you. That's how it goes in sports.
It reminds me, and Vic, you made a very good point. Alex Singleton made a very good point. People in their lives are going to root for Laundry. They're going to root for whoever's in that uniform because that team is your community. It's your team. It reminds me of when LeBron was talking about the Nuggets and the situation with them. The Lakers are always on their minds and all this kind of thing. And I'm thinking to myself, hey, buddy, the Lakers, the situation between the Nuggets and the Lakers predates you by decades. Okay, buddy? Hey, you open up a history book, read it, look it up.
But I think
you know what I mean. But they live it.
Dawson.
But they look it up. Look it up. Listen to me. They see it through just their tiny little porthole of themselves. They don't see the bigger picture. I'm like LeBron. Why do you think it's all about you, Melo? This is not all about you, man. It's about this franchise. Okay, that's what it's about.
We're a little unfair though as human beings, and those of you who are like so sinister in this and like, screw him. I'm not. I think because I know him a little better than most, I don't want that to happen. I think there's a generation of Nuggets fans who were led to this team because of Carmelo Anthony, and
of course there were.
Of course. So, here's the other thing, Moj, and tell me if you're going to be real with me on this one, because I guarantee Carmelo Anthony's sitting in his house, and he's hoping the Nuggets lose. He's hoping the Nuggets
sure
lose.
He is.
He doesn't want
Absolutely.
He doesn't want to see the Nuggets win another championship. Of course he is, right? Just like those of us in any walk of life. Your old employer, you want to see them lose. You're damn right you do. You're damn right. That's
or you want to
all
beat
of
them.
us. That's all of us, man.
Sure.
We're all built that way. We're human beings. I have no problem with him feeling that way. I do want to know why he's rewriting some of the history.
But Vic, it's all self-inflicted though. It didn't even have to be this way, okay? And I think that there are Nuggets fans who could understand at the time, listen, do you want to move on? Do you want to try to I mean, for various reasons, you may not like it, but perhaps you could accept it or understand it or whatever. It's all this nitpicking and all this sniping that's gone on over the last decade plus and continues to this day that I cannot wrap my head around as to why it's even happening. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I'm not going to allow him to get away with it. Not on my watch. No. So if you're asking me to forgive or forget, until he takes some personal responsibility and accountability for his own actions and his understanding that he has made himself feel the way that he feels, I can't do it. And I won't do it.
The Avs close out the road trip tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as they take on Tampa. And there's a key word, I think, that makes all the difference with the Avs if they execute this or not. We'll get to it next. All right, Avs long road trip post All-Star break finally comes to an end tonight as they take on Tampa, and you can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I think there's a key word that connotes success or failure for the Avs, and it's discipline. If they play a disciplined game, they're a very, very difficult team to beat. But the second that they get a little bit too loosey-goosey and they start turning the puck over and that kind of stuff, that's when things start to go poorly in a hurry. And that can happen even in the middle of them playing well, as they did a couple of nights ago. They jump out to a 2-0 lead, and 45 seconds later, game's tied. We've discussed this at length with Jared Bednar on Wednesdays this year. Just like not just goaltending, but defensive presence in front of the goaltender. There's been a lot of really, really good scoring chances going the other way, and I think that leads to a lot of bad things happening for the Avs, that if they can tighten that part of it up post-All-Star break, they will be right there as the team that we kind of envisioned them before the season started. Am I off here, Moj? Discipline.
No, I think you're totally right, Brett. And again, I think it sounds simplistic when I say it, and people are like, "Oh, you're just overgeneralizing." But the truth of the matter is that it starts in your own zone. You must defend well. You can't have the major breakdowns and expect your goalie to bail you out all the time. I mean, again, I looked the other night. We talked to Jared Bednar about that yesterday. He said one was just a turnover. You're trying to be too silly, getting the puck out of your own zone. It's not 100% Kaner, but when you have the puck on your stick in your own zone, and you've got at least a little room, you're not being checked and smothered by somebody, that puck needs to get out. So when you're talking about backhand clearing attempts and all this kind of thing, no, make it simple. It's on your tape, skate to open space, find a man, get it out. I know it sounds simple, but that's where it starts, playing simple hockey. The Avs are incredibly talented, and sometimes they want to play uber-talented hockey. And then number two, it's breakdowns. It's losing track of your own man. And if you do that tonight here against these Tampa Bay Lightning, they're starting to play really good hockey, you're going to get your butt kicked.
Yep.
Nikita Kucherov has 90 points. McKinnon sitting 3 back with 87. These guys have separated themselves from the rest of the pack. These guys will absolutely burn you. You can't leave men wide open and expect to be able to win this game tonight. And so it comes with defending in your own end. It comes with support, too. I mean, I've watched teams defend the Avalanche superbly so far on this road trip, especially Carolina and the Florida Panthers. And the support from their forwards to their defensemen was exquisite. I mean, it was very enviable. And I haven't seen that as much out of the Avs. Now, I've seen spurts of it. I've seen good periods of it, but I haven't seen 60 minutes of it so far on this trip.
I think the Avalanche, if they can win in Tampa and finish off this road trip looking like the Avs we saw in the last game, it just makes you feel so much better, right? Because now you can look back and say, all right, those first games were just a result of an all-star break and they weren't into it. But if they go back to what they did in those first 4 games, now that concern carries over. It just carries over.
Vic, you're totally right, man. Yeah, you got a couple of games at home, Arizona, and then obviously a red-hot Vancouver team. You go on the road to Detroit, and then you'll get the Leafs and the Stars back-to-back, and these are obviously very good teams, but you'll have a chance here. You have that one road game. You'll have 4 home games with the one road game, the in and out to Detroit mixed in. Yeah, you got a real opportunity to start racking some things up, building some points again. You look at the top of the division, you control your fate against the Dallas Stars in that particular game, and you've played well against them so far this season. Yeah, Vic, you're totally right, man. Start putting some things together here, getting some points racked up, and all of a sudden everything feels better. The bus ride feels better, the pasta before the game tastes better, all that kind of thing.
So you got a big one tonight as they take on Tampa, and you can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So a couple of things here. Number one, Vic, you brought this up with Leggy, and I think it's a good point. I don't know why San Francisco was so quick to release Steve Wilkes. I don't know what that guy has done to people, but remember, 2 years ago, well, the year before this past season, he took over as interim coach of the Panthers, right? And the Panthers were pretty good in the latter half of the year when he took over. Couldn't get the head coaching job there. And then he goes to be the DC in San Francisco. He holds the Chiefs to like no touchdowns through 3 quarters, and he gets the axe at the end of all of that. It makes no sense to me. And I don't know what this guy has done to people in the past, but it looks like he's a pretty damn good coach and can't hang on to a job. Like, doesn't he feel very much
There's
kind of like
gotta
a
be some-
scapegoat for
Well,
San Fran's loss?
It looks that way, but there has to be something behind the scenes going on. There has to be. Otherwise, you don't let good coaches walk. There has to be.
His
Don't you think that's
defense,
what Leggy-
his defense. I was thinking about it. His defense overall this year for the 49ers, it was better than D'Amico Ryan's defense.
Yeah.
That was still pretty damn good, and he took over the job in Houston, and obviously has done a great job there. So I guess I don't get it, Vic. There's got to be. Is it a personality thing? Is it a?
It's got to be.
I don't know what it is because he
In
seems
terms
like
of-
he's a pretty damn good football coach.
In terms of performance in the Super Bowl, why did the Niners lose that game? Because the defense or offense? You guys tell me.
Offense.
Offense.
There's no question about it. Like, especially,
Offense.
I'll give you an exact moment that I thought that the Chiefs were going to turn a corner, and they didn't. So, end of the first half, Chiefs drive down. They get their first points of the game, right? They get a field goal before half, so it's 10-3. Chiefs also get the ball in the second half. And I'm thinking, all right, well, they just scored. This is going to be a touchdown drive tie ball game. Do you guys remember what happened? Interception, 3 plays into the drive. The Niners get the ball on the 40-yard line. They're damn near in field goal position already, and they moved backwards and had to punt. And I'm like, Wilkes? Ain't his fault. You know, and I don't know if you guys have seen these videos coming out, by the way. They're doing all the mic'd up stuff, and these videos are trickling in from interactions in the Super.
Are you talking about the official?
Oh, the Bill, is it Winovich?
Vinovich. Bill Vinovich, the lead official, yes.
Yeah, Bill Vinovich.
He goes, they better convert this third down or else Mahomes is going to win this game. Like, he knew
We're
it.
all thinking that. Every person watching that game said you have to score a touchdown there. You have to score a touchdown. Listen, you cannot walk away with 3 points and give them a chance to walk you off. You can't do it. You can rewrite that book 30 times, and every time I tell you, you have to score a touchdown. Can
I give a shout out, by the way? Do you know what didn't happen after the Super Bowl that I think has happened the last few years and certainly throughout the course of this NFL season? We didn't have one discussion about the refs after the Super Bowl. Shout out to them. They called a good game. I'm so glad that we didn't have a Super Bowl that was marred with a, can you believe they missed this call or they made that call in that moment?
Is this true? I saw this meme going around, and I need our fact checker to substantiate.
Oh, here we go, Vic.
Yes, Vic.
and his
Taylor
memes.
Swift was
Yes,
all a
Vic and
plan
his
to get
meme.
Biden
Yes.
reelected. Yes,
Yeah,
we
great
know.
job.
We covered
Is it
this.
true that in the last 3 Super Bowls the Chiefs have played in, the last 3, is it true that their offensive line has not been called for holding in any single one of them?
That could be true. I know what you're going to say, Vic, and I saw the same things you saw. You saw some 49ers defensive linemen absolutely tackled, smothered, held, knocked down, whatever it is you want to say. It's true. They get away with a lot.
That's a crazy stat. 3 Super Bowls, 3 full games, not one holding call on your offensive line.
Who was it that said before the Super Bowl they hold a lot? Who said that?
Nick Bosa.
It was Bosa from the 49ers. He said, he asked about the offensive line. He's like, they hold a lot. Well, they do hold a lot. It's just not called. That's true. I think that's true.
That would include the Bucs game where that O-line got beat up. They didn't hold once in that game?
Well, go ahead and look it up. How do you look that up? Ask Google.
You look it
Google.
up. Everybody look it up for you.
Somebody out there look it up.
mean,
You guys
people,
are
you're
researchers.
There
Penalties
must have
were
friggin' personal secretaries out there.
penalties were 6-6 in that game. Did they call them on the Niners? Like, that would be the issue here, is that the Niners were getting holding calls and the Chiefs weren't. Then it'd be a problem. I got actually no issue if they're calling that on both sides. Like,
Sure,
everybody's
for
saying,
one
like,
game.
Nick
For one
Bosa's
game.
being held every single play
Sure.
and so many holding
But
calls missed. But did they do that to the Niners, is what I'm saying.
That's fine. I understand. Some guys allow things to happen, and if you allow it both ways, no problem. But to allow that in 3 different games, 3 different Super Bowls?
Oh,
same
I'm with
team,
you there,
not
yeah.
to have a holding call? That's flat out nuts. That's nuts.
Flat out nuts. Flat out, Brett. Do you understand what flat out means? Flat
I don't
out
think
nuts.
he knows what flat is.
I don't think he does.
He doesn't know that. He can't even
Flat
see the bounce. He's from Nebraska. He knows
out.
flat. Do you know what flat is?
Wouldn't I be the expert on flat if I'm
Yeah.
from Nebraska? Isn't that how that works?
That one's going to backfire, Vic.
Yeah, you just keep fact checking. Did you figure this out yet? Did you look at those Super Bowls? How hard can it be, dude? You're sitting there with a computer in front of you. You know I can't do both.
You know what I realized this morning, by the way, as Marty tries to look this up, is, again, Shanahan's taking heat for not taking the ball, or not starting on defense in overtime.
Right.
And, again, I have a terrible memory, but I thought I was remembering this correctly. Dion did the same thing against CSU. You guys remember that? Overtime started with CU and CSU, and he took the ball first.
He did. He did.
And
You're right.
maybe it's a different situation. Maybe he thought his offensive talent was so good that he's just going to try and bury him to
you know
start.
what?
But
he made the wrong call then. I remember being critical of that
Yeah.
then. I remember being critical, and that worked out for him because they won the game. Okay, so let's see.
there's a
one was
holding
declined.
call.
It was
there you go.
That doesn't
declined.
count. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's no holding calls on the Chiefs. There's no holding calls.
Well, what do you mean? It's like they didn't make the play, so they declined the call. It was called. It was an interception. That's why it was declined.
In the final stat sheet, are they called in the final stat sheet for a holding call? That's how.
No.
Don't play this little game.
It says holding.
It says they called it
Offensive
for a hold,
holding
but they got
on the
picked
center.
off.
But it wasn't upheld. Okay, let me change the definition. How many holding calls were upheld in those three Super Bowls for the Kansas City Chiefs?
I guess 0. I guess. I'm with you. It's weird. It is weird, but to not acknowledge that they had a hold and the only reason it wasn't accepted was because the other team got the ball on that play. Yeah. I mean, got one.
That is the craziest stat I've heard about this team in this Super Bowl. 3 different Super Bowls, not a single holding call upheld. Crazy.
303-504-0925. Let's go back to the Nuggets from last night as it was an did Marty find another one?
Uh-oh, here we go.
It was a
Is it
holding on a
upheld?
punt. And it was enforced.
So this whole thing we've talked about for
Wait,
the last
wait.
5 minutes is false then.
Why does it say no play, Marty? Why does it say no play and they redid it? What's going on
here?
here?
They redid it.
No, Marty, keep looking.
It's because it was
Because
accepted.
they took
no
because
play
they took the
because it was
penalty,
accepted, and
forced
then
them
they
back,
re-kicked.
and then they punted again.
Yes,
yeah,
that's what
no
it was.
play.
Boom.
So boom, there is a holding call in the Super Bowl.
Well, then all this stuff going on social media is just crap then, right?
Now, it was a punt. Maybe they're getting at when the offense is on the field.
Offense
Maybe
is on
that's
the
what they're
field,
talking
yeah.
about. Marty, keep looking. We'll get back to the Nuggets, though.
Don't make him. Don't, Marty. Let me
digging.
say something. Don't keep looking. You're
I'm
fine.
going to rewatch all 3 Super Bowls in this break.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think we got our friggin' answer. Okay,
Marty,
I think we're good. Thanks,
How many
buddy.
holding calls have been called in the history of the Super Bowls?
Lay out. Nuggets lose. I'll be honest. I saw a lot of people very pissed off last night about the Nuggets loss. I was disappointed, but I wasn't going crazy like some people were. I'll explain next. I got to be honest. When I saw Ludacris come out during the halftime show,
Bow.
that was my halftime show. Luda, Vic, look it up. Luda, Chris, look it
I
up.
know
He
all
doesn't
about
know.
Luda.
Yeah,
Dude,
you
I
don't
know all. What do you mean I don't know? He was
don't
sporting
know.
the fro, and he was wearing some like astronaut outfit.
By the way, Luda, I think it was his first Fast and the Furious. Was that Tokyo Drift? Was that his first one? Because he's in all the Fast and Furious now.
I don't. He wasn't in Tokyo Drift.
No?
Okay.
No,
Here's a-
he was
here's a
not in
great
Tokyo
question.
Drift.
Here's a great question. This is the greatest question I think I've ever posed on this show. I mean, I am so proud of coming
It's
up
not
with
saying
this
much.
follow-up
Vic.
Spit
question.
it out.
Vic, it's not saying much.
You brought up Luda and Chris, Ludacris, in Tokyo Drift. Who is the greatest rapper turned actor in history of rapper turned acting?
Ice Cube.
I got 3 candidates. Ice Cube,
Cube
is one of them.
Ice Cube's
Ice-T.
very one note, but he is good.
Common,
Common's
Common?
good. Common's good. I like Common.
Common's very
another
good.
one.
I don't. Ice-T's. I mean, he's had a long career on television, man. He solved a lot of crimes and gotten a lot
What
of bad
about,
guys.
What about
The thick son of the like that's
No,
all
no,
I
no,
hear
no.
when he's on that SVU.
what about the built guy? The guy that built. I forgot his name. Built.
50
He's all
Cent?
Built up. No, he's built.
No.
He's swole. LL Cool J.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, he's okay.
Look,
he's okay.
I
in a
will say,
couple movies.
for without a doubt, it's Will Smith. If you consider his rap career a rapper,
No. Will Smith, I thought
he
was
had like
more-
2 albums. I mean,
But Will Smith went rap. He went acting to rapping.
no,
He didn't go
he
rapping
did
to
not.
acting.
No, he did not. Big Willie style was
How about
like
Will
the
Smith?
same time as Fresh Prince.
Will Smith?
Where have you been? Where have you been,
sorry.
Raj? I mean, we were in the middle of talking about Will
Okay,
Smith
all
right there.
I'll give you
Oh,
Will
my
Smith.
bad,
If that's
sorry.
the case, if it's Will Smith, he wins hands down because he's. I mean, his movie.
Well, I
making
thought
alone.
I thought Tupac in what was
I got
with
one.
Janet Jackson. He was in with Janet Jackson. Poetic
I don't
Justice.
How
He was
about
pretty
this?
good in that. Yeah.
Steve Nelson, our boy Nelly, coming up with this one. We've forgotten about this one. Marky Mark.
No.
And the Funky Bunch.
No, he's not a
No.
rapper, dude. He's a.
What are you
he's
talking about? Don't you?
He's just a.
Don't you
just a
put that
singer
out
guy.
there.
Look, I like Wahlberg's movies. Rapper.
He was more of a singer guy, wasn't he? I mean, his brother
All right.
obviously was a
All
singer.
right, if you want to talk about one-offs, Eminem and 8 Mile, awesome.
He was
He
really good
played
in 8 Mile.
himself. That
yeah,
feels like
but
a
he was-
cheat.
It was really good. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't doing Shakespeare or anything, right? He wasn't in Romeo and Juliet, but it was a cool movie. I thought he was really good.
How about this one, Vic? Athlete turned actor.
Oh, dude, there's a bazillion.
I know,
Come
who's the
on.
best?
Go down. I mean, hell, Jim Brown started it. There have been John.
No, I think Chuck Connor started at the Rifleman.
That's true.
Played for the Boston
That's true.
Celtics, you know?
Yeah, you're exactly right. You got to go way back.
OJ?
God, that's a. Didn't Pebbly Jack have a role in Gone with the
jeez.
Wind somewhere?
I think he probably did. Yeah, he did.
So wait, athlete turned
Good talk.
actor.
Okay, good.
No,
Mark-
I want to figure this out, Moj. Athlete
Mark
turned actor.
Harmon.
Well, dude, Alex Karras, there's a Merlin Olsen.
Hey.
There's a billion of them.
Guys, The
Fred
Rock.
Dr- Fred
The Rock
Dreyer,
doesn't count. That's not the game I'm playing.
Fred
they're
Williamson.
actors to start with in their sport.
Brian Bosworth. The boss
he's
is
not
in
a
all
great.
those commercials.
Yeah, he's great in the Dr Pepper commercials, though, as the cop, as the sheriff. He's really good in that. Yeah.
Wasn't OJ in a couple
Said
couple
OJ.
flicks?
We just
You
said,
said
okay,
it?
yeah, we said that. Yeah, we
Kareem
said
was an airplane.
that. Yeah, he was. Not a great actor, though. Not very good.
Like, do you count Carl Weathers?
Well, yeah, he played in the NFL.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
like,
why
so
wouldn't
did Terry Crews, but it was like a
You
cup
know-
of
you know
coffee.
what's funny? The guys you just mentioned, Carl Weathers, Terry Crews, they're more known for their acting careers than their
I feel like there's
sports
got to be a
careers.
balance
So-
here. Yeah.
But if you're more known for your acting career, that means you didn't do much as an like The Rock. The Rock was an athlete. He went to the University of Miami. He sort of fluttered. He didn't make it in the NFL, and so he became a wrestler/actor. Okay.
Why is it all football players that become actors? Name one baseball player that's become an actor.
Or a basketball
Greg Maddox. Yeah. Well, Chuck Connors, the rifleman, played
player. Yeah,
for
but
the
I'm
Celtics.
talking
and
about
then,
a current basketball player. Doesn't happen.
Athletes turned actors.
I got to know this receiver that went to Arizona State, who was one of Jake Plummer's receivers. His name's escaping me. He's in all the Old Spice commercials. Remember, he was the guy that played the Minotaur in the Old Spice commercials?
Yeah.
Can't remember his name now. But he was he was an okay college player. Okay.
Dude, you're right. There's not a whole lot of them. There's really not.
Oh, somebody
Dan
said,
Marino, Ace Ventura?
No,
Will Nelson
no,
said
no.
Wancho.
No.
I'll tell you what, KG was pretty good in Uncut Gems.
He was.
He was pretty good.
Yeah. But, I mean,
But
it's
again,
just
you're
a
playing
one-off,
yourself.
though, right?
You're playing yourself.
Yeah.
Terry Bradshaw's been in a few movies.
I think it would be hard to play yourself in a movie. You're overly dramatic.
Oh, you remember
Let's
Ed
act.
Marinero
Play
from
yourself.
You remember Ed Marinero from Hill Street Blues? Remember that guy?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
He used to play running back for the Vikings back in the day.
Moj, I
Yeah.
got you. Cam
these are all
Neely,
football players.
Little Seabass.
Any
Cam
hockey
Neely was
players?
Seabass. Yeah, he was Seabass in Dumb and Dumber. Exactly right. Cam Neely was. Yep.
Somebody
That's his only
sent
role,
me-
though. I don't think he's ever done anything else.
Somebody sent me Nathan McKinnon's cameo in Trailer Park Boys or whatever what's that show?
That was
that's
pretty
in-
good. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
pretty good. Yep.
Did you guys? Okay, I'm reading this list of athletes.
Brett
It
Favre and
says,
something about Mary.
it says Tony Danza. What athlete was he?
I think he was a boxer.
He was a boxer in real life. Yeah, he was a boxer.
He had a
That's why he played a boxer on Taxi.
9-3 record. Okay.
He had 12 fights. I don't know if they were
How about,
legit.
what about Howie Long? Howie Long was in some big movies, wasn't he? Broken Arrow.
Bill
that
Romanowski.
kind of thing?
Bill Romanowski was in a lot of big flicks. He really was.
Well, he was in the
He was
Longest
in the remake
Yard.
of The Longest
Yeah,
Yard.
The Longest Yard.
He's
yeah.
been in several other movies. He was in Bench Warmers.
Kurt Russell played Double-A baseball in El Paso.
You don't see many NBA and NHL players go acting. You just don't see it. It's weird. Oh, and somebody I forgot this because it happened an hour ago. Somebody chimed in on a text line and said, I don't understand why all these other leagues can't figure out how to put everything on television for free because the NFL does it every week. And I love that argument. And I love the fact that you can watch NFL for free sometimes. Sometimes, as you can see now, you can't. You have to go to Peacock or Amazon. And it's changing. And it will change. What's the difference, Moj, between the NFL and MLB, NHL, and NBA? What's the difference? What's the biggest
Well, the difference is that the NFL has 17 games. That's it. 17
Once
games.
a week, 17 weeks. It's a
That's it.
little different than 162.
62.
or-
82.
It's a little different.
Yep.
Yeah.
Little different.
Okay, so we'll do a Nuggets recap here in the next segment. Sorry, I got sidetracked. It happens from time to time. The other thing I wanted to mention, you're talking about these TV contracts. Again, if you guys missed it from yesterday, the Rockies, they have now a package where you can spend $100 and you get all the games for the entire year through MLB TV or the MLB app. So that's one thing. But there's another TV contract that I want to talk about. And this to me is just insane. ESPN has re-upped with the college football playoff on a 6-year, $7.8 billion deal. It'll keep it with ESPN through 2031, I believe is the number. But I've been trying to find this, and Marty, can I have you dig again? Sorry. Can you give me the details of the first college football playoff contract with ESPN? Because I know this one is worth more, but let's think about this for a minute. The previous college football playoff had 3 games. It was the semifinal games, and then it was the championship. This is going to have a whole bunch more. And it feels like if you want bang for your buck, $7.8 billion, obviously a ton of money. But it feels like a pretty good deal for ESPN, the fact they're getting way more games.
I thought ESPN was hemorrhaging money.
They are.
This is crazy
But
how
I think
our
it's,
business
I know
works.
it's just, but it's you got to spend money to make money. I guess is the way they're looking at it. That means a
Gotta
lot
hemorrhage more
of
to make
money.
more?
Well,
But
the only
listen,
thing
man-
that they really have, dude, think about this. Do you watch ESPN for any other purpose than live sports? Because I really don't anymore.
I watch Van Pelt. I
I
watch Sports
yeah,
Center.
I watch
I
Sports
still like
Center.
seeing highlights.
I watch 30 for
I'm-
30. Yeah, I watch
I'm
30
one of
for
those
30.
weirdos-
30 for
you know.
30? Is that even a thing still? Do they even do that?
Well, when they did them, I liked them a while
Kaner, I
ago.
came home last night from the game, and I like to unwind. I sit there, and I like to watch the highlights of all the sports that took place, all in one place. I don't want to go look for them. I don't want to go. You give them to me. I don't want to look. You give them to me.
Yeah. Here's the other thing, though. College football is in the business of just for their playoffs, $7.8 billion. Forget the other TV deals that are like conference networks and stuff like that. The amount of money in college football is bleeping unbelievable. Like, if I asked you guys 20 years ago, like in the CU national championship run, those years, 90s, would you ever think that college football would become this kind of behemoth dollar-wise? How crazy is that?
It's the second biggest sport in our country. And I know there are a lot of people that are not big fans of college football, but it is in our country. It's the second biggest sport. It's the second biggest moneymaker.
Like, we got to the days of, I just saw Shedeur Sanders is leading the way for NIL in college football. He's making over $4 million a year from NIL stuff. Like, could you ever imagine college football becoming this? And I'm not even saying that in a good or bad way. I know everybody's got their own feelings on this, but just how much it's changed in this short amount of time is unreal to me.
It's still, we don't know what the ramifications are going to be, down the road. Maybe it'll all be perfect. Maybe it'll be great. And maybe there'll be some crashing and burning and some pulling back by people when they don't get the bang for their buck out of a certain player or players or whatever. But right now, boys, it is the Wild West. In fact, these guys like Shedeur, these guys who are getting in right now as the whole thing shifts and changes and it's the Wild West, they probably have it the best, to be honest with you. They probably have it the best right now because people don't know what's going to work and what's not going to work. They're just throwing out money to get players to come to your school.
Moj, do you know how many streams are crossing and all this money that's being spent and someday someone's going to have to pay the piper? The new deal that was arranged upon last week, ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers, which has TNT, right? They're all going to go into a partnership, see if it goes through, and provide their own streaming network, streaming platform. Okay. The NBA and the NFL and every other league, they were so caught off guard by this. Because what happens when they start streaming on this new app, right? On this new app, and you're watching one of those channels on another platform. Are they going to black you out on another platform and force you to go to theirs? Is that what happens now? Think about that for a second. Think about what I just said. Are they going to shut off the other platform that you've paid for when you're watching their product because they want you to go to this?
To their product.
Already.
Yeah, to their product. Yeah. And don't worry, it's only going to cost you. It's only going to cost you an extra $39.99 a month. I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, you're going to be fine. Just an extra $39.99. Before you know it, man, to get everything that you want, including Rockies and everything else,
over $200 a month.
You're going to be paying $200-$300 a month. And then you're going to have to try to pick and pull and meld everything together the best you possibly can. It's going to be completely scattered.
There's too many streams crossing right now. Don't cross streams, baby.
I was taught that at a young age.
Don't cross the streams.
By the way, just to give you guys full context on this, think about this for a second. Because when the playoffs start, Marty, was it 2000?
The first contract was signed 2013.
The contract was signed 13, but when was the first playoff?
14.
That was 14. So in 2014, when this all started, it was a 12-year deal, and it was around $470 million per year to have the college football playoff on ESPN. That is now at $1.3 billion per year after this new contract comes in.
More than doubled. Crazy. More than doubled.
Crazy.
In a decade. It's more than doubled. Wow.
Damn near tripled.
Regarding the forcing you to go to a platform, you mean like Altitude does? Well, here's the difference, though. Altitude would love to be carried by Comcast. Love it. Begged it. Preached it. Wanted it. Still want it. They don't want it. There's a big difference there. I don't know how else to explain it. I don't know what else to say. They don't want it. What do you think's going to happen to Comcast?
They don't want it.
Hey, your cable system on Xfinity, Comcast, what do you think's going to happen when they start this new platform, by the way? this new ESPN, WBTNT? What do you think is going to happen to all those channels that you
All
have?
those games, yeah.
You might want to ask yourself that question.
303-504-0925. Now let's get to the Nuggets. Again, a lot of people very pissed yesterday about the way that game finished and the way they limped into the All-Star break. I had a little bit different thought. We'll get to it next.
You know, it's going to be pretty nice in town this weekend. And what I recommend that you do for this President's Day weekend, get to Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. You've been thinking about an EV or a hybrid as of lately, where you can shop Ford, Volvo, Mazda, Lincoln. You've got more cars there in captivity that you can shake a stick at, and you can choose from over 25 different models. They are your hybrid and EV headquarters, and the sales staff there is terrific. They answer all of your range, charging questions, everything that you may have. They are the EV experts. So do yourself a favor this President's Day weekend. Take some time, get on up to Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield and check out Silterhar Motors, or you can shop online and then head out there at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com at Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
I got a very important thing to show you guys. I've won an award. Can you believe it? Me. I've won an award. You know what the award is?
What?
Take a guess. What do you think the award is? I got the paper right here. I'll show you.
Are you the employee of the week or employee of the month?
No. I got an award for being an employee for 5 years. That's the award. I've just stuck around for 5 years.
Did you get anything for it?
I did, actually. It is $75 to Altitude Authentics.
You know I've never gotten a damn thing for any
I've never
of
gotten a
these
damn
yearly
thing
things.
either, man. I've
Not
never
a
won
damn
nothing. I
thing.
mean, give me
And all
nothing.
these
There's no
newbies are getting all these
appreciation.
damn things.
Stupid
We don't
jerks.
get a damn thing.
That's Weebays.
Well, have
Not
you
a
guys worked
damn
at
thing.
Have you guys worked at the company for 5 years? Have you existed as long as me?
Dude.
Shut up, Marty.
Dude.
Marty, you got a 5-year award, right?
Yep.
So
Got one.
we're longer tenured than you. That's just the problem.
I would like to know how many people that have worked this company have gotten things. And Mosher and I, we just not in this club, or what's going on here?
We'll mail it
Get
to your
nothing.
house.
Yeah.
It's been on your desk for years. You just never seen it.
Have you? So you guys haven't existed in this company for 5 years. I mean, that's fine. I mean,
Apparently
you'll get
not.
there. Hey, you'll get there, guys.
What are
Keep
you
your
gonna
chin
do
up.
with that big, hey, what are you going to do with that big award sheet there? You going to put that up in your office?
Oh yeah, yeah.
frame
My
it.
office here. Thank you for 5 years of service.
I never got
The
five.
greatest of all time, though. The greatest of all time. The greatest award ever presented. For those that are new to the show, and we're not here about a year ago, our own Marty O, whose name I cannot pronounce, his last name, and he's been with us for a long time. I still cannot pronounce
Mosher,
it.
you
Marty,
can.
how do you Leskowitz? All right, whatever. He won.
Leskowitz, but he was
Leskowitz?
called something else in school.
All right. He won the Grand Poobah. He won the Employee of the Year. Right?
Sure did.
And we all nominated him. I know I did. I voted like 3 times for him. We all got him
I
that
totally stuffed the ballot box.
and he received his
I
award
didn't
as a
place a
small
vote.
little plaque, and they misspelled the award. Okay, so they
They misspelled his
got
name.
another
Yeah.
one for him. They got another one, and they misspelled the next award too. Mm-hmm. The name was misspelled, and then he got a third one. Is your third one spelled correctly?
They absolutely nailed that third one.
So you have 3 plaques, courtesy of KSE.
I'm a 3-time winner.
3 plaques. 3-time winner of Employee of the Year. 2 of them happen to be misspellings.
Hang on a second. A couple of these texts coming through. Those boomers get Social Security. They don't deserve it. Another
that's
one.
good. That's
I
good.
got $50 gift card to Altitude Authentics, and I never even worked there.
I mean, this is a major oversight. I want management. I hope management is listening to this show right now. Mosher and I haven't got jack squat working here.
Guys, you keep your nose clean. I'm sure you'll get there. Okay? It's just a matter of continuing the hard work. That's all it is. All right.
Got to
So
bootstrap it, boys.
Nuggets lose last night. I know they're limping their way into the All-Star break. Look, man, I'll make this very simple for you guys. I know a lot of people were pissed at the sort of collapse at the end of the game. I totally look. I accept it. Okay, I understand it.
Yeah, you don't have to like it. You don't have to like it.
Yeah, it makes total sense. You get to the end of a game. What do? You go Jokic and Murray 2-man game. You suffocate the other team with that until the game is over. And guess what? No KCP, no Murray. Your backcourt defense against a very, very good backcourt against the opposing team, the Kings that you were playing. Like, it all just concocted in this huge sort of potion for
fact-
bad news.
Of the last 3 losses, a 3-game losing streak going into the All-Star break, they're now 2.5 games out of first. And watch out, they're only 3 ahead of Phoenix. Phoenix and New Orleans are right behind the Nuggets. Watch out.
Yep.
4th place is not as sturdy as it once was. Here come the Suns. Here come the Pels. But I want you to think about something. 3-game losing streak. Of those 3 games, last night's loss was probably the most satisfying. If a loss can be satisfying. Or the most, what? What's the word I'm looking for?
Here's what you're looking for, Vic. They showed no effort the previous 2 games, and they showed effort last night.
Exactly right. The
They were very
Sacramento
good.
loss.
The
The
Joker's
Sacramento
just
loss.
really. Joker's tired. He looks very tired
Yeah.
to me.
The loss in Sacktown last Saturday was the second game of a back-to-back. You can use that as an excuse, but Sack played last night on the second game of a back-to-back. The Nuggets normally are very good in those second game of back-to-backs. They got blown out. They didn't come to compete. Milwaukee, KCP and Jamal Murray only played for a half. I get it. I get it. Last night, those two guys didn't play at all. Their starting backcourt was not there. You're playing a bunch of young kids. I get it. I do.
Yeah, but Vic, these are your young kids. These are your guys that you're going to have to win with not only down the stretch but in the postseason.
But a lot of them,
I would like to see them. Okay,
a lot of them,
but I would like
they're not going to play.
I would like to see them win a game like that. Win a game where you start out good. You've got an 11-point lead after the first quarter of play. You're up by double digits in the third quarter, and you don't win it. I mean, listen, I know there are mitigating circumstances. I know that Joker looked really tired. You had to play some kids. Your starting backcourt is out. I dig all of that. You still should win that game, man. I mean, the Kings lost a tough one in Phoenix the night before. They had to come all the way here.
They could have won that game. They could.
Yes.
I'll say this. Sacramento was ready to
should.
fold last night. They scored 16 points in the first quarter. They looked tired. They looked worn. They looked beaten. The Nuggets had a double-digit lead. They were up 12 at half. If you come to play in the third quarter and really lay it on them and you put it up 20, if it's a 20-point lead, I guarantee Sacramento just says, all right, we're out.
Can I
but
give
you know what?
Yeah.
You gave them life.
Can I give you guys just a couple of facts here, okay? Your starting two guards are out, and Jokic played awful. And you played a good team. It's not like the least understandable loss in the world is all I'm trying to say. Like, Jokic was bad last night. He couldn't make a shot. Everything was short, and you're out Jamal and KCP. And the Kings are damn good. Like, I get why you would lose that game.
And yet you're still up by 12 at the half. And I think the game, I'm telling you, the key momentum shift in the game, 4 minutes, 17 seconds left in the third quarter. The Nuggets are up 12. They're about to go up 14. Joker drives to the basket, gets hacked, gets shoved by Sabonis. No call. None. Joker does one of those, what the hell? He gets teed up. Malone gets teed up. Double text.
I thought
they
he was
get
getting
free
tossed.
throws. They score on the next possession. They then cut into that lead and cut it to 5. What should have been a 14-point lead at that point and a little more breathing room was cut to 5 in a matter of 2 minutes. That changed the game.
I'll just speak for myself, I suppose. Second half of this, I know it's not a half, post All-Star break, I have no concerns. I think they'll be fine. I think this break is coming at a great time, actually. They get a little mental reset, they jump back out there.
It's funny you say that.
But can we say this, though? Much like the Avalanche, they're going to have to find themselves. You know, they're going to have to find who they are, who we know who they are. They're going to have to find that, and they're going to have to show that for my liking.
Yes.
And I'm affording them the ability to do that. They deserve the benefit of the doubt, but they're going to have to do it at some point.
I don't like extremists, and you're being an extremist here.
How's that
Brett.
extreme?
I don't like one side and the other. I don't like people who say, just chill. And I don't like people who say, oh, my God. I don't like, it's got to be somewhere in between. If you don't have any anxiety, you don't have a pulse. Don't tell me you don't have some anxiety about the Nuggets. Don't tell me that doesn't
here's
exist.
why. Here's
you're
why.
lying.
No, I'm not. When the Nuggets
you are. I can see your face.
When the Nuggets are healthy, they win. When they aren't, they lose. That's what I've seen the last 3 games. Like, we're talking about a 3-game losing streak is the concern here, okay?
But are you concerned at all about the kids that did play last night? I'm going to include Zig Nagy in that, all right? And I'm not going to include Holiday, obviously, but I'm going to include Brown, Gillespie, Watson, and Zeke Nagy.
They're not playing in the playoffs.
Well, some of those guys are.
No, they're not.
Peyton Watson and Christian.
Peyton Watson is, and Christian Brown is.
Peyton Watson and Christian Brown and Reggie Jackson will.
Okay, then
and
those
maybe
two guys
DJ.
were those 2 guys were 2 for 10 last night from the floor. 2 for 10.
Okay.
Combined. 2 for 10. Okay, I'm just saying if they're going to be relied upon, and 2 of those guys are, then I'd like to see them be relied upon.
They've earned more trust than a 3-game losing streak sending you into a tailspin. That's what I'm telling you. When they're hurt.
I gave Bill Hanzik and Chris Dempsey a scale 1 to 10. How worried are you? All right, 27 games left after the All-Star break. You're 2.5 games out. You can't cruise like you did last year. You got to fight and claw if you want that 1 seed, if you want it. So a scale of 1 to 10. I asked Dempsey. He said, 3. He's got your argument, Brett. Mm-hmm. When they're healthy, they can beat anybody, and they have. All right, 3 for him.
I was going to say a 3.
Hanzik surprised me. Hanzik said 7. Hanzik said 7. He said
Wait, his nervous
the bench
level?
plays.
His nervous level?
Yes. He said he's worried. It's a 7. That's what this is. This is Bill Hanzik, mind you. He's forgotten more basketball than we'll ever know. He said the bench and the lean nature of the bench is starting to cause fatigue in the starting lineup, and he can see the fatigue. He saw it in Joker last night. He's worried. That's just two people
I
spoke
saw
to
it in Joker last night too. I saw it in Joker last night as well. I didn't like it by any means. I'd say I'm probably at about a 5 right now, 5.5, maybe something like that. I'm affording them the opportunity to get out of the break and start to put their stamp on things and start to behave and look like the guys that we know that they are. That's what I'm looking for.
Let me ask you guys another question about scale here. Pre-All-Star break. What grade would you give the Nuggets pre-All-Star break? What they've accomplished so far?
I'd say a B.
Yeah.
I'd give it a B
Can't
plus,
give him an A
but
if
okay,
you're-
fine.
I'd say
Well, I
B.
mean,
I'd say B.
there-
A plus
you know,
or B, leading the conference.
What's funny is less than a week ago they were leading the conference.
Yeah.
They were
They
on
now.
top of the conference. 3 losses later, they're 2.5 games out.
That's the point I'm trying to make here, Moj. I think that people have gotten really caught up in a 3-game losing streak where a lot of good players are hurt, and they're taking that as some sort of indictment on there's something wrong with the team, where I just think the problem is they're not healthy.
I think, see, where you and I are at a crossroads here, I agree with you. I'm not as concerned as Hans is, but I'm not as lax about it as Dempsey is. I'm a 5. I'm halfway there. 3, 5, 7. And my thing is this. You can't model last year anymore. That model's out the window. Last year, they cruised into the All-Star break as the top seed. They had such a vast lead over the bottom half of the conference. They could do what they pleased down the stretch.
Yeah.
They were bad down the stretch. They were mediocre down the stretch. And they still won the conference. Can't do that this year. So last year's model, bottle up, throw it in the trash. You got to play differently this year down the stretch.
Yeah, you gotta play.
You don't have that privilege.
Yep. 100%. So what do you want to see? Second, I always want to say second half. Post All-Star break. What is there, 27 games left or something like that? What do you want to
26-1.
You want me to ask? You want me to give you the general purpose answer?
Yeah, just,
I want to see
just
health.
generally. Okay.
Health.
What if they sacrifice wins and seeding for health? Are you cool with that? Like they could be a 2 seed, but maybe they're a 4 or 5, but they want to keep guys
you have
healthy.
to have 3 seed or better.
Okay.
And if you do the research since 2005, no NBA champion has been lower than a 3 seed, I believe. Somebody fact check my work.
And how
so
long?
you got to get home court at least in the first 2 rounds.
How long
you
did
have
you
to.
say?
I believe 2005.
Okay.
That's we'll call that 20 years, 20 seasons going into this.
So
one,
I
or
need
2024,
me a 3 seed. I need me a 3 seed. If I get anything less than a 3 seed, you're damn right I'm going to be worried. Yes.
Even if they're playing well going into the postseason as a 4 or 5 seed, I'm not going to feel good about that at all. I'm not going to feel confident, man. I'm with Vic. I need for my own personal sanity, I'm going to need a 3 or better. I agree with Victorio.
Listen, man, people are making a good point. A healthy Nuggets team goes into Boston and wins. A healthy Nuggets team goes to L.A. and wins. Healthy Nuggets team wins. You can't guarantee health. That's the problem. You can't guarantee it. You're going to have patches where you're not going to be healthy.
But this
And
is
you win those games.
this is no different than what we would have said 2 months ago. I mean, we all kind of understand if the Nuggets go into the postseason not healthy, then it's not going to go well.
But you know what? They weren't fully healthy last year either, and they managed to still win the top seed pretty easily. The difference is the rest of the conference is caught up. The
They
rest of
have.
the conference is better.
Yeah, those teams,
Hey,
all those young players, they've all kind of made a jump.
I've got my own problem here at the press box in Tampa. And I'm thinking, I'm looking down, watching the Avs morning skate, thinking about 2022 and the Stanley Cup championship and where I was and roaming around the ice and what a great time that was. All that goes away, though, for one significant reason. I get here this morning at about, 8:15 in the morning, right, to get set up and everything in my booth. All the bathrooms up here are locked. So if I want to go take a squirt, what I've
Well, it
got to
looks like
do
you're
is
in a
get on the...
bathroom.
Okay, I'm in my TV booth, okay? So you can call whatever you want to call it. I know.
That's your
there's a
TV
light
booth.
This is my TV booth, yes. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'll give you a little bit more here. Hold on.
Oh, great. He turned on a light. Thanks, Edison.
Is there just a
And so-
hanging power strip behind
Yeah,
you?
what is that?
That is a power strip
Sloppy.
that's hanging in midair. Correct. There's
Yeah.
no cameras in here
let
or anything
Tampa know
yet.
they're sloppy. They're sloppy. They got a sloppy
Okay.
outfit there.
Well, if I want to go take a whiz, there's only one elevator here there's only one elevator in this building that can go to the press box and down. It's a freight elevator, right? And everybody's using it right now. So it takes me, if I'm going to go take a whiz, it's going to take me probably 10 to 15 minutes to complete the operation, whereas that door right there is a bathroom. I can't use it. It's locked. So I've had to take a whiz now for about 45 minutes, and I've just been gutting it out for the goodness of this show. Gutting it out. It's like when you're on a long road trip with your parents and they won't stop. You know what I mean? Like, you hold it. You know, it's one
You
of
know
those
what I've
kind
learned,
of deals. I've been dealing with
You know
those.
what, Moshe, with the room that you're in, you might as well just find a bottle and go in that. It's not going to look out of place in
You
there.
don't even need a bottle. Use the corner in that room.
You know, it's nasty as it is. You know what I've
You
learned?
guys
though?
are filthy pigs. You're a
Moshe,
filthy
take
pig.
a lesson
What?
here. Take a lesson here. Upon losing my prostate, I've learned. In fact, I guarantee I am the best at something in this group. I am so good at holding my pee because you teach yourself. The human body is able to come up with new ways. So the prostate used to be what held the bladder up. You lose the prostate and suddenly you have to relearn how to do that. But I've learned it to a point. I've become so good. I'm like a freaking magician. I can hold that for hours. I just mentally am focused. I can do what most cannot.
Hell of a skill.
Well, what happened before you learned that skill?
Oh, I had to wear diapers. I pee myself every 20 minutes.
Okay, what? I'm going to risk
but
it.
you
I'm just
learn.
going to hang. What time is it? Okay, we got 20 minutes. I'm going to hang. I'm
Yeah.
hanging in, Brett.
We got a fact checker next. Circa Sports available right now in Colorado. This is Brett Kane, and you should get on Circa Sports because it's sports gambling the way it should be. Tight money line splits, very, very high gambling limits, and excellent customer service. And tonight, you got the Avs in action. They are almost even money, minus 102, taking on Tampa tonight. In the NBA, the only game on national TV, TNT Bucks at Memphis. Bucks 11-point favorites. You can check it all out for yourself on the Circa Sports app. It's the world's largest sports book in Las Vegas. So jump on it right now as it's available in Colorado. Download the app or go to circasports.com. Any gambling problems, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit problemgamblingcolorado.org. Few things here before we wrap everything up. The Avs in action tonight against Tampa. You can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I still can't believe, by the way, that an athlete was arrested in the arena for something that again, Moshe, I think you were gone for this discussion. Maybe you can help us. Maybe Todd Bertuzzi. I don't know.
I was scheduling a surgery at that time.
Okay,
Yes,
that's fine.
Thank you.
Isaiah Stewart was arrested before the Pistons
Never
and
seen it
Suns
happen.
game. Nobody's ever
Never
been
seen
taken out in handcuffs as a player, right, from an arena?
Well,
Never
was
heard
he
of it.
taken out in handcuffs, or was he just Was he officially arrested like that, like perp walked, like Martha Stewart?
That's what it
Hanging
sounds
her head
like.
on the-
I mean, if you say arrested, isn't that what that is?
I just heard that they issued him a citation. I don't think they actually cuffed
Phoenix,
him and took
well,
him downtown.
you guys tell me what this means. Phoenix police statement on Isaiah Stewart. Stewart was arrested for assault and issued a citation and then released.
He could have turned himself in. They could have said, "Hey, you got to come in."
They said arrested.
Yeah, but I mean, but that doesn't mean you're in cuffs. You just get booked.
Different ways to get arrested. You want to get
What's-
you
and
want
what-
to get arrested?
To me, this is going to be like, he got
See,
arrested for
this-
jaywalking, and he was just
this goes
issued a
back
citation. And
once
I mean,
again-
come on, man.
We are so ill-informed when it comes to proper prison rules. None of us have ever experienced it, and I think one of us needs to experience it.
Proper prison rule.
Spend a
Okay,
few-
here we go.
Yes, spend a few days in prison, do some hard time, hang out.
Yeah, Brett, why
see
don't
what
you
it's all
why
about.
don't you go get busted for a little grand larceny today?
Okay.
Well,
Let us
none
know
of
how it
none of
goes.
us
Take
have-
notes.
None of us have the experience or the authority to talk on this, and we always talk out of our you-know-what. So you're talking about getting arrested. You don't even know what it means.
I'm
man.
asking a question. I feel like arrested
Well,
means you get
arrested
put in
once,
cuffs.
and you'll have a little get it done. Get some experience.
What is hard time? Is that like 30 years, or is that just like
It's also a
difficult
great question.
prison? Like
I'll tell you what hard
for 30
time is.
days.
Spend a
okay.
weekend night with me when I can't watch my sports. It's hard time.
You want to repeat what I said to you, Marty, or no?
Yeah, what did you say?
No, sir.
What did he say?
Something, and I'll show you.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
All right. So the Avs take on Tampa tonight. Give us. I know we talked to Bednar yesterday, Moshe. He said Tampa looks a lot more like the team from 2 years ago right now with the way they're playing.
Yeah, Vasilevsky is playing some pretty good hockey. What's fascinating to me about this game, I mean, this is the Nathan MacKinnon, Nikita Kucherov showdown, is it not? I mean, you're talking about the two top scorers in the National Hockey League, and MacKinnon, you know, it seems like he's continually chasing Nikita Kucherov. Kuch always seems to chime in with a goal here or a couple goals there and an assist and that kind of thing, and they have a lot of guys on Tampa who can put the puck in the back of that. In fact, Brandon Hagel's got 8 points in his last 5 games. But, I mean, the storylines kind of write themselves. MacKinnon and Kucherov, and then you have two former Norris winners who are completely different players. But you got Victor Hedman, who's still awesome on the back end. You got Cale Makar. There's a lot of stuff going on here in addition to, obviously, these two teams hooked up almost 2 years ago in a Stanley Cup championship.
Obviously,
Tampa's playing good hockey. The Avs have 4 more wins than them on this season, but they're really starting to kind of put it together now. They really are.
This could do so much for the Avs. By the way, if you had this rough stretch coming out of the All-Star break, you win this last game. If you can end this road trip with a W, then get 4 of your next 5 at home. I mean, you could get right back on the right track and put a lot of fears at ease in the middle of that.
The road
I
trip
think you're
is
right
much
about
more
that.
digestible if you can do that.
Yeah,
no doubt about
I
it.
think you're right about that. Yeah, Vic, and you brought that up earlier. Just getting 5 out of a possible 12 points on the road ain't fun because you want to get at least half on the road, and you probably should have, would have, could have, in New York and New Jersey. But, it would be, more digestible, more palatable if they would come home with another 2 points and then have a couple of days off Friday. Saturday's also an off day in terms of there's no game, and then you play an early game coming up on Sunday against the Coyotes. The Lightning are 7-3-0 in their last 10 games. They moved into third place inside the Atlantic Division, so they're going to be a formidable opponent. And I'm telling you, Nikita Kucherov terrifies the snot out of me every time I see this guy. He's one of the best passers in the game. He's one of the best scorers in the game. He's just that good, and that's why he leads the league with 90 points.
So we talked about we want to know what prison rules are all about. We need to be arrested. We need to feel. We need to feel that.
Here we go.
Somebody texted in, I'm an attorney for the Colorado DOC. Is that what it is? I can arrange, Department of Corrections. I can arrange a visit. To which Marty replied to this texter, we would like to do a live show from there, please. Thank you.
You'd like to do a
I've told
live
you guys,
show
dude,
from a jail? The jail.
We literally
a lot of
have
people in jail
listeners.
listen to us.
We
Yeah.
have listeners in Denver. We have listeners in jail. And so we need to be understanding of what we have to go through this.
I agree.
It's been a lifelong goal of mine. Without purposely trying to get arrested, I need to know what it's like.
Well, Vic, it's not that hard to get arrested, I'm sure.
Hey, guys.
If you really want to know.
Hey, guys, as a PD officer, the way that reads, he was arrested, probably placed in handcuffs, walked outside, issued a ticket to Imperial Court at a later date for city charge assault.
So it doesn't necessarily mean you're cuffed.
Well, he just said put in handcuffs and walked outside.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that part. Are you doing the fingerprint thing? Oh, that'd be so cool to go do the fingerprint thing.
What?
Dude, I don't know what your fascination is with getting busted for something.
I just think it'd be cool, man. Go through the whole strip down, all of it.
No.
I'll tell you
No.
what, Vic. When you go to the store today, do a hit and run, and then call the police with your own location. Let them chase you, and then if you really want to find out how
the thought of
in
just
fact,
laying in.
Let me say this.
I just
would not
witnessed
mind
a
seeing
small man do a hit and run.
Yeah.
He's leaving in this exact car. I know the license plate and his registration number.
I'm going to be honest with you. I would not. I'm going to be honest with you. I would not mind seeing you get tased. I wouldn't.
Oh,
I
yeah.
wouldn't mind
Hell
that at all.
yeah. Hell yeah.
I can't. I'd be lying if I didn't have fantasies of lying in a cot in prison, just reminiscing with my prison mate, just talking about good old days and what we're going to do when we get out of here.
See, Vic,
You guys never have those?
You called it a
No,
fantasy.
no,
You have
can't
the same
say that I
fantasies
have.
I do, which is it sounds cool until you actually do it. Like I said, I watch these old TV shows like Mindhunter. Well, it's not an old show, but it's a show that takes place back in the 70s. And I see them, they're hopping on flights all the time. They're smoking cigarettes on the plane. I was like, dude, wouldn't that be cool just to light up in a plane? And then I think once I'm in it, it would be miserable. But
Dude,
the
when I was
idea
when I was
of
a-
it
when I was
sounds
a kid-
cool.
When I was a little kid, you could smoke on an airplane. In fact, I remember the back of the 727 they had.
When
like,
was that,
a
Moj?
smoke-
52? 53?
No, planes couldn't have been invented then.
I remember they had like a
8523.
they had like a smoking lounge, like they had couches back, like bench seat.
Really?
Bench seating, yeah, bench seating. Where and people smoked back there, the back of the plane. Yes, crazy crap, man.
8523 writes in, I've been arrested before. It was the lowest moment in my life. Well, you didn't do it the right way. There's a right way and there's a wrong way. You didn't do it the right way.
Dude, don't rain on our parade here.
Yeah, don't start sending texts that it was the worst moment.
No,
of
we've
your
seen
life.
TV. It seems
Yeah.
fine.
Some of those dudes, they get into those prisons and they run the show. They're suppliers.
Oh,
they,
yeah,
they
Vic.
provide
Vic,
everything.
that's definitely you. Yeah, Vic's the pit boss in the middle of the prison yard, isn't he?
What do you want? Walk away. Hey, what do you want? You want to play some Doug hoops? Let's go.
Vic thinks it's like Dr. Evil and Mini-Me in Austin Powers, right? Doing it. It's a hard knock life, right? Yeah.
For us.
Yeah, okay.
Dude, I just saw this. I guess this is the going rate. So rumors are that Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to get an extension, or it looks like they're in discussions for an extension, with an annual salary of $25 million.
Oh, my
For a
goodness.
receiver?
$25 million.
Dude, how long before your lines are going to be financially strapped and can't
Yeah, not
compete
long.
anymore?
Not long. Especially if they're going to sign Goff. They got to
He's a
sign
total
Sewell
stud.
soon. Like,
He's a total stud, though. St. Brown's
So
a
when-
total
well, this is why,
stud.
to Lakewald's point, this is why you need to draft well, right? You need to stock
Right,
a roster
correct.
with rookie contracts.
So when Dan Campbell sat up there after the loss and said, this may have been our best shot.
Well,
That's what
he's
you're talking
right.
about.
I mean, he's right. Shanahan's probably saying the same thing. Like, I know that we've gotten back here a couple of different times, but there's no guarantee.
That's the truth, man. I mean, you think – I remember Scott Gomez of the then New Jersey Devils. he went and won a Stanley Cup in his first year, and after his career was over, he said, "You know what? I thought that, man, we'd be doing this all the time." He goes, "That's the only chance I ever got. Thank God we won, but that was the only time I ever went. That's the only time I ever did it." Interesting stuff, man.
Dude, it's like the same thing. We could be talking about the same stuff, and fingers crossed, I hope it doesn't happen, but with Avs and Nuggets, and who knows, maybe that was the only shot that they had, and thank God they got it. You never know.
Well, you're not going to win every year, but I think when your window is open, you must take advantage of an open window. I mean, the Avs, you asked the late, great Pierre Lacroix, he probably thinks they should have won 4 Stanley Cup championships in that span, right? They won in 96 and 2001, but I think he probably thinks they should have had 4 of them. Yeah. And he might even be right about that. But when your window is open, you must take advantage. You must win multiple. You have to.
All right, 303-504-0925. You can check out the podcast. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane.
Guess where I'm going?
To skate.
No, I'm already at skate.
You're going.
I'm going to take a whiz.
Oh, I got you.
That's where I'm going. I'm going to go take a whiz.
Mosier, we got 40 seconds. Just go ahead. Go. Just go. Live on the air. Focus.
No, I'm not like Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. Remember that?
Yeah.
That was such a good
scene.
Go
full Dumb and Dumber. Dumb and Dumber. Just go, man. Just go.
Dude, I'm looking up how to get imprisoned.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, I am going to go. Goodbye.
All right. Bye, Moj.
Yeah, I'm out of here, too.
Avalanche, you can hear them tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
It's hard to go to jail these days. They don't arrest anyone.
Yeah. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Reggie. Throws it in on top over to Justin Holiday. Back over to Reggie. Poked away and a breakaway for Fox. Dunk left-handed. Could be the ball game. Quick inbound to Reggie Jackson. Off to Holiday. He leans in. Up and under layup won't go. And here we go. Harrison Barnes looks in. 0.8 left to go. Inbound goes to Sabonis, and there's the horn. Too much to De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter. The Kings close on a 13-5 run on the road in Denver, and the Nuggets limp into the All-Star game, which is not ideal. Final tonight from Denver, 102-98.
Oh no! We suck again!
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm Rob Trujillo. She's Kim Becker. We're filling in for Demps, who has limped his way into the All-Star break as well. I don't know. Nelly, do we know what he? Hey, stop! What do we know what he's doing? Is he on a beach somewhere? I mean,
he is doing absolutely nothing. He's doing he's taking a Mark Springer vacation, which means you just sit in your house and do nothing and recharge.
Yeah, because why would you plan something for the only time that you have 7 days off in a row?
No, exactly.
Yeah, why would you?
He's just vibing and keeping it tight, man. No need to plan anything.
I think it's real convenient that he decided to skip out the day after Valentine's Day, so he didn't have to answer for not having a Valentine's Day.
Oh, poor Dempsey.
I don't even know that that's true. But hey, listen, mine was no better. I sat at home by myself, and one of my favorite things to do is bet on the Nuggets to come back and win when they're down. That didn't go so well last night either.
So not only were you alone, Rob, you also lost money.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was a terrible night. What about you guys? How was your Valentine's Day, Kim?
My Valentine's Day was great, actually. My boyfriend made some steaks. We ordered some ice cream. And
you ordered ice cream?
Yeah, from DoorDash.
Is it like fancy ice cream, or was it like...
They just went to the grocery store and picked up because we were too lazy to go. So... I was like, did you get dessert? Did you have ice cream?
On Valentine's Day. You know what I mean?
No, we can order it. I was like, okay, fine. You can order it for me.
At least get Little Man or something if you're doing that, though, right? Don't you go for one of the...
There's something about the Ben & Jerry's ice cream that if you eat the whole pint, it feels like it doesn't count. Like any other, so I ate the entire thing. I know, you guys. I ate the entire pint of the half-baked ice cream, but I just feel like Ben & Jerry's is such a staple for their flavors and their kinds that it's like you get it. You can't eat half of it and put it back into the freezer. So that one you have to eat all of it. But if any other ice cream type, I'm like, oh gosh, no, I can't eat all of that.
Are you worried that the Cherry Garcia is going to go bad if you open it? That's why you got to eat it in one sitting.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to expire. The half-baked. It's cookie dough. It's not even cooked.
As the fat guy on the station, let me tell you that if you eat the whole thing, it absolutely does count.
I ate it last night. I went to the gym this morning. We're good. It's
that's the difference. You go to the gym in the morning, and I don't. So that's where we're having a little bit of a disconnect.
You gotta have balance in your life here, Rob. Come on.
And Nelly, what about you? How's your Valentine's Day?
I had some things to take care of, some business to do yesterday. So
that sounds dirty as
no.
God.
It was not that. That's my point. And so the lady and I took a rain check. We're gonna do Valentine's Day at a later date.
Did you at least get her a card or flowers or anything, Nelly?
We took care of things when we needed to.
Okay.
Wait.
You acknowledged that the holiday was yesterday, at least.
Yes.
Okay.
How did you negotiate this?
Well, we both, I'll tell you what, we both just spent 2 weeks out of the country together. We just spent 2 consecutive weeks together. So we said, we're still trying to rebound from the trip.
I don't want to see your face.
You
is
guys,
what you were telling.
I mean, you gotta give women a little more credit. We're not all crazy. Okay, there are some of us that understand it's midweek, maybe take a rain check. We'll celebrate on the weekend where we've spent a lot of time together. We're not all, I don't have that high of expectations, and that's how we have to live our life. And there are some of us out there that exist other than me.
Okay, but most of you are taken, so the ones that I date are all the crazy ones.
Well, they're the crazy ones.
Right, exactly.
It's another story.
Nah, man, we
100%.
V-Day TBD. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I was glad it was on a Wednesday this year, so there wasn't any app swiping pressure to take somebody out for a first date on Valentine's Day.
No weekend pressure.
What?
People expect that?
Oh, yeah.
Are you serious?
That
feels like a trap.
If it's like a Thursday or Friday night, they're like, why don't we go out for Valentine's Day? Because they don't want to be alone. Yeah, they don't. Yes, because they don't want to be alone.
Oh, that is so sad. I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry, ladies. I'm so sorry, ladies.
Rob,
we're all in different situations. It's totally fine. We're all on our own path. You are exactly where you are meant to be, ladies that are listening.
Rob, I will say, when I was in high school, I took a girl out to see the movie Valentine's Day on Valentine's Day. Totally nailed it, not going to lie. So it does happen.
Like a baller.
Is that your current girlfriend?
No, I did not go to high school, sweetheart. That relationship lasted about 3 weeks. That was a good
Well-
sophomore year of high school dalliance. That was not a no.
You're a romantic from the jump, Nelly.
I'd like to congratulate you guys on wasting 6 minutes where we don't have to talk about that Nuggets game last night.
Oh,
I know,
we should probably talk about it.
This is how down bad we are right now. The Nuggets have lost like 3 bad games in a row, a couple blowouts. The Chiefs just won another Super Bowl. Like what things are rotten in the state of Colorado.
Yeah, you got a tough
100%.
week,
Even
Nelly.
the Avs, like they had a good game the other day, but like
Even it was kind of scary there for a while,
Yeah, the
honestly.
road
even
trip
the Avs
hasn't
game.
been great.
No, tonight they really need to seal the deal, and we'll for sure get to that one. But let's talk about the Nuggets as they head into the All-Star break and what you saw last night. Rob, what'd you think?
I think they didn't really care. Felt like they kind of punted,
Mm.
which I don't necessarily have a problem with. If Jamal's not 100% healthy, KCP's not 100% healthy, sit him down, give him a longer break, totally fine. It even brings up the question to me about the backside of the All-Star break, but we'll get there. As for last night, what really killed me was they came out with so much energy.
Yeah.
I mean, the first half was great. The first half ended, it was, I don't know what, 60-38 or something like that. like they were in control. They came out with good intensity, good defensive energy. MPJ hit a couple shots. Peyton Watson was it felt good. And then all of a sudden in the second half, and particularly the fourth quarter, and I've tweeted this out before, what champions do is they close out quarters, halves, and games, right? Like that is the difference between great teams and good teams. And the Nuggets normally do that. And it felt like maybe Joker was just a little bit off at the end of the game yesterday. And, those last couple threes he takes, of course, he's trying to draw a foul to get 4 points. But I don't know, Kim, what did you think?
I think that the biggest bummer of last night is that now it's going to leave this hangover into All-Star break.
Yeah.
Because, and I saw what Michael Malone said last night. He said they're physically, emotionally, mentally exhausted, ready for a break. They are the reigning champions. For the first time, they're defending their championship title this season. They have a target on their back. And that's something we've talked about the entire season up until this point. But I think because they lost the last 3 and they're now heading into All-Star break off of those losses and they're the defending champs, now that's going to be more of a topic of conversation over the next week, whereas you knew this was going to happen at some point in the season. The starting 5 was not all going to be healthy. You were going to have several losses in a row. You were going to maybe hear the fact that they're defending their title as being part of the reason that they're not playing well. Like, we all knew this was going to happen. The biggest bummer is that now we have to talk about it for the next week, and it's not like a 24-hour mentality and then they get another win or so.
And Malone talked about it, how that losing streak is kind of going to be part of their life now for the next week. But I want you to listen to his voice when you hear this clip. Go ahead, Nelly.
I think it's we're not healthy. I mean, we have the best 5-man starting unit in the league. In the last 3 games, we haven't had those 5 guys together. So I think it's more of that. At least we defended tonight.
I mean, the dude shot, right? Like he's just, and that's why I give them credit for coming out with energy last night, because it is the last game going into a break. And they do all have trips to Cabo because we can't get any All-Stars except for Jokic. So, you might as well go to Cancun. But I just feel like they need a break. And I think part of that is playing 55 games before you get the All-Star break. Like, what happened to halfway through the season?
I was just going to say, why is the NBA that way? Because the NHL is pretty half and half, right? That All-Star break pretty much comes at the halfway point. What's going on with the NBA?
Let's talk about the scheduling because it drives me kind of crazy.
It's
What?
wild.
The reason that they do it is because it's the first weekend there's no football.
Oh.
But that's so dumb to me.
Wait, that actually doesn't logically make any sense.
Thank you.
They should do it
Before.
the week of the Super Bowl or
Bury
like
it.
the AFC NFC Championship.
Yeah,
because now no one has anything to watch other than hockey and what? Spring training prep?
Wouldn't you rather have that Celtics Nuggets game that was a fantastic game on a Sunday night? Wouldn't you rather Friday night? Like there's no Friday night NBA.
Especially when everyone's in their like post NFL depression mode. They want something to look forward to. What are we going to do this weekend?
And you know what they decided to give you?
The Avalanche Coyotes on Sunday.
Yeah, the Rising Stars game is going to be Friday night. That's what you're going to get to tune into. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't, to me, it doesn't make any sense. I understand they want to put their stars on a pedestal, but if you made it like the first week of January or something like that.
That is really weird.
And actually halfway in the season and just bury it on a weekend and put it on a Saturday instead of a Sunday maybe because you don't want to go up against the NFL, fine. But I just don't understand. And the NHL does the same thing where they put it the week of the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
They put it on that. Why wouldn't you?
So that's their thought, is that like the All-Star game will actually be watched by people, so they want it to be playing while there's no football game. That's the logic behind it.
I mean, it has to be, doesn't it? I haven't talked to Adam Silver about
but
it.
No one cares about these All-Star games.
100%.
Even the players.
And like, think about NHL All-Star. Like, how much of that did you actually watch? Like, I had it on in the background.
Highlights.
Right. Yeah. I put it on and like did other stuff.
Yeah.
And again, I know you want to highlight your stars, but that weekend of the Pro Bowl, wouldn't it have been better to have Avs Golden Knights?
1,000%.
Put a huge game on and just get you hyped up for it. And here's our best product that we can put on the ice.
I will say, for the very avid NHL fans, I'm sure they watched every single moment of the All-Star weekend, the skills competition, the games, everything. But those are also the people that wouldn't want to watch the NFL. They don't care as much. And I would say the same goes for NBA fans. The very avid fans will watch every single moment of this coming week, but they don't care about the football stuff. So if you're really trying to target the entire sports fan base, like just anyone who loves to watch any kind of sports, it doesn't make any sense to put it this week.
I just don't get it. I really don't. But hey, we've limped into the All-Star break. We'll talk a little bit about what that means for them long-term coming up later. But next, I want to talk about the Broncos. You're wearing a very nice old-school Denver Broncos hoodie.
Old school D right here.
And you know what? I'm going to make a case.
Okay. Good old Andy. Big red.
I'm going to make a case. I think they can be good next year.
Oh, boy. Rob,
both your faces.
Rob, you and I have not done a show together. We're in for a treat.
I'm going to put myself out there.
Okay.
I think they can be good next year. We'll talk about it next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Dempsey and Company. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in with Kim Becker. How you doing, Kim?
I'm doing great.
That's great.
This is fun. We're flying by here. We got lots going on.
I'm a little nervous
Oh, boy.
because I'm about to make a case that the Broncos can be good.
Yeah, I'm actually very nervous, too.
And that's putting yourself out there just a little bit. You know what I mean?
As a Denver fan, though, I appreciate that, and I'm very, very excited to hear your argument.
I'm trying to be positive.
I am
trying to be positive.
And Rob, you and I, again, have not done a show together,
Yeah.
but I am always very positive, or try to be, when it comes to the Broncos. So I'm actually very excited, very intrigued, just nervous because I really hope you've got a good one here.
I did the Broncos post-game show, and there were times that it was very positive and times that it wasn't. But so here's what I got. Do you know who has the highest base salary of anybody on the field for the Broncos going into next year? Like when they take the field game one, who will have the highest base salary?
Justin Simmons.
Nope.
Garrett Bowles.
Nope.
Pat Surtain.
Sean Payton.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Right. It was a trick question.
That's a very trick. Okay.
But there's a reason that I say that.
Okay.
So yesterday news comes out, Steve Spagnuolo gets an extension for being an amazing defensive coordinator, right? Sean McVay, what did he do with that Rams offense this year?
Try to turn it around.
Who is your highest paid employee? Sean Payton.
The head coach.
So instead of looking at this like, we've got no chance, what if we just look at it as, hey, let's give him some moldable clay? Now, listen, if you release Russ, even if you split the cap hit up, you're going to have to get rid of some guys.
Mm.
My argument is, what if you just nuke one side of the ball?
Okay.
Broncos defense through the end of the season was okay. They're pretty good. There are a couple times they let you down. You'd love to see a little bit more from them, but you got an all-pro player in Justin Simmons. You got an all-pro player in Patrick Surtain. You've got a tackling machine in Alex Singleton. You've got 3 great young pass rushers. Just leave them alone.
Okay, good. I thought you were going to say nuke the defense.
No.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Leave them alone.
Good. Yes.
You keep those
I'm with
cap
you.
hits, right?
Yes.
And they're not even that big when you're talking about Pat Surtain. He's still on his rookie deal.
Mm-hmm.
And on the offensive side of the ball, just nuke it.
Yeah.
Trade Garrett Bowles. Trade Jerry Jeudy. You pick maybe 1 or 2 guys who are vets on the team. Maybe Cortland Sutton.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mm.
But some of your best players, like Javonte Williams on a rookie deal, that's fine.
Yeah.
So you trade away a couple of the guys, Garrett Bowles, maybe Jerry Jeudy. You get a 2nd-round pick, maybe a 4th-round pick, something like that. And you just draft all offense. It's an incredibly deep wide receiver draft. I'm sure you can find an offensive tackle somewhere in there. You take your quarterback in the 1st round, and you just say to Sean Payton, Sean, you're our highest paid employee. It may not happen the first week, first month of the season, but turn this into a capable NFL offense. Pull a Texans. And I understand McVay had Matt Stafford, but pull a Rams and be our highest paid employee. Do you think he's capable of doing something like that, Kim? Because the look on your face says you don't necessarily believe that.
No. Okay. So I am very bad
You
at
ever done anything dangerous?
controlling my facial expressions. But when it comes to the Broncos, I think you have a very good case here. I think Sean Payton is more than capable of doing that. The concern that I have with this take is that he is on record saying, I can't replace all my wide receivers in my offensive line when they decided to bench Russell Wilson. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that little nugget that he had? So why did he say that then? If this could be a possibility, do you think he just doesn't want to create a whole new office? Do you think he doesn't have the energy, the bandwidth because he's older? He came back. He was hoping Russell Wilson was just the answer, and now he's not. And oh my gosh, I just want it to be a one piece. I want it to be a quarterback. That's my specialty. Or do you think he has it in him to trade away those players that you just mentioned and draft wide receivers, get a better offensive line, and actually do what you just said, even though a few weeks ago he literally said, I can't do that?
I think I remember the quote that you're talking about. So if I'm wrong on it, feel free to correct me. But I think he said, I can't replace them all in the middle of the season, didn't he?
And that could be, yes.
Right.
But
well, guess what?
So now it's the off season.
Now you've got OTAs. Now you've got, mini camp. Now you've got training camp. And listen, I know it's a crock-pot idea, and there is a small percentage chance of success.
He said, I can't replace the entire offensive line. I can't bring in 5 new receivers. And if it continues over a period of time, then there will be a new guy talking to you as well.
Okay. Well,
on December 27th.
I'm going to be positive and choose to interpret that as in the middle of the season.
That's fine. Okay.
And
I like the positivity.
I know it sounds like a crockpot idea, right? Like Josh on the text line says, I would love to be on the same drugs Rob is on. FedEx Dan says the highest base salary is Russ, and he won't be on the field for Denver next year.
Well,
guess what? His base salary, less than Sean Payton's. Yeah. So that should tell you how much they're paying. Sean Payton's like $18 million. Russ's base salary is like $16 million. Now, when you add the bonuses and stuff like that, the cap hit is bigger than that. But the base salary is only $16 million.
I do believe that you have a good argument here because George Paton is still in the building. Right. And that was another question that we all had heading into the offseason. Will George Paton stay? Sean Payton really stuck up for him, said that we talked multiple times a day during the season. It seems that Sean Payton wants to keep George Paton around. And it seems that the ownership group has put a lot of faith in Sean Payton's decision to do so, among other things. So I do think that the ownership group would give the reins to Sean Payton and be like, you just do your thing.
But isn't this why they hired him?
Yes. I think you have a very good take, Rob. I'm being positive with you.
And if your other option is to nuke everything, and then you're going to be terrible. A third option, I guess, is to only nuke the defensive side of the ball. But why would you do that when you don't have a quarterback?
Nah, they wouldn't do that.
Right. That doesn't make any sense. So I think I not only think it's possible that it makes them good, I think it might be your only chance to be good next year.
I think you're right, because I had pretty much accepted our fate and that the Broncos would not be great for the next few years again, because they're going to have to truly rebuild if they, not even if they anything, that's the answer.
Here's the kicker. And I know we're all really sour about this.
Yeah.
But here's the kicker. They have the 13th easiest schedule. Have you looked at their schedule? It's not overwhelming. In fact, some of the toughest teams that they play are like the Browns.
Mm-hmm. And who knows what's going to go on there with their quarterback situation.
Deshaun Watson could be terrible. Is Joe Flacco back? Can they score any points at all? Do they just have a great defense? The Ravens are going to be a tough team. But when you look at their schedule, there's a whole bunch of winnable games on there. You beat the Chiefs this year.
Sure did.
No reason you can't do that again, right? I understand. It's a little bit of a crockpot idea. I just don't think it's that far away. And if you have a guy, so let's say you bring in all new people. If you have a guy like Courtland Sutton, who you trust, who's your vet, who's going to be the leader on the offensive side of the ball, and you draft 2 wide receivers, and you draft a quarterback, and you get a free agent left tackle, I just feel like you pay the guy $18 million to scheme you an offense that can score 16 points a game. So
absolutely.
So can we get 20 points a game from you, Sean Payton?
We should, with his offensive history. Okay, Rob, but then I have a question for you. If we're drafting wide receivers and offensive linemen, maybe a running back or 2, what do we do with the quarterback situation?
Oh, I think you got to draft one of them.
You draft a quarterback as well. First, at 12? Try to trade down?
If you want to go with this plan, I would draft one at 12. You can't trade up because you need all the ammunition that you have. And I think you unload guys like Garrett Bowles and Jerry Jeudy and try to get a 2nd round pick or a 3rd round pick or a 4th round pick. Jeudy might not even get that much. But you might be able to get a 2nd rounder or a 3rd rounder for Garrett Bowles.
But you still think quarterback at 12?
If you're going to go with this plan, because you need a guy who has enough cachet to walk in there
and start
and command the huddle, right? And so he's going to be in there with a whole bunch of young guys. And not only does Sean have to trust that he can impart his plan to the quarterback, but that the quarterback is then going to be able to impart his plan to the rest of the offense. Mm-hmm. And so whether it's Bo Nix, who's got plenty of college experience, or Penix, same thing. You're talking about these guys who have a lot of experience as being the guy in the huddle. And hopefully the guy that you paid $18 million a year to can teach them an offense.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, the 13th hardest schedule, it's
workable.
Yeah.
It's moldable. You're right.
Last year we went through a stretch in the middle of the season where it was like Chiefs, Bills, Packers,
Browns.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
I mean,
tough.
I don't even know if there's that many tough games this year that you could have a stretch like that. You're talking about Atlanta and Carolina. You know what I mean? Like these
Yeah.
are teams that you should be able to beat.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Color me
I think it's a good-
optimistic, but
I've seen a couple mock drafts saying that J.J. McCarthy would be the choice for the Broncos at 12. What do you think about J.J. McCarthy, the Michigan quarterback?
the people that I trust that watch film, that like really break it down, love him.
Okay.
The people who know who he is as a person, maybe I guess is what I want to say, not quite as crazy about him. And I think there's a reason that Harbaugh in his press conference went out of his way to say, hey, this is a guy you should be salivating over, blah, blah, blah. He's trying to help his guy out a little bit who's maybe not seen in the best of lights. People tell me he's going to be a first-round pick. I find it hard to believe.
Yeah, I've seen that like several different mock drafts.
So if you had your choice of quarterbacks, I mean, of course, we're at 12, so maybe not your choice of quarterbacks, but the ones that we think will be available there, who do you like?
I mean, if Bo Nix is still available, I would probably go Bo Nix. Just with what he's been able to do, the versatility that we've seen, I think he's great under pressure, and I think that might be something that a quarterback coming in to start for the Broncos needs, because there are going to be so many different factors going in. I'm sorry, people, but you're trying to fill Russell Wilson's shoes, whether he had a good season or not this last season. You're still the guy that's coming in. They let go of Russell Wilson. You have to now command this offense. That's a lot of pressure to be under.
Yeah.
And so I would probably say Bo. I think Penix is great. The last game they played, what was it? The Pac-12 championship, or was it one of the bowl
the
games?
national championship.
National. Oh my God, that's right, Washington. I wasn't that impressed with him.
Yeah.
In the national championship, but he was great in the Pac-12 championship.
Yes. Well, and so
but that's pressure to me, right? The national championship, that's a pressure game.
But I agree with you. It's a ton of pressure. It's just a different kind of pressure.
Yeah.
Because being the face of an NFL franchise, when you are, I mean, he said it in that quote that you just read. I think he said it in that quote you just read, where he says, I'm not going to be here that long if I don't fix it. Right?
Sean Payton said that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the pressure you're putting on whoever you draft at quarterback. Sean Payton is going to be working with that guy every day saying, like, homie, you are going to decide if I have a job or
You
not.
represent me.
Yes.
You're right.
So he's going to ride that guy hard.
You're right.
Trying to make sure that they are prepared the way he wants them to be prepared and running his offense the way he wants them to run his offense. Question is that good enough for 20 points a game?
Well, then you have to have targets on the other side. You have to have better wide receivers. You have to have a better run game. Because, I'm sorry, but a rookie quarterback, it takes time to transition into the NFL from college. How many rookie quarterbacks have you seen come in with not a whole lot of stability on their offensive side and succeed? We know what happened at the Panthers this year. Okay, the Texans, perhaps. C.J. Stroud had a great season.
Yeah. And Anthony Richardson looked good as a rookie the first couple games he
Yes,
played.
but those are the first, top 5 picks? We're at 12. So I don't know. I mean, we're talking about Bo Nix and Penix Jr. as if they will be available at 12. Do you realistically think that they will?
Yes. Yeah.
You
I
do?
think those two guys will be there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Those two guys, JJ McCarthy, and it's sounding like Drake May is slipping a little bit. So maybe Drake May. But yeah, I think you could get one of those guys at 12. I think that's not out of the realm of possibility.
So who's your choice, Rob?
You know what's really sad is I would love them to have a second round pick, because it sounds like to me that Penix is going to fall into the second round. And honestly, that's what I would love.
Okay.
I would love for you to use 12 on. So in any given year in the draft, there are, I think Leggy said he had like 18 first round grades on draft picks last year. There's anywhere from like 15 to 20 guys who actually grade out in the first round. Now there's going to be 32 guys taken in the first round, right? But there's only 20 guys that have a first round grade. You're in a spot to get one of those guys. So I personally would love you to take a guy at 12 who has a first round grade on him, and then have a second round pick to use on a guy like Penix, whatever quarterback ends up sliding there. Because I think that's a lot less pressure on the quarterback. I think it's, you're not quite as all in on him as you would be if you traded up for a guy or something like that. So, You try him out for a year, and if he ends up being hot garbage, then you don't have any problem getting rid of him. We don't have the Paxton Lynch problem. You know what I mean? So I would actually kind of rather them wait, but they just don't have that second round ammunition to be able to pick a guy there. So I would love them to do, I guess, Penix in the second round would be my pick. But if I had to pick a quarterback at 12, you said you'd go Bo Nix. I think I'd like that for Sean Payton's system.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be able to execute what you tell him to execute.
Yes.
Is he going to create anything extra? Probably not. But he's going to be able to execute what you tell him to execute.
Game manager.
I think that's important too. Which, by the way, Nelly and I were talking about it in the break. So the reason I bring this up is because when they did these in the past, it was a player who had left who was on the cover of all of these. Just announced today, it is official. The NCAA PlayStation Xbox game is coming back through EA Sports. They're paying the guys. They're putting the names on the team. They put out a teaser video today, Nelly?
Yep, a teaser saying that the full details will be coming in May. Game to be released this summer. But yeah, college football, it's back. The video game.
I can't tell you how many years of my life got wasted playing Dynasty mode on NCAA football. My girlfriend in college was like, I know fight songs of teams that I've never, because it just in the background is just the fight songs. But on the cover of these, and I think the last one was Mariota, you said, Nelly, is that right?
I'm not sure. I think I remember it being an Oregon player in 2014, but I'm not positive. It's all a blur, Robert.
So I was going to ask you, Kim, who's the college player you're putting on the cover? You can put Bo Nix on there?
Well, no, you can't because he's going to be in the NFL now.
But that's what they used to do because they needed licensing to put somebody on the cover.
Well,
so
but now they don't because of NIL.
That's true. They don't. But if you...
Archie Manning.
Oh, my God, Shador.
Wait, you might be on to something. Oh, you know that Coach Prime is going to try and pull some strings.
Doing his stupid little watch celebration right there on the cover.
People would have a fit. People would absolutely revolt. Remember what happened when Coach Prime was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, the Sports Person of the Year? Yeah. Everyone revolted. You know all the little college boys playing this game are going to absolutely have a fit.
I mean, if you want star power, it's not like there's a Caleb Williams coming back like last year.
Exactly. So I could see Prime pulling some strings.
Oh, yeah, making some phone calls?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, Shador on the cover. That's the first time I thought of that.
That's a really good idea.
And actually, the last game that came out was NCAA 14, and it had Denard Robinson of Michigan on the cover.
Wow.
Shoelaces? Shoestrings? What do we call him?
Great question.
No, I thought his nickname was like Shoelaces or something like that. I don't know. The text line will tell us. No doubt who it is. But he won like a Heisman, didn't he? I mean, he was good. So
look, Tim Tebow, and what was this? 2011,
right? And that was so it would have to be a player after he left.
Right.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So maybe we put Bo Nix on there, and we just don't have as much fun as Shador. God, how much fun would Shador?
Shador would be fun. We would have a great time here in Colorado, enjoying that
and rubbing it in everybody's faces. And they're gonna be like, a quarterback with 4 wins is on the cover of the game. yeah. I can hear it now. I can hear it now.
The pot.
All right, Avs with a big game tonight, finishing up their road trip, and I gotta wonder if the road trip is even salvageable at this point. We'll talk about that coming up on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey on his couch with a pina colada.
On his couch with a pina colada.
I don't know. I mean, I normally say on the beach with a pina colada, but
bringing Mexico to
the dude's
himself.
not even like taking a nice vacation. So
Hey, he's spending time with his family.
Okay, well that's nice. That is nice. But I'm just, I was gonna rail on him a little bit because he could take the kiddo to Cabo too. You know what I mean? Like
he's in school. Rob, kids go to school these days. It's February.
You never got pulled out of school for anything?
Actually,
never missed a day of school?
No, my mom would take me out to go like just have lunch and go shopping. It
Wow.
was so awesome. I know. But I was a very
Wait,
good
hold
student.
on. We've gotta explore this a little bit.
Yeah, in middle school, I remember I went to Powell Middle School, and I remember I think it was my English teacher or something. He wrote a poem at the end of the year about all of the kids in the class, and literally my line was like, Kim Becker, she's one of the bunch. Her mom takes her out of school for shopping and lunch. I totally forgot about that until right now. That was a thing. My English teacher was like, this girl. But I was like a nerd in school, so I
Sounds
deserved
like
it.
you were a little bit of a silver spoon there, girl.
Well, yeah, but I worked really hard, okay? So I earned it.
Okay. All right.
Let me tell you one more story.
Yeah.
I got 1B in high school, and it was
How
an
dare you.
AP Calculus BC, so it's still counted as an A. That was the only B I ever got in middle school and high school. Otherwise, I got straight A's, and I cried. I was a loser.
Do you know what the most annoying part of it is? My sister was the exact same way.
She's also a loser.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
unfortunately, she wasn't a loser. She was actually like the kid who partied all the time, but still got straight A's in her AP classes. Went to NYU, got 2 degrees in 3 years. Turned down
man.
Columbia Law School and went to NYU Law. Yeah, that's my sister.
Good for
That's-
her.
Well,
Her and I
that's-
would get along well.
That's what I had to follow.
Give me
'Cause
her
she
number
that was
after
my
this.
that was my older sister. So that was the act that I had to follow with my C's get degrees mantra.
But I mean, you were still getting C's at Harvard, and then you did grad school at Yale, right? So you still followed in her footsteps.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, we played Harvard and Yale in rugby, so I was technically on their campus at one point while maintaining a C average. That is true, yeah. Was on their campus while maintaining a C average.
The details don't matter.
That's right.
Wait, you played rugby?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know you're a rugby player. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. See, that's my answer to anybody who wants to talk down about any kind of sport. Like, I think the toughest sport to play in the world is rugby.
I believe
It's the running, it's the physicality, it's all of it rolled into one. It's a ton of fun. All right, let's talk about the Avs a little bit. Big news coming down tonight that you just told me in the break. Kim, what do you got?
Connor McGahee, as of about 25-30 minutes ago, said Coach Bednar confirms that Anunin will start tonight against the Tampa Bay Lightning, and that Logan O'Connor is day-to-day with a lower body situation. So we do know who is in net against the Lightning tonight. Kucherov, McKinnon going head-to-head. This is going to be a big one, the last game of this 6-game road trip for the Avs. They only have 3 points in the last 5 games. Really could use 2 coming home after tonight, but we'll see.
Can they salvage the road trip, Kim?
I
Because, listen, there was a point where it looked totally beyond repair. But you're 1-3-1 now on the road trip. Can you get a win tonight? Would that be salvaging the road trip to you?
I don't think salvage is such a strong word. I think that unfortunately, they won't even get 6 points out of this road trip, right? With 12 on the table, so that's not even half. Salvage might be out of the picture, off the table here, but I think coming home with a win would be big. Heading into the game on Sunday at Ball Arena, they haven't played at home in weeks, and that would be really great after the first 4 games that they played. Even the game against Washington, yes, they won 6-3. The last 2 goals were empty netters in the final, minute and a half, minute 45. So even that game wasn't super pretty. And I think with the way that Coach Bednar wanted them to come back from the All-Star break, he said pick up right where they left off. That's not what happened. He said it's nitpicking time for the second half of the season. Whatever's been nitpicked for the first 4 games didn't quite equate for the next one. Now, I think tonight should be a really strong game if they want to feel like they ended this road trip on a successful note. But salvage, I don't think, is on the table.
So then why are we starting Eustace Samuel?
Maybe Georgie needs a break. I don't know. Maybe
Because
I don't know.
I know you want to get him reps. I know there are people who believe that he'll be a starting goaltender in the NHL one day. But I feel like this game is important. And it's not a back-to-back. And your next game isn't for a few days. And you're coming home out
And Tampa's not bad. They're a team you want to win or you want to beat.
I just don't understand why you start him in this spot. I mean, hockey guy, feel free to get on the text line and tell me why this makes a ton of sense. But for me, it doesn't make a ton of sense, especially for a team that just got off the snide and you want to carry that momentum a little bit and bring it home with you. It's not like you're playing the Washington Capitals. Would have been
or the Coyotes on Sunday.
Better spot to start Justus Annunen.
Well, and
in my opinion,
going to have Kucherov coming at him, who's leading the league in points currently. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's got to be something behind this, though. I mean,
you got to assume Bednar has a plan. I trust the guy.
I do too.
But I just question this decision. And then LOC. It was tough out there without him. Like that. You put Zach Parise on that line, and that's what you signed him for. Don't get me wrong. I actually was sitting in here with Kaner the day after they signed him, or the Monday after they signed him. And I said, no matter where you have a spot open up at wing, whether it's the top line or the second line or the third line or the fourth line, you can put Parise in there and get a yeoman's work, like a good, solid effort from him. But that line didn't look the same.
No.
And I'm wondering, with as hot as Lehkonen is, are you going to give him some top line time? Because when he was on the power play with those guys, I mean, that was pretty, right?
He had a 4-point game.
Yeah. So, this whole thing is making me a little bit nervous here. And, kind of conversely to the Nuggets, we were talking about the Nuggets earlier, needing to get to this All-Star break. The Avs, I feel like that break came at the worst time.
But that's not. Is that how you thought going into the All-Star break?
Yes.
I thought, really?
Yes.
Because
I
they were
said
so
it with
hot.
Kaner on here. Yes.
Okay.
They won 3 games in a row. McKinnon and Rantanen were on absolute fire. They had just gotten healthy. Lehkonen and Byram had just came back. And I said to Kaner, I'm like, dude, I just feel like it would have been nice to have a couple weeks of a roll here and just let them kind of streak and get hot. And, oh, God, they feel like they're struggling a little bit right now. I don't know. I mean, here's the real question. How much do they even need to win? They're right at the top of the standings anyway. I think they're a point out of first place in the division. And no doubt you want to get that first place spot because you want to avoid playing Winnipeg or Dallas in the first round. You want to make them play each other. But, and this is a question for the Nuggets too, how many games do you need to win to get that top spot?
So the Avs are currently 2 points behind the Stars in the Central Division, only 1 point ahead of the Winnipeg Jets. However, then you've got an 11-point gap.
Yeah.
So when it comes to how much do they really need to win tonight, probably not a lot when it comes to just the standings in the Central because of that 11-point gap in between the Blues and the Jets. But if they get 2 tonight, the Stars have 72 points. The Avs have 70 currently. Then they could have 72 with the Stars. I don't know if the Stars play today,
but Kim, I'm even saying for the rest of the season.
So probably not a lot, and maybe that's why they realize this is the 6th game on the road. They're exhausted. Even just traveling that much is so exhausting. They just want to get home. Maybe they're just focused on having 2 days off after this, right? Friday, Saturday they have off. Then Sunday they're back at home in front of a Denver crowd, which makes a huge difference for these guys. So maybe they're just saying, rest, Georgie. Enjoy your day, whatever. Enjoy your 3 days, then come in hot. We start really strong. You hate this, Rob. You hate everything I'm saying right now.
I'm a crushing realist. And our guy, Scott Hastings, who we love, always says the hardest game of a long road trip, first game back. I am terrified
of Sunday
for that Coyote. I mean, it's not a premier opponent. You've already lost to the Coyotes this year. You're going to be in your bed. And what Scotty says, for those of you that don't know what he says, he's like, you haven't done laundry in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You haven't seen your wife. You need to take her out on a date. You need to spend some time with the kids. You missed Valentine's Day. You need to catch up on all this stuff that you weren't expecting to. And the hardest game back is when you've got to refocus and go back to the arena and prepare yourself to play another game.
I think you just submitted your argument for why they're putting Annunen in net tonight then. Don't you think? Because then Georgiev can just focus on Sunday. Start focusing on Sunday now.
Ooh, I see, and I say the opposite. I say play Georgiev tonight and Annunen when he goes in on Sunday. He only gets so many games.
Oh, you think he's going to play on Sunday?
No.
Oh.
But I would have flipped it personally, right? I would have started Annunen on Sunday and Georgiev tonight. And, Eustace only gets so many games. So he's going to be focused for it, right? Like his head is going to be in the game. But yeah, I'm scared of that game Sunday, even with Georgiev in that. That game freaks me out a little bit.
And I think you have every reason to believe that. And I think you just made a solid argument, you and Scotty, about coming back, having to do laundry, just acclimating to being off of the road. Perhaps, I guess they get fed pretty well. I was going to say eating better, but I'm just used to being on the road and eating really terribly, but they get fed properly.
Yeah,
that's a different. That's
people
a different,
take care of
that's
that.
A terrible take on my end.
Why?
Sorry about
what
that.
What do you do?
Yeah.
You like in and out when you go to Vegas?
Cooking in
or
my
like-
bathroom. No, when I was skating, I skated with Disney on Ice for 10 years. So I was in a hotel room, so I had to cook in my hotel bathroom. It sucked.
You cooked in your bathroom?
I had to. That was the only place you could plug something in on the counter and actually have room. It was disgusting.
Wait,
Don't tell
hold
the
on.
hotels that though. That was illegal.
What's your go-to bathroom meal? What are you cooking?
Yeah,
The Uncle Ben's
and
orange
how?
chicken. So you have a skillet that you travel around and you plug it into the bathroom and you pour the raw chicken in there. You cook the chicken. Also because it smelled bad, so you had to turn the fan on in the bathroom. I know, and then you pour the Uncle Ben's sweet and sour sauce on it. It was terrible.
That sounds awful.
It's so gross.
So you were doing that and then just drinking bottles of vodka
Wine.
in Prague, and then
Yeah.
going and skating as Mrs. Potato Head the next day?
Yeah.
No wonder they
That
look
was my
lethargic
life.
when they're out.
I know, it was awful, you guys.
I've
Don't
actually
be fooled.
This question has entered my mind before, and we've got a minute here, so why don't
Okay,
I
let's
why
go.
don't I do that? You were a professional ice dancer. Is that
Yeah,
the way to
ice
say
skater.
it? Okay,
Mhm.
professional ice skater. I think this is the only show, definitely on Altitude, maybe in Denver, and probably on Sports Talk Radio, that could have an ice skating competition. Because I know Raj's family from way back in the day.
I do. I skated with his twin sister, Carly. We had the same coach growing up.
So, who's the better skater, you or Raj?
Oh.
Have we ever handled this?
No, but I think we need to. Katie Gauze is also a hockey player.
Okay.
So she could come. We could have a literal competition.
So here's what I was thinking, right? Because I think you're probably a better skater than him.
Thank you. Raj, I hope you're listening.
You do it professionally. Did it professionally.
I can't skate in hockey skates, though.
But that's what I was going to say.
Oh, no.
So to
And I bet
level
you
the playing field a little bit, what if we made you do hockey drills? You could even wear your figure skating skates.
Oh, okay.
But you have to do hockey drills.
That's fine.
Nah, the only way that it's fair is we need one of each. We need Kim to do hockey drills in hockey skates, and then we need to turn around and make Raj do triple axels dressed as Elsa.
No, that's round two. That's round two. You got to think about this like a fight promoter, Nelly, because you're going to be the guy who's setting this all up here, right? I need you to think about Becker versus Ryan Emmy 2 is
this
Raj,
time it's personal.
is Raj in, dancing skates trying to do a triple Lutz. That's what we're talking for this one, because I feel like I know he can't do a triple Lutz.
No,
Oh,
I'm just
Lutz.
impressed that both of you know both a triple axel and a triple Lutz. I'm very impressed, you guys.
That's because during the Winter Olympics, 90% of everything they show is figure skating.
We're sports guys.
I know my boy
do you
Scott
mean?
Hamilton.
Yeah.
I know my
Christy
triple
Yamaguchi?
distals. Yeah, exactly.
Nice, you guys.
Give me, yeah,
Very
come on,
good.
give me a
Wait,
little
so
credit.
and also more importantly,
Nastia Lukin?
when we're doing
No,
this
is that right?
when we're doing round
No,
two,
is that gymnast? She a gymnast?
yes,
I don't
that
know who
was
that is. Yeah.
that was gymnast. Yeah,
You were so close.
should have quit while you were ahead.
I know.
When we're doing this round, which Disney princesses will Kim and Raj be dressed as? That's more. I mean, you could reprise Mrs. Potato Head, but then who's Raj
but
gonna
no,
be?
for those of you that don't know, she's a redhead, so I feel like it's got to be like Ariel.
Ariel.
Yeah.
I know.
Or-
We all
or-
wore wigs,
or
though,
Merida, if that's not too much drag, like her frizzy
That's
curly
my,
hair.
That's my normal hair, though, is that frizzy
So-
curly
but
hair.
then-
You've seen it, Nelly.
But then, which princess is Raj gonna
Oh
be?
my God, I love this
well,
conversation.
maybe like Rapunzel, because he's shorter. So the shorter princesses, I feel like he's like
He's got the hair
Moana?
color.
Tinkerbell.
Moana.
Tinkerbell.
303-504-0925. What Disney princess does Raj need to dress as to do this skating competition where they're going to do hockey drills to start? Because I really do think Kim's probably the better skater.
I can't skate in hockey skates. There's no toe pick. I fall flat on
No,
my
no.
face.
Yeah, I mean, you can wear your regular
Okay,
skates.
I can
but
hockey
you,
skate in
but
my
you have
regular
to do
skates.
hockey drills.
Totally fine.
He's been doing them his whole life,
Let's go.
so I feel like it gives him a little bit of an advantage when you're probably the better skater. But 303-504-0925, the Disney princess that you want Raj, so you can text it in. We're getting some Snow Whites, some Jasmines.
Snow White's a good one.
Yeah.
On the Twitch line, you guys could just be Elsa and Anna, they said.
Oh, that's actually a very good idea.
let us know what you want them to be. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about that Nuggets disaster from last night on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
This is going to be Raj's solo music. Perfect.
I'm just cooking the fool. He's like coaching kids or something right now. What'd you say he's doing, Nelly? He's in Minnesota coaching kids?
He's headed to middle of nowhere, Minnesota to coach his youth hockey squad.
Listen, we'll talk about the Nuggets and that disaster last night, but we've got to get to this text line a little bit. So before the break, we're talking with Kim. And for months, since Kim first started here, I've always thought, who's the better skater? I just kind of want to know, her or Raj. Now, Kim, you did it professionally.
Yes.
And so I'd assume that you're probably the better skater.
I appreciate that, Rob. And I'm very glad that you've presented this whole situation. But that would take some context, because better skater, are we talking edge quality? Are we talking speed? Are we talking balance? Are we talking technicality?
Getting out of my wheelhouse.
Well, exactly, because when you say hockey drills, I'm like, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean power, I imagine? Speed? Is this sprinting down the ice? That I'm not so sure, because figure skates are built a little bit more for the edge quality and the balance and the jumps and the spins, not necessarily the speed, but
I just think you're probably the better skater.
I really appreciate that.
And so we need to have you two do hockey drills to kind of level the playing field.
And then after the hockey drills, we do a spin class, and I teach him how to do a scratch spin and see if he can do it without throwing up.
That
would make me the better
skater.
That's
Becker versus Ryan Emmy too.
Okay, but that's what I mean. I want a second round.
After you beat him,
okay,
then we spend 3 months promoting Becker Ryan Emmy 2, where he's got to do figure skating.
You have a lot of confidence in me, Robin. I appreciate that for winning the first round.
I believe in you.
Did you say a scratch spin?
Yeah,
that's we DJing or doing biking
here? That's what a normal spin is called. Just a forward scratch spin or a backward scratch spin, which is on your opposite foot.
So real quickly, we asked you what Disney princess Raj should dress up as for his competition here. Of course, Kim is going to be Miss Potato Head.
Yeah, of course.
Because that is...
Of course, Rob. Disney princess straight to Mrs. Potato Head.
Well, that's what you did.
That was my my high paying
I assume it was Toy Story that you guys were performing.
And it was awful. I hated that thing.
So somebody said the obvious answer is he's Mr. Potato Head and you're Mrs. Potato Head.
There we go. Now we're talking.
I don't hate that one.
Yeah.
But we've got a couple of Fionas from Shrek.
Oh my gosh, good.
We got a Piglet. I'm not sure
Winnie
why.
the Pooh, sure.
Yeah.
Because he's short.
Hunchback of Notre Dame. None of these are princesses, by the way. So I think you guys can do better.
Yeah, the Snow White and the Snow White was good. I could see him doing a very elegant.
Some comments that I should be Ursula. Which,
I love that.
Thanks.
That's good, Rob.
I'm the fat guy on the station. Appreciate that.
Nelly's having a. Nelly likes that one.
That one really caught Nelly
off
guard.
That one got me. Oh my god.
Or Luisa from Encanto for me.
Encanto. Ursula was also a role. It was a blow up inflatable costume that a short man actually
played. Well, you won't have to blow
played.
it up for me. I'll just
add the tentacles.
Put on the little costume and you'll be good. I get it. I'm fat. Leave me alone. All right.
You got to lower your voice a few octaves.
Do I? I don't know if I need to.
No, you probably don't.
I'm probably pretty set to be Ursula, just straight up.
We got Ariel and Ursula on your program today.
Yeah, great. We did a great job, I think. I really do.
I do.
Who didn't do a great job was the Nuggets in the fourth quarter last night, as we all, you guys with your significant others rubbing it in my face, as some of us were sitting alone on Valentine's night trying to take a little bit of joy out of anything. The Nuggets raced out to a huge lead against the Kings at home in their final game before the NBA All-Star break and then fell flat on their face. It was kind of ugly, Kim. What were your impressions on that game last night?
It was not what we are used to for the reigning champs. I said this earlier in the program. I still believe it. I thought this kind of stretch for the Nuggets was inevitable. There was going to be a point this season where they just couldn't really get everything together. Coach Malone said it's because they're not healthy. They need this break. I do believe that. It just felt like they kind of settled in too much in the second half there. They were like, okay, cool, we got this. And then boom, that's when everything happens in the NBA. I think they let their confidence and their, kind of their coasting take over. And then they let it slip away and it's gone.
And it's funny because I hadn't heard Kaz's call, but he literally says at the end of it, they're limping into the break. And that's how I felt about it too.
Oh, yeah.
Jamal and KCP out. These guys I think they need this break. We talked a little bit about the Avs last segment and how I felt like that break came at a really bad time. This break, I feel like came at a really good time. Listen to Malone's voice as he talks about needing this break here.
I think it's we're not healthy. I mean, we have the best five-man starting unit in the league. In the last three games, we haven't had those five guys together. So I think it's more of that. At least we defended tonight. I mean, that was my big thing to our team today, Harrison, was the last two games, we are 30th in three-point percentage. We are 30th in field goal percentage. So if you're not making shots, which we aren't, you got to get stops.
And, they sound spent. Now, there's 27 games left in the season. And there's 3 teams above them in the race for the 1 seed. It's kind of a 4-team race right now. And so, much like I asked you for the Avs, Kim, I want to know, how many games do you think they need to win to get that 1 seed?
All the home games. How many home games do we have? All the home games.
All the home games.
Because that is where they play better, for sure, and those feel a little more doable. But here's the thing with the Nuggets. I think they probably want to win at least 2/3 of those, I would imagine. So what's
you're going to have to
18,
at least,
right?
yeah.
At least 18, 20. Should we go with 20 games?
Well,
that's only 7 losses. I don't know, man.
20-7 would put you at 56 wins.
Okay.
Last year, they won the 1 seed with 53.
Okay, so they need 18.
Yes.
How many?
But they
is
also
it
didn't
the
have
Timberwolves
anybody
in the front, though.
Yeah, they also didn't have anybody chasing them last year.
Well, that's the thing.
And so it's not even just like they need to win a certain amount of games. Like that number goes up as any of those teams gets hot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so 20-7 over the ending stretch probably get you there. I looked real quick. The year before, Phoenix had 64 wins. They were the 1 seed.
Oh, wow.
But the next team down was 56 wins. So theoretically, you needed 57 wins to be the 1 seed that year. And then the year before that was 52 wins by the Jazz was the 1 seed. So, do we think they need to get to 60 with this kind of race between Oklahoma City, Minnesota, and the Clippers? Or do you think that something like 56, or you were saying 54, if they win 18 games, can get it done?
No, you're right. It's completely dependent on what happens with the Timberwolves and Thunder and the Clippers. Currently, Minnesota has 38 wins. Oklahoma City has 37. The Clippers have 36, and Denver has 36. So they're 2 wins behind the Timberwolves. However, the Nuggets also have 19 losses, and the Timberwolves have 16 losses. So do we know, do the Timberwolves also play 27 games on the other side of this? Probably around that,
close,
around there somewhere. But this is probably the year that they need more than the lowest possible wins, just because they're defending their title.
Vic said last night, you're not going to be able to sleepwalk into the playoffs.
No, guys are going to play them extremely hard at the end of the season because they know they're going to have to, and every team is going to show up with their best play against Denver, especially in the final push.
And here are the tiers, right? So if you're the 4 seed, you get home court in the first round,
which is important to Denver.
If you're the 2 seed, you get home court in the first 2 rounds, unless there's an upset, in which case this changes. But so, do they need to get all the way to number 1? Do you feel like they need home court in all 3 rounds? Or with the championship pedigree that this team has, are you worried about them going on the road in the playoffs for a Game 7?
Yes, but I guess it would be depending on who they play. However, I will say, to answer the first part of your question, with 27 games on the other side, I would imagine Coach Malone is telling them we need to stay strong, but we don't need to worry too much about the seeding. Because now I'm concerned with going into this All-Star break with 3 losses, that it might be a little bit of panic mode, because 27 games is a lot, but it's not that many.
Yeah.
They've already played 55. Is that what we said?
Yep.
So it's actually not that many when you look at the playoffs being right around the corner and where the other teams sit. So I don't think number 1 is going to be priority. I think it's finish strong, play the way we played in the beginning of the season, so that we have a good chance mentally going into some of these teams, and these other teams can see that we finished the season strong.
Are you a coach?
I should be.
That sounded like coach speak, right? like nope, we're just worried about ourselves. We're just going to play. I
With
just
the
want to
last
finish
3 games and the way that Coach Malone sounds in that clip we just played and seeing these guys, seeing their injuries, I just think that they are going to have to take it down a notch and be like, hey, everyone calm down. We are defending champions. We know how to finish strong. We know how to get our guys together. I'm not going to worry too much about a Game 7 on the road right now. I'm going to worry about just finishing this season strong and see where we're at.
Yeah, and your point is well taken, right? MPJ's been flickering on and off a little bit here. Love to see him light up before we get to the playoffs. Jamal, you want him completely healthy. KCP, you want him completely healthy. Aaron Gordon's been playing great. Can you continue all, and I mean, we don't even need to talk about Jokic, but can you continue all those things as you go forward? You know, Peyton Watson through stretches of this year has been phenomenal. Can he keep that up? Can he start that again through the end of the season? Can we get
Christian Brown come back?
Can we get Christian Brown back?
Yeah.
Like, dude, go to Cabo, get your head right, and come back and play for the last 27 games. So I'm interested to see how many games they would, in retrospect, at the end of the season, how many games they would have had to win to get that 1 seed. I feel like it's an important spot for them.
You do?
I kind of feel like they need to end up in that 1 seed.
Okay.
Because with the way that their bench is, and I know the rotations are going to tighten down, but with the way that their bench is, I want as many home games as possible.
Yeah.
I worry about that bench on the road in the playoffs.
And that's a very valid point because we all know, and that's why I said they need to win all these home games because they can win all of the home games. The home court is a huge advantage for this Denver squad. You are very correct on that one. So the 1 seed might be the most important.
Max on the text line, he's talking about the Disney princesses, and he wanted me to know that Star Wars is now included in the Disney universe, and that I should be Jabba the Hutt, and Ross can be Princess Leia.
I can get behind that.
This is getting out of hand.
That is amazing.
Can you give me your best, like, bring me Solo?
NFL news and notes with Nelly coming up next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm Rob Trujillo, filling in for Demps on a Kim Becker Thursday.
There you go. Kim Becker Thursday.
I hadn't said it yet, so I needed to make sure we got it in there. And it's time for Nelly's NFL Notes.
All right, I'm going to throw you a curveball and actually start with a college football story because earlier today, the announcement came down on social media that for the first time in 11 years, we will have a brand new NCAA football video game coming to a console near you. EA Sports finally got us off the schneid, or rather, I should say, EA Sports.
Nice.
It's in the game. So, in honor of this video game coming back this summer, they said we got the teaser today. The full details will be announced in May, including the summer release date. So, Rob, you said you're an addict of this game, or at least you were back in the day. What team are you most excited to play as in this new edition?
Listen, we need to have a talk about this because someone put out a tweet about this, and it couldn't be more right. Some of you guys play with the Oregon Ducks or the Alabama Crimson Tide or even the Colorado Buffaloes when you do your dynasty modes. And some of us play as North Carolina A&T, a one-star program.
What does A&T stand for?
Agricultural and technical.
Cute.
No, man.
Well, knowing you'd go as the University of Niagara Purple Eagles or something,
Yes,
since
sure,
I know that's your corner of the woods.
Me and my boys had a rule, right? So you had to pick a team that had at most one star.
Love that.
And it was either a D or an F grade. And then you build them up until they won a championship. You could only play 2 games a year. Everything else had to be simulated. Build them up till they won a championship. And then you had to leave. You had to leave and go back to another cupcake.
So all of those teams are available in this video game?
Play as anybody.
That takes a ton of work. How many freaking college teams are there?
123.
Dang.
And that's just Division I. So they probably have one. They used to have one AA in there too. I imagine that they're going to have one AA in there.
That's no wonder it took so long to come back.
Well, we already know, Kim, that you're going to hope that the game has legacy teams so you can play as the 2011 Wisconsin Badgers featuring Russell Wilson, your boy. So we know that'll be your weapon of choice.
You read my mind, Nelly.
You might even go back to some NC State
I was
legacy
gonna say,
teams.
I
think we have to make her play as NC State
Go
in
Wolfpack.
2009 or whatever that was.
I just ordered a Wisconsin Badgers number 3 jersey on break when I found out that I could play as the Wisconsin Badgers with Russell Wilson, just so you guys know.
Kind of gross. All right. What's next?
All right, why don't we actually talk about some NFL news? God forbid. Yesterday, the Kansas City Chiefs had their parade to celebrate their Super Bowl victory. And what's the best part of any championship parade objectively? Drunk players saying stupid things. And
100%.
the Chiefs absolutely delivered yesterday. You may remember in the offseason, Chris Jones actually held out for a contract with the Chiefs. And then finally, they gave him a 1-year deal, was it?
1-year
Just
deal,
a 1-year deal to get him on the team. He gets another ring. So at the Super Bowl parade, he told everybody that he's not going anywhere.
I need 3 of those rings, baby. We ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. Kansas City, we will be back here next year. And for those who want Chris Jones gone, I ain't going nowhere, baby.
And actually yesterday on PhD, Dan Tanner pointed out that particular speech and that wording might remind us of something from last summer.
Is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hey, we running back. We running back. Hell yeah. Come on. Get live.
Yeah, and I don't know what Brucey B's agent tweeted right after that, but I can tell you that Chris Jones' agent right after this was like, well, that's funny, but let's just wait and see a little bit.
Damage control.
That dude could be the highest paid defensive player in the league this upcoming season. And if it's the Carolina Panthers that offer him that contract, he's going to take that contract. I don't think Kim, do you think he would sacrifice money to go for 3 in a row?
Oh. See, I don't know what kind of money they all get for promotional deals and that kind of stuff. I'm sure they get huge bonuses for going to the AFC Championship, for going to the Super Bowl. So
there's 2 types of bonuses, though.
Okay.
Right? There's likely to be earned and not likely to be earned.
True.
and likely to be earned goes on your salary cap and not likely to be earned doesn't. And the only way that they determine it is, did you do it last year?
Oh.
And so if it's the incentive is win the Super Bowl, well, guess what?
Yeah.
They
They
won
already
it
did.
last, so it's likely to be earned.
I would hope that he would sacrifice the money to try to three-peat.
You would hope?
Yes.
Who? She would hope, Nelly. She would hope. Are you a Chiefs fan? What are we doing here?
No, but just I'm thinking in the terms of being an athlete and a football player. Like, what do you care about most? And I hate the fact that the answer could be money. And I know the fact that the answer is almost always money. So I'm just trying to salvage what's left of an athletic mindset in the National Football League.
I am parroting this, so I don't know if this is actually a true fact. I believe it is, though. Nobody's ever won 3 Super Bowls in a row.
No.
That's right.
That's correct.
And so, like, you do have a chance at history.
Exactly.
There is a little bit of that where, like, you can say we did something that has never been done before.
And when your head coach has said that is why he is coming back to try and three-peat.
But, homie, he's getting older. Like, I need to sit down with Chris and be like, dude, take the money. Like, you're running out of time.
It's not like he needs it. He has money. Are you kidding me right now? You're being so greedy, and yet you're like representation of Chris Jones. If you're sitting across the table from me,
I
as
think
Chris
you're
Jones.
being too optimistic. Like, I think you're being too.
What means more on your deathbed, the legacy that you left, or the amount of money in your banking account?
That you get to leave to your kids so they don't ever have to work.
Okay, that's fair. So they don't ever have to work. I want my kids to work. They need to know what it's like to have discipline and work ethic and get out there and earn their money. They're not going to just be little freeloaders sitting around.
Kim, you had a little rust in you there. You're going, at the end of the day, what matters more? The money that you can't take with you or the legacy you left behind you?
You shouldn't be surprised, Nelly.
Scott and Tyler are going to be on next, and I think they would both tell you, like, the money. It's the money.
Yeah, because they're grown men who are materialists. No, you think Tyler would say that?
100%. Oh, my God.
I'm going to have a word with him.
Tyler, maybe before Scotty right now, would say that.
Dang.
100% Tyler
You guys
says
make me
take
sad.
the money.
I want the money.
But it's just the reality of the NFL. Like, it's just the reality
But that's
of the
what I
business.
mean. There's so much money either way. How much money, how much discrepancy do you really think we're talking about in Chris Jones' hypothetical situation?
You know, I would have to look at the Chiefs cap situation, but I imagine they could offer him like somewhere between 10 and 15 plus incentives.
All right, fine. That's a lot of money.
And the Panthers could offer him 30.
Okay, fine. That's a lot of money.
I got her on board for 15 mil, Nelly.
That's a lot of money.
Write it down. All right, what's next?
We got one more note on the Chiefs parade here. I'm going to bring up a picture on the screen behind you.
Do we have to?
Yes, that would be Chiefs linebacker Willie Gay lying shirtless in the middle of the street with his shoes off to the side of him. And if you look there in front of his pocket, that would be a bottle of Hennessy.
Wow.
My dude.
Wow.
So this guy, and I love all the fans there standing by the guardrail looking at him like, yo, Willie, you good?
Yeah, really.
You good,
I wonder
man?
how he's feeling today.
Hold
Can't
on.
be good.
It's like a little bit pixelated because it's blown up for us. But look at that smile on his face.
He's so
Oh,
happy.
The dude is as happy as you can be.
The sun just like basking
This is
on
you.
his muscles. He's in heaven.
I'm sorry,
right
what was
now.
that, Kim?
I can see the sun basking on his muscles. That's what I said.
Is that what you noticed?
Yeah, because that's, yeah.
Oh,
Just like- just-
I'm with Kim. The
Yeah, you see
Hennessy covering his pecs is really making him pop. Look at the sheen on those. That's an alcohol sheen right there on the 6-pack.
I just want it noted at 11:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time that Kim was getting thirsty on a Kim Becker Thursday.
Oh, I wasn't. I was just stating the obvious for all of you that can't see the photo.
Talking about glistening muscles.
Oh,
But like this is all what we all strive to be, right?
I would hope
Like
so.
you want to have a day where you feel so good about your
Yeah.
life and so accomplished that you're passed out on the street with everybody cheering you with a bottle of Hennessy, right? Like isn't that what we all want in life? I'm happy for him.
I'm happy for him. In
I
this
hate
moment.
the Chiefs, but you know, have your moment. I have to deal with the fact that you won the title anyway, so enjoy yourself, have fun.
I know. Well, they did have fun.
All right, that's
Very awful ending to the parade.
Oh
but
yeah, that was
that's
so
another
sad.
story.
That
I
was
know.
so sad. All right, Nelly, what's next?
This thirsty edition of Nelly's NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Now, look, I have as much Kelsey brother fatigue as the rest of us. I think we're all getting a little sick of hearing about him. But if you can stomach it for one little bit here, I want to play a clip from the New Heights podcast. I do love their podcast. And they shed some light on the night of partying that ensued after the Chiefs won the Super Bowl in Vegas.
Yeah.
You may have seen the pictures going around of Jason Kelsey at a nightclub wearing a luchador mask. Here's how we got to that point.
How electric was the Super Bowl after party? Nobody parties better than Jason Kelsey.
What are you talking about?
It was electric having my big brother around. Dude.
It really didn't start getting to the next level until I found that luchador mask. Because initially when I first got there, you were trying to get me to go up on the stage with you, and I'm like, nah, I'm going to be over here. This is your guys' time.
Which I respect.
There's something about finding that luchador mask that really just transformed the night. It really did.
For everyone.
It was insane.
The belly dance where it was just like the bobbing up and down.
Just going with the motion. Letting the belly take control.
The one video of them showing me and Taylor and then panning to you and Marshmallow.
It's a very strong dichotomy of
just two different worlds.
Two people in love and enjoying the moment together, panning to a complete Neanderthal who is no longer connected with modern day society.
It looked like you and Marshmallow were a tag team, dude.
Found the mask on the dance floor.
Stop
the first
it.
after party spot.
Did you at least like just give it a quick rinse under the sink?
No. Where was I going to rinse it off, Travis?
In the bathroom. Just
You see a luchador mask, you don't ask questions. I for sure thought I was getting pink eye. There's no chance I thought I was getting out of that mask without having pink eye.
Yeah, I mean, for as much as I hate Travis, you love Jay. Everybody loves Travis.
They have the greatest story. And how cool was it that Jason Kelsey's wife, Kylie, she won't wear any other NFL team merchandise. So she was wearing a Cincinnati Bears red shirt.
Yeah.
And they came out and Jason, confirmed, Kylie will not wear anything else. And Jason's like, we have family in the game. It's okay to cheer for others. And she's like, no. So just the whole dynamic in that family is so fun.
It's annoying because I don't like Travis.
I know. I
really
know.
is.
I'm just talking about the family.
I have to deal with him being the more successful of the two of them, which is super annoying.
Do you just not like him because you don't like the Chiefs?
No, I don't like his attitude.
Oh, you don't like Travis as a
He's
human.
such a frat boy.
Cocky? Oh, frat boy.
Come on. How cringy was his like moment at the end on the after the Super Bowl on the dais?
Viva Las Vegas,
Oh
that
my,
whole thing.
how cringy was that?
Yeah.
Like if that didn't make you want to change the channel, I don't know what will.
And Taylor Swift was
The
probably
thing
like,
is, and look, I'm not saying you have to be Celine Dion, but he went like 0 for 50. He didn't hit a single note in that entire line.
It was
and
so
you're,
bad.
And you're dating like the most famous pop star in the world. You can't sing a single note correct in front of her.
But it's
Come
just
on, man.
just cringy. Like who thinks to go up on the stage and do that? Like I'm gonna take 10 seconds of everybody's time that they're never gonna get back in their life so I can do this.
everything
It's awful.
has truly gone to his head. Even the whole Taylor Swift thing. Like he thinks he owns the whole world right now, which is fine. Let him bask
But
in that.
people like are encouraging that. So
Yeah, the Swifties, they love it.
But we love the luchador
Swifties
mask.
Run our world. Yeah, Jason Kelsey
You sound
is
a little bitter about Swifties there. Careful.
I was annoyed as well. I was
Careful.
ready
They
for it all
will
to be
come
over.
after us on the show. I
Love
know
you
you think
guys.
they're not listening.
Well, then, hey, let's throw a smoke screen at the Kelsey family and the Swifties. And Rob, I'll ask you one last question here. You're a member of Bills Mafia. You're a card-carrying member of the Bills Mafia. What is the craziest shenanigans you've gotten yourself into in the name of Bills football? I'm sure you can beat a luchador on the mask of the club. A luchador mask on the floor of the club. You've probably broken folding tables.
I have
and
broken a table.
bones.
Yeah, I have jumped off a bar into a table for $100. That was something that happened. So the Bills didn't make the playoffs for 17 years. Those 17 years were from when I was 12 to when I was 30. Like, I want you to think about that. All your formative years, your team just gets hosed by Tom Brady and you don't get to make the playoffs. So when the Bills finally made the playoffs, I don't know if you guys remember this, but the moment that they made the playoffs, they had won their game and the Bengals needed to beat the Ravens. And it was like a 4th and 12 and the Bengals happened to throw a touchdown pass and win the game. It was crazy. So the entire bar, that's a Bills bar, is going crazy. And one guy said, if the Bills make the playoffs today, because nobody thought they were going to do it, if the Bills make the playoffs today, I'll give you a piggyback bride shirtless around the bar. So a guy who was like 150 pounds soaking wet, love you, Steve, He took his shirt off and gave me a piggyback ride around the bar. And I'd say probably that's the most crazy thing I've done in the name of Bills Mafia, if that's all right. I don't know.
Why do you hate the Chiefs, but you can be a Bills fan while living in Denver? That's annoying.
This is from the girl who was just propping up Travis Kelce and saying how thirsty she was. For
No, I wasn't. You are taking words completely out of context here.
Yeah.
Wow.
We heard you talking about those muscles
Oh my
glistening in the sun.
gosh.
We know.
You
We get it. It's fine.
Stop.
We get it. It's fine. What a song.
I hate you guys.
Wow. Just like right off the top, too.
I
Like
miss
he didn't-
Dempsey.
on his couch somewhere listening to this. Like, I'm so glad I'm not there right now.
I threw Kim to the wolves today.
Listen, I've been a Bills fan all my life, and I think it would be worse if I abandoned them, wouldn't it?
That's fair.
Than if I
guess I just
stick
can't
with
speak
them.
because I've been a Denver fan my whole life. So
I lived here most of my life. I love the Broncos. I want them to do well. I've been to all 3 Super Bowl parades. Like, I've been to a ton of games. I work for Broncos Radio. Like, I love them.
Respect to you, Rob.
Don't get me wrong. I don't abandon people.
I love that.
So,
Loyalty
that's where we are.
is important.
All right, we're coming back. We're going to talk about the end of this season, and the All-Star break coming up for the Nuggets here. I've got a suggestion that maybe they need to punt one of these games away, even though they need to win a bunch of games to finish the season. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oof. Well, Big G coming back. I'm good with that.
Boulder's finest.
I did just ask him, Rob Trujillo, and for Dempsey with Kim Becker. I did just ask him what it's going to take to get her in a luchador mask behind a DJ booth. You know, I mean, maybe we call Big Gigantic, see if we can get it done.
I said not much. I'd go do it right after this.
And by the way, speaking of that, Big Gigantic played at the Nuggets parade last summer during the celebrations, and I was very confused because, and so was Josh G back here, because do you know the names of Big Gigantic, the sax player and the drummer? Do you know what their names are?
Josh and
Robin Kim.
Their names are Dom and Jeremy.
Are they really?
Yes. So when Josh heard that Dom and Jeremy were performing at the parade, he was like, whoa. Yeah.
Well, you know, hey, listen, our sister station, Mix 100, with an excellent, fantastic morning show with Dom and Jeremy. And since I'll be on the morning show tomorrow here, you can tune in to them instead, because I know you're not going to want to listen to me. So there you go.
What a professional right there.
Speaking the truth.
Hey, listen. All right, so the Nuggets kind of punted last night on their final game before the All-Star break, and I don't begrudge them for it at all. KCP sat out. He didn't look right in the Milwaukee game, ends up leaving with an injury. Absolutely. Give him as much time as he needs. Jamal, I don't know if he actually had anything wrong, or we just maybe want to extend his All-Star break a little bit.
But wasn't he also injured?
He was
in the game before and left halfway through.
They always say like he's injured. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Would he have gone if it's the playoffs? I think yes.
Sure.
Right. So I think you just kind of wanted to extend his All-Star break, let him get as close to 100% healthy as he can. Totally understand all that.
Rob, do you think had they won last night that we would be talking more about the fact that they won last night, or about the fact that they lost the 2 games before last night's game, and last night was just like ooh, thank goodness, before they head into the break? Like, do you think the loss last night holds that much weight in context of how they will return, or is it just because of this week break now that we have to talk about it?
I think it prevents me from believing that they're going to get the 1 seed.
Okay.
Like when we had that
just
discussion.
last night.
I mean, the last 3 games.
The last 3.
Because when we were having that discussion earlier, I was like, man, I don't know if they can crawl over 3 other teams and get there. And they're not that far behind. It's 2 games, I think it is, game and a half that they're back. But, I mean, losing 3 in a row going into the All-Star break, I'm not worried about them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried about them when it comes to the playoffs. I still think even if they're the road team in some of these series, they're going to be favored. Not worried about them. I wonder if they can get back to the top of the mountain, which leads me to this next point. Do they punt on the game versus the Wizards too? So their first game back after the All-Star break is Thursday, and it's part of a back-to-back. You're at home Thursday versus the Wizards, and then on the road Friday versus Portland. And Jokic will have played in the All-Star game, and you got guys, if Jamal's actually not healthy, which is what we were discussing, we don't really know, but if Jamal's actually not healthy, if KCP's actually not healthy, do you punt on the Wizards game and just kind of hope that you win because it's a home game and the Wizards are terrible? And then when you go play Portland, you bring everybody back, and that's your first game back. Do you know what I mean? Is that a crazy idea? Because I feel like, and if somebody knows, they can correct me, but I feel like Malone's done that with Jokic before.
And that makes sense in terms of Jokic playing in the All-Star game and needing a break. But if this break is in fact beneficial for Jamal Murray, KCP, some of the guys that are injured, why not just sit Jokic but still start everybody else, assuming they're healthy, and actually try to win? Like, do you think just sitting Jokic means they're going to punt it regardless?
I mean, if you sit Jokic, don't you just...
I don't know. I feel like they could still beat a team like the Wizards. It's not like they're playing the Celtics or the Timberwolves or something.
And it's not even about the amount of rest for guys like KCP and Murray. It's the back-to-back.
Well, don't you think it's an easy win, though, for them? It's like we just talked about how many wins they need on the other side of the break. That's one easy, no, I shouldn't say easy, but that's one attainable win.
Yeah, but do you want those guys going back-to-back, coming right out of the break if they're not 100% healthy?
Well, that's a different story. If they're not 100% healthy, okay.
I mean, that's what they're trying to tell us,
I
right?
thought you said just
healthy.
sit you mean also sit Murray?
Sit all of them. Sit KCP, sit Murray, sit Jokic.
Do you really think one day and then you play them all for the back-to-back?
I think I think to avoid them playing back to back,
Yeah.
so they don't have a greater risk of injury,
Right.
do you pick that game to just punt on?
I don't know. I just think one day isn't going to make that much of a difference if they're actually ready to play. If they're seriously injured, you're going to sit them for both games, right?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
So I don't think so. No, play them all. Absolutely play them all.
Mr. Punch on Twitch says you cannot lose 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
But it's
I
not
agree.
going to feel like that.
But it is going to look like that on paper, and that is what it is going to be. They need to win that game. No, play them all.
Right.
Play 'em all.
Technically, but
Play 'em all.
it's not, you know.
It changes the tone. Like, again,
Denver
we're going to
Jay-
sit here for the next...
See, and this is my point. Denver Jayhawk says you sit Jokic, you lose, period.
Dang.
So
No
I don't
hope.
know that that's 100% true. There's been times like Jokic got ejected versus...
The Bulls.
Was that the Bulls or
Well,
was that
the Pistons.
Yeah,
We
I
got
think it was the
ejected both
Pistons.
of them,
right? And they won some of those games. I don't know if I think they won both
They won
of
the
them.
Pistons. Yeah.
So, you know, can you win without Jokic? Sure, but
And at home? Sure.
back to back, like, you know, like if we're worried about these guys' health, then
You're acting like they've never played a back-to-back.
listen, with rest management, I don't know if they have.
But are you actually worried about their injuries, or you just said Jamal Murray might not actually be injured? They just like let him leave. So we just don't know enough.
That's very true.
Which
That's very true.
I guess is the whole point of this.
You know, and maybe Scotty, I see Scotty walking around outside. Maybe when he comes in, he's got more insight
Yeah.
on it. But I just, God, if you're going to sit Jokic for that game, I feel like you sit everybody, even though that's your home game too. Because then you go on the road versus Portland and on the road versus Golden State. Like,
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you have an advantage being home. I think the other guys can do it without Jokic, and they have to prove that they can do it if they want to actually be contenders in the playoffs and for the championship again this year.
Kim.
I'm sorry, they do. We need to stop putting everything on Jokic. The rest of them have to know how to play,
That's what it felt like versus Milwaukee. Like Jokic was the only one who showed up that night.
which we can't bank
Can't
on
have
that.
it. Can't have it. Can't have it. I did really want to talk about this real quick before we get out of here for PhD at the top of the hour. So the Rockies introduced this $20. It's $100 for the year or $20 for a month to watch their games this year. No more Root Sports. It's going to be all originated from MLB.TV, but you can watch online the Rockies for the entire season. And when I heard $20 a month, I was kind of like, oof. It's like right on the limit of how much I'm willing to pay
Out of the budget.
to know that I'm going to watch a 100-loss team. Like I'm not necessarily crazy about paying that. But then I thought like how ridiculous that is in comparison. A beer at this stadium is $15. Right? Like not even the ticket to get into a Rockies game, but like if you're going to buy a beer there, it's $15.
The ice cream that we got delivered last night on Valentine's Day was $21.
There you go.
We ordered ice cream for $21 just so that we didn't have to leave the house.
Like
So in order to do that, you would have to pay. If you do the $100 up front for the entire season, you probably save like $4 to $5 a month. So extrapolate it out over the entire season. That's a couple beers right there, man. There's your beer fund. There's your hoity-toity ice cream fund.
The Rockies.
Kim, you've got a
worth 2
great
beers.
Broncos throwback sweatshirt on tonight. How much did that
Yes.
cost you?
Honestly, probably like $35.
That would be a steal. If
On
you got
Etsy.
it.
I think I got it on Etsy.
All right. So
But that throwback Broncos
Now-
sweatshirt has brought all of us more joy than the Rockies have in the
True.
past 5 years.
That's
so that's
so
where
true.
that money
I
went.
love
point,
this
Nelly.
sweatshirt.
That's a fair point. But you got a Maxie the Miner shirt on, Nelly. How much did you pay for it? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, that's a Stone shirt.
It's actually a Sam's number 3 shirt, which I paid $0 for because that's the perks of working in radio. Free
That is
stuff.
true. Free stuff.
Here's the thing:
I just-
you go to Starbucks and get a coffee, you can't spend less than $6 these days.
And that's the thing. And it's like, oh, man.
So are you
'Cause
saying
I
you'd
wanna-
buy it?
Well, I'm trying to talk myself into it because I do like watching the Rockies. I did my little formal protest after they traded Nolan, and I said I wouldn't give them my money for a couple years, and I didn't.
Okay.
But now I just feel like it's $20, and I'm trying to talk myself into it, and I'm having a real hard time.
I just find it really difficult to sit down and watch an actual baseball game at home. I would pay $20 a month to go to one game a month and use that on a ticket. But then I know I'm going to spend a ton more on food and drinks there. But I don't
This is
need to
like-
watch them on TV.
But this is like way less than like a dinner.
It
You know
is,
what I mean?
but
Like it's one night out.
I just never watch baseball on TV. I love going to the games, and I will actually watch the game when I'm there. It's not like I'm just like up at the rooftop or whatever. I actually do enjoy watching the game, being there. I just don't really enjoy watching it on TV. If I'm betting on it, I will every once in a while check on it because I like to bet on how many runs in the first 5 innings, but not the actual.
So there's no way you pay for it, is what you're saying?
No, I'm not paying for that.
Nelly, would you pay for it?
I don't know, man. That's a lot.
I'd rather have ice cream.
See, it feels like a lot, but it's not. Like that's the whole point.
But
The
when
thing
you
is,
add
so-
it up,
I would rather save up that money and then buy tickets to like 2 or 3 marquee matchups and get the stadium experience. I mean, because
Yeah.
we know party deck is fun. I don't care how bad the Rockies are. I still want to go to the party deck. So I'd rather save my schmeckles for that.
schmuckles.
I mean, it's not even a tank of gas.
You don't need to convince yourself, Rob. You
I
want
do.
to
You can
purchase
convince
it. You
myself.
are
I
making all the
don't-
arguments to buy it.
You've already made up your mind. Why don't you just
Because I'm a
just do
cheapskate
it?
and I don't want to pay $20 a month.
You're
for
convincing
it.
us so that we buy it and make you feel better.
I only have one streaming service because I refuse to do subscriptions for all of them.
What is it?
Netflix.
How
It's
much
the only
is
one
it?
I pay for. It's like $19 or something like that. It's the
Okay.
same thing. But I'm not. But like
How often do you watch Netflix though?
every other night
Okay. Do you think you'd watch the Rockies every other day?
probably.
Convincing.
But
Hesitation.
like I don't know. How much do you pay for other streaming services, Kim? How many do you have?
I steal every single one. I use all of my friends.
You don't pay for.
No,
a
I pay
single
for
one?
Fubo. I pay for Fubo, and it's It's not
I'm
that expensive actually. It's
shocked.
cheaper than anything
I'm-
else. But
I'm
Yeah, Fubo.
shocked. You
Yeah,
don't
and then
pay for a single.
No,
Steve, how
just
many
Fubo.
do you pay for?
God, I have a mishmash of I pay for some and I mooch some others. I do the thing where you pay up front just one lump sum for the whole year. So I'm not sure what it breaks down to per month, but it's definitely less than $20 a month.
I refuse to steal from my friends, so I don't. But my buddy does have a bunch of them.
they just logged in at my house, and they're still logged in, and they don't know it.
But
so I
you
just
guys,
use it.
you guys don't have to like trade your password for that. Like,
No, like they're just still logged in. So I'm like, cool, Jennifer, cool.
You don't.
Katie. Like click on them. I'm like, great, I'm gonna watch this tonight.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess I'm just I'm the outsider here. I mean, I guess I'll pay the $20 a month. It does just kind of drive me crazy.
If you do, give me and Kim your password
Yeah,
so we can
we'll
watch a
take
few
your
Rockies
password.
games. Yeah, and
Share
then
with
I'll
us.
give you my HBO password in
Wait,
exchange.
why don't we
Boom.
do that? Who makes a lot of money?
That's
here?
what we need to figure out.
Scotty, can we get your password for
Can
the
you
Rockies?
share it with people? There we go.
How many people can we get on just one little code here? All right. Thanks so much for having me in, everybody. I appreciate Kim. You letting me join you for a Kim Becker Thursday.
This was a blast.
Thank you so much, Nelly. Excellent job behind the glass. PhD coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You see a luchador mask, you don't ask questions. I for sure thought I was getting pink eye. There's no chance I thought I was getting out of that mask without having pink eye.
We start off with the action last night at Ball Arena, which was surprising.
Reggie throws it in on top over to Justin Holiday. Back over to Reggie. Poked away and a breakaway for Fox. Dunk left-handed. Could be the ball game.
We'll get into that. Avalanche try to have good memories of Tampa Bay as they face the Lightning. And again, we roll on with the blame game in the NFL. It was all Steve Wilkes' fault. That and a whole lot more as we welcome you to PhD on 925. Everybody in studio today. Look at everybody looking good.
Yeah.
Looking sharp. And I just want to start off by showing off this big, wonderful box of Girl Scout cookies because my object in life is to be the world's greatest friend, the world's greatest partner. And when one of our partners, Tyler, wants to guilt trip everybody into having his daughter buy cookies, I just said, I'll take one of everything.
Yeah.
So I literally just went down the list and I bought one of everything. And Scott has now delivered one of everything.
Seriously. You ain't getting it that fast at Amazon.
Dude, that was bananas.
Now, did you write I want it hand delivered by Scott Hastings?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, Scott happened to catch me out in the parking lot, which kind of sucks just a pinch because he's super nice. And he brought, because it was my little thing with my wife today. We're doing a little.
Who does not mind the big small hug?
No, she was fine with it.
She was fine with it.
She insists that she doesn't like or is attracted to tall guys. But I think that's
I was waiting. She came in first.
I know. Well, you're a huggable dude. Let's face it. My goodness gracious. So I want to know right now, have I spent more money than every other coworker on Girl Scout cookies for you so far?
Joe Merriam had about the same order.
That's pretty solid. Now, I'd been out of the office the last couple days, so have I escaped the obligation because the cookies have already been delivered?
The QR code's right there.
Oh, it's still there.
Still
Shoot,
there,
bummer. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see what you do. So I'm in the running right now. I'm in the running.
Dude,
close.
D-Max, somebody
For
told
here?
me one day, one time.
For
here, yes.
For here, yeah. Well,
dude, we
who went crazy? Marlo?
No, he won't. No, he don't care.
Hanslick?
Oh, he don't care. He's got granddaughters and nieces and aunts. And
who went crazy? Malone?
Armbar. Mike, the head of security at
Mike?
Oh.
Yeah.
He went crazy?
Well, he also does a card store, so he does them. And like on Saturday stuff, they'll have free cookies out for clientele. One year, he bought like 50 boxes. I think this year he got 10 at least.
That is a whole lot of Girl Scout cookies.
5, 6, 7, 8. I got 9 here, friend.
You got 9.
I got 9. I just clicked one of everything.
Don't you have a favorite?
No.
I mean, that is like what is the bare minimum expectation when you do buy it from a friend? Is it expected that you have to purchase at least
2.
more than one?
I don't think 2.
Two feels like bare minimum. That feels like you're just trying to get by with doing the bare minimum.
Now, here's the question. Dan, Grizz, Scott Tyler, these are for us. This is not for me to take home. And my wife was out there. She could have had.
She wanted them until you said I'm taking in because she was taking them.
Wow! After that nice little love card she gave you yesterday, you made sure that she knew that those cookies
Happy
were not
Valentine's
for her.
and gave the box to her.
Yeah, I know. See, you just, gosh darn it. I really wanted that moment where he had to bring it in here, but you kind of got away with one. And then I'm carrying the box and giving it to myself.
I know.
Damn it.
Don't we go out the door and come back in?
No. So my question is, do we share these with everybody here, or do we just keep them, Dan, Grizz, for the show? What do you guys want to do? Because, this is our supply.
I'm going to say that's going to take us a quick minute to get through all that.
Right?
So I'm also going to say
on.
there's going to be other Girl Scout cookies that float through this office. So,
I've seen guys that will do a box of Thin Mints in 20 minutes.
You've seen them?
Seen it happen.
Yeah.
Especially if you put them in the freezer.
And
then you pull them out afterwards. The Thin Mints coming out of the fridge freezer.
Now,
but you've never experienced it. You just seen it?
No, I'm not a big I don't mind Thin Mints. No. I've done a box. I've done a trefoils. I've done, like, I got one out, so I'll just do a couple. And then because it comes in those 2 sleeves, I'll dust the sleeve off. Then I'll sit around and watch a show for I'm not going to eat dinner tonight. I'll just do it. So then, I've dusted off a box quick.
All right. When are you going to go see that Bob Marley movie there, Dan?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. So
Yep.
which box do you want for the Bob Marley? What will go well with seeing the Bob Marley movie there, Dan?
Hold on.
All of them.
This half.
All right, I'm going to say these are just for us. Let's stick them under a desk back in the room. And Grizz, you know, I saw Rob Trujillo, and he was like, cookie.
That's Papa
Wow.
Smurf. That's
Wow.
Papa Smurf right there.
Now D-Mac's judging. Now he's over there judging people that like cookies. See, this is how quickly it happens.
I'm just describing what I saw.
Yeah.
So what's that thing you're eating now? The company you're doing?
Soda weight loss.
Soda.
Yeah.
Sota.
Sota.
S-O-T-A, right?
Yeah.
Hot take of the day. No, I'll buy some because you're my friend and everything. But hot take of the day: Girl Scout cookies overrated. I don't know which ones I love. Like Samoa's are probably
you
my
claim
favorite.
a hot take? It's kind of like a nickname. Can you claim your
I'm not sure.
own nickname? Can you claim this a hot? I mean, is it? Can you
Well,
claim
to me,
a
a
hot
hot take is just like it's kind of a little bit controversial, you know.
I think you could say hot take when you're acknowledging you're making fun of yourself a little bit.
Sure.
You know, you're realizing this is probably something stupid I'm about to say.
But is it though? I mean, are they really that good?
Yeah.
They're pretty damn good. I'm not going to lie.
Coconut ones are fantastic.
We're gonna
Peanut butter ones are
Dan, a
outstanding.
box of this whenever you want to see that Marley movie. We're going to keep these for us.
Hey, he started the preview today. Are you kidding me? you know how we do the Nuggets live pre-show?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in the pre movie right now.
Scott.
Yeah.
It's the All-Star break.
It's the All-Star break.
See?
Well, we'll get into the Nuggets here, but unfortunately, we had something serious happen yesterday during the show, and I want to just say something that was cool. There was a moment of inspiration I had with the Nuggets game. There's in one of the most unusual corners. Every day before a Nuggets game, whoever's singing the national anthem rehearses the national anthem maybe right around 5 o'clock. I know this now because I'm getting there a little bit early to talk to Malone, and I'm just sort of setting up shop and whatever. And I've just seen them practice the national anthem. I'll tell you this. The people who do the national anthem at the Nuggets games, I mean, it is
They're outstanding.
out of this world. I don't even know why they need to practice. They're so good. But yesterday was interesting. The dude who was doing it had a hard time singing the anthem.
Sure.
He stopped in a couple spots. His voice was a little choked up. It was just a moment of like, ooh, he got a tremendous voice. This is going to be a challenge. So I was like, oh my gosh, how is this guy?
You're waiting for a train wreck.
Well, it was a possibility.
Right.
It was a possibility based on the rehearsal. And I'm telling you what, 19,000 people paying attention to you. Can you imagine how nerve-wracking that is to be?
Yeah.
I literally had tears in my eyes because that dude, whoever he was, crushed it.
Crushed it.
Crushed it. However, I knew things weren't going great, for him earlier, and he had to have a moment. It wasn't easy for him, and he
So
did
had
a great
moment.
job.
You know, it's funny you say that because Marlo leaned over to me. He goes, sometimes just doing it real simple is the best, isn't it? Because he was just straight, boom, bang, ding, was perfect.
But I say that story because yesterday I was having an emotionally really hard time. And that was just a moment of like, for me, see, I get choked up thinking about it now, a moment of inspiration. Like, man, if you can just try your best and you can overcome things and you can challenge yourself. And I just think of how amazing this country actually is. I love being an American. I love being in the United States. I do not understand what is happening in what we saw in Kansas City. I don't get it. I don't understand it. And I haven't understood it here for a long time. So I'm saddened by it. I think Michael Malone said it very well before the game. My job as a basketball coach, but we should all expect better, and we should expect to improve that. I thought he spoke very well on it, and I concur with Michael Malone. I'm curious where you guys are with everything that we saw yesterday.
Well, it's just an absolute devastating situation. I mean, a period of ultimate celebration, of triumph, and sports is like it's the ultimate gathering spot. It's the one spot in the world that all the other BS, all the noise, the politics, the opinion, religion, whatever, it all just comes together, and you're all there celebrating together in a moment that everybody can relate to and understand. And it's just devastating. 21 people injured, one dead, and a bunch of little kids. Hard to understand, hard to grasp. It's everywhere. It's every day. It's all the time. So, man, it's just a devastating situation, and thoughts and prayers go out to everybody. By the way, Talk about a hero. Talk about some heroes. You go out and tackle a dude with a gun that's shooting people. You just like fight or flight, man. Fight or flight. You go out there and you tackle a dude and you pin him down with a group of other people till the police can arrive. Talk about heroes right there.
He was holding for a while too.
Oh, yeah.
They couldn't get police to get over there.
Right.
They didn't. They thought it was just something else going on. So yeah, that was cool. Said this before the game when Vic and I did the thing. It's tough to legislate out stupidity. It's tough to legislate out mental illness. It's tough to legislate anything nowadays because the people that we put in charge have divided this country. I don't think we, the people, D-Mac, I think you're probably way on a different spectrum than I am politically. But I think you and I would consider you a good friend.
Oh, me too.
Right?
I would consider all of us good friends.
I don't think we, the people, have divided this country. And it's a little sad because it's not just one answer. I think COVID hurt us. I think there are more people that feel abandoned and lost. I think we as a country have we highlight disrespect and say, oh, that's cool. I think we've turned into a disrespectful country. I think we've turned into, if you're disrespected, you should stand up because you're a man or a woman or whatever. You have rights. And we've turned unaccepting for a lot of things, not just the obvious thing that makes the news. A lot of things unacceptable now that should be just whatever. I don't know what the case was with this, and I don't know what will be done afterwards. One of the big questions I've had friends call said, why are we doing parades anymore? This is what the stupids do to the 3 million people that had fun and weren't doing anything bad.
I mean, unfortunately, there was one in Denver last year. I mean, it's not as big of a situation. There was a shooting at the Nuggets parade.
It wasn't the parade. It was
right after.
Right after they won the championship and everybody's downtown celebrating. Remember, 10 people were shot. That turns out it was a drug buy that went bad or what. No, listen. Ain't nothing going to change. It ain't about getting rid of this. It ain't about doing this. It ain't about putting this person over here, not putting the and until we, the people, actually take back the control and power, and love is stronger, till we get back to there, it don't matter.
Well, our hearts are with the folks in Kansas City, and while we can be sports rivals, we're all human beings. And,
and there's no town that can have as much empathy for Kansas City right now than Denver.
Of course, we've had
true.
No, we've had multiple. Yeah. It's from the supermarket to the theater to the schools. It's been, it's been insane. And I just hope that we're here to talk about fun stuff, and no matter how heated or angry or upset or frustrated, it comes from a sense of passion about something we love, which is sports, and that's certainly what will continue today, that's for sure. So, but a moment to just sort of, have a moment and let you know that we're quite aware of the situation, and our thoughts are with the folks there in Kansas City. This is PHC on 92.5. Dropping over 25 pounds has been great for me, and I still got more to go. But, boy, I'm hearing other stories of success from SOTA weight loss. It is awesome. I mean, I'm hearing a story from a dude yesterday who's lost 85 pounds, and he was over 300 pounds. And with SOTA weight loss, it went 85 pounds. I mean, that is exceptional. And while I just haven't been sort of in that department, I certainly know what it's like to just not be able to do the things that I love. And so for me, it's been fantastic, and I continue this journey. But to think of somebody really changing their life in such an amazing way where their health is better and they're better for their family, and, it's just awesome because it's been relatively easy and quick. Losing 3.2 pounds a week for me is a good, steady pace, and most guys do lose between 3 to 5 pounds a week. You can see the before and afters, the stories, the testimonials. It's really pretty awesome. Go to SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTAweightloss.com. 1-800-555-6521. It's SOTA Weight Loss, state of the art.
Oh, it's always going to start with our defense. Yeah, I mean, like it's. I think maybe we're 10 or 11 on the season in defensive rating. But then you had last 2 games, that sack at Milwaukee, where we guarded nobody. And so we just can't be, we're just really Jekyll and Hyde right now. Like each night, I don't know which team's going to show up defensively.
That's Michael Malone from last night. Okay, man. I don't know, Scotty. It was the first time after a Nuggets game that I got some concerns. First time. Even though they've lost games and been blown out, I was just like, this, that, the other thing. That is a 16-point lead. I get it. KCP's out, Jamal's out. 13-point lead at halftime, as much as a 16-point lead during the game. And I get it. You played better defense. They only scored 102 points. But you did give up 62 points in the second half. You didn't make any moves at the trade deadline. Everybody seems to be incredibly exhausted.
They are.
Reggie Jackson was like, what are you doing in the break? Sleep.
Mm-hmm. Do you hear anything like when you're watching that game last night? All the stuff we've talked about on camera, on mic, off mic. Do you sit there and going, Scott, been saying something?
I get it,
right?
And you know what happened too? Eventually, Jokic had a bad game.
Yeah,
he looked as tired as everybody else.
And did you hear what Malone said afterwards? I feel sorry for him. He's saying he feels sorry for a guy who has the privilege of being voted into the All-Star game. I feel bad for Nikola.
I mean, I guess I'm not quite sure how to feel about the game because you asked yesterday, does it matter? And I said, I don't know. I mean, does it matter? Last game before the break, you're down some guys. Am I going to be shocked if they lose? I guess it matters now. Before the game, I didn't think it mattered. Now I think it matters to me a little bit because it's just a couple of games in a row of just flat out kind of embarrassing things that are happening. Aaron Gordon, dude,
oh, he was amazing. He was great.
Lights out. I mean, 15 rebounds. I think that was his season high in rebounds last night. Absolutely lights out. And MPJ had some moments as well. Colin Gillespie, by the way, not that I want to get hung up on Gillespie, but he's kind of my Facu to you. Like, what value does that dude have on an NBA basketball
Malone
court?
loves him.
I got it.
He loves him.
I don't get it, Scotty. I don't get it. But bigger picture.
Good last night.
Did he?
Yeah.
I don't see it. I just don't. I don't see what value he's got. But bigger picture, it does feel like those guys are tired. Mike Malone gave him an out, which I was a little bit surprised by because Malone does. Hey, he challenges his crew a lot. He does. He'll call them soft. He'll say when they don't give out the proper effort. And after the game, he just kind of resigned to the fact, look, these guys are tired. It's as simple as that. We got the best starting five in the NBA when we've got them out there, and we don't have them right now.
For the first time, I felt like, that's some excuses that I'm not quite buying.
I felt that a little bit myself. I'm not going to lie. I did. And it felt like kind of the anti-Malone approach of what he usually takes.
He could barely talk. I don't know if
he was done, right?
I don't know if he's sick or, I mean, he almost got thrown out of the game. Probably should have, frankly.
Joker tried to.
He did try to, didn't he?
And Malone jumped in there to get the second one. The guy that ref that guy is horrible. He's an arrogant, very average referee, and he refs last night game like he always refs, but whatever.
Jokic is yelling at this dude down the sideline, and the dude was just looking at him like, I'm going to wait for this play to get over, and I'm going to tee you up.
And if they score, screw you. I'll give you tea at the end of it.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
But we showed a replay, and Joker got put. It's like the only layup he missed. His jump shots were off, and I can always tell when he's tired, his jump shots are always short. They were all short. That was a layup. That was the first layup he made. And then we showed the film. The guy pushed him in the chest. Okay. So I understand. I'll just say this. It didn't surprise me. I feel like everything last game played out every way I felt or would have been saying, whether it's on air or not. they're a tired team. That looked like a team that was 55 games in without two of their starters. And as I told you earlier this week, I think Monday, the bench is a problem. Been a problem all year.
Oof.
People try to make excuses for it, but it's been an issue all year. Trying to play young guys, whatever it is, it's not been very good consistently. They've had moments. They had a 3-game stretch in around games 27, 8, 9 or something like that. That's cool. But the bench overall has not been very good. Now you're starting 2 bench guys. Now you bring guys, Colin Gillespie, who's a two-way player. He's now playing bench minutes.
Right.
That's disaster waiting to happen. And now you're doing it in game 55 where the guys like, Joker, for example. And I think here's what Joker's thing is. I think last night he gets hammered and he reads it, and I'm not getting any calls. So I'm going to stay out and be perimeter. They needed him inside more. But he doesn't get any calls in there. So I almost wonder if he goes, hey, I'm getting beat up, so why get beat up? I got to leave tomorrow at 8 a.m. to go to Indianapolis. But it didn't surprise me, and it doesn't matter. What matters is 27 left, and to me, you go 20-7 out of the break, you're fine. And that to me,
sure,
that's a goal for me. But this team's good enough to go 20-7. But it's also a reminder. Here's what you got to know. And I talked to Andy last night on the way home. Starters are fine. If the starters stay healthy, you're fine. You're going to be in every game. You're going to be in every series.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. Don't expect the bench to win games for you. Bruce Brown won you game 4 last year in Miami. Christian Brown won you game 3 in Miami. Jeff Green, and everybody sleeps on Jeff Green because all they do is look at stats.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Green is a veteran presence that came in games like this, guys didn't want to play, and all of a sudden brought a spark here and there. Or if guys were trying to do too much, he's going to put a body on them. They don't have that guy. And believe it or not, I think they miss Jeff Green also. That tough physical presence that's playing, that I can go small ball 5. That's my 5. And he's going to give you a spark once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
So they're missing a lot, man. And they're trying to do it with younger guys coming off the bench. And if they win a championship this year, it'll be an amazing feat and something that needs to be recorded.
A little bit surprised that Malone's kind of given the free out, though. That's the part that surprised me a little bit because he's always, and I'll give him credit. He's got a.
Now, what's the free out though? Give it to me. What the free out?
They're tired. We don't have our guys. We got the best starting 5.
Is that an out or is that honest?
Well, it's honest, but it's also kind of accepting.
Yeah, what else you can do? You can drive yourself crazy and be upset. And ream them new ones, which this in modern athletes. In an 82-game season, Bednar even said it. Like the one time we saw Bednar get mad earlier this year, we were like, whoa.
Right.
Yep.
Whoa.
Right.
I think NBA, you see usually more tirades than
Malone
that.
does it all the time.
Yeah, you see it more often.
Here's what I think
this
they're doing.
team is dead right now.
Yeah.
I mean, dead. If they played a game tomorrow, I'm not sure they'd win tomorrow.
Well, what I think they're going through, I call it championship growing pains, and I think the Avalanche went through it last year too. And Malone did speak about, wow, that season was really long last year, playing through June. So here we are now at a typical time, play-wise, that we'd be in the playoffs or something. We got 27 games. So it is concerning to me that this might not just be a little dip and then we're going to bounce back. This may be just a point of exhaustion that I'm not exactly sure how you're going to pull yourself out of. Now, to be fair, 28-11 with Jokic and Murray together. 8-8 with one of those guys missing. We get it. I mean, we clearly get it. And Malone did talk about how, yeah, guess what? As part of the championship growing pains, everybody is coming to get you. Did you hear the locker room of Sacramento after that game?
Oh, my gosh.
Dude, it was like they had just won a championship. And it is right next to the press room where Malone was speaking barely without a voice. I don't know if you can hear it in this clip, but let me tell you, it was loud. They were pumped because that is a huge game for them. They should never have won this game.
Oh, yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. And, you try to prepare guys for that. You talk to them about it going into the season. That was the main point of emphasis in training camp in San Diego is that, we have a bullseye on our back now. And for 82 games, we're going to get everybody's best. from a team in Sacramento or from teams that may be down in the standings. There are no easy nights for us. And give them credit. They played last night. And yes, we were undermanned, but they came in here and took it from us at the end. So we got to regroup, and we got to realize that those 27 games to go, most importantly, we just can't think we're going to ease into the 27 games. We have to hit the ground running. We stumbled going into the break. Well, we got to sprint out of the break.
You can sort of hear that thumping in the background.
Yeah.
That's not a nightclub. That's
their locker room.
That's their locker room. And this is like 15 minutes after the game.
And real fast, after listening to that, and you guys can join me if you want, for all the people out in the cars or wherever listening, I feel a need after hearing that. I'm like in the middle of it. I go, guess I feel like I need to clear my throat.
Right?
I felt bad for Coach Malone. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but it's exhaustion. It's exhaustion.
I don't know how a basketball coach ever gets his voice back. Once you get to that point, between practice and the games, the crowds, everything else, how does he ever get his voice back?
It's the worst I've heard it all year. It's a fair point, but like that?
He goes through this 3 or 4 times every season, though.
Well, if you get a little cold, imagine you guys, even for radio guys, you catch a little cold, and all of a sudden it goes right to your throat. Well, now you're yelling for 60 minutes every night or whatever, 48 minutes every night. So, listen, once again, it is what it is. If they come out and go 500 after the break, they're probably in trouble, to be honest with you. And they'll still be, win 49 games. Think about that. You go 500 out of the break, and you'll still win 49, 50 games.
They got a lot of work to do also.
What that loss did is they had a chance to separate themselves with teams behind them. And now if you look at the standings, it's like, like you just don't want to get to that play-in tournament. And you got a couple teams that are sort of possibly knocking at that door.
Where did the Chiefs come from this year?
Kansas City.
Okay.
No, but I mean, where did they go for the
Wild
semifinals?
card. That's right. They went on the road.
Yeah.
They went to okay.
Hey,
all right.
we do have the Patrick Mahomes of basketball.
The point being, if you're a championship team, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
If is the proverbial word in that sim, if you're a championship team.
Tell me what you want, because last year the Avalanche put the pedal to the floor and exhausted themselves to win the Central. They did everything they possibly could, and they did it. They won the Central, they got to the playoffs, and they were done. They were toast. The Kraken weren't even that good. The Kraken.
Well, you also lost Nichushkin off your top line.
Oh, all right, but it's a 1 versus an 8 or whatever it was, or 2-7, whatever it was. I mean, you had home ice.
I'll tell you what, I'm a whole lot more concerned about the Avalanche having home ice than I am the Denver Nuggets getting home court.
I'm worried now about both of them.
Well,
I'd like
to have them both, but the Avs, they got a problem on the road. They flat out have a problem.
Well, they're another basket of biscuits. They've got their own issues, and we'll see what they do against Tampa.
Last night's game, think about this. Almost to the day, I thought it was June 14th, might have been 12th, but that was 14th. You won the NBA championship. 7 months.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 7 months to the day. And you're 55 games in this next season.
It's a lot.
I mean, you're 7 months from winning a championship, our parade, all do that, bing, and now you're 55 games in.
Yeah.
The good news is you don't have as many games coming out. You got 27. Bad news, you got 27 if you don't have it figured out. The key of this is they're going to be fine if they get healthy. Murray's healthy. Joker's healthy. KCP's healthy. Listen, and Joker, you could tell his back is just killing him. Still playing through it. If those guys are healthy, they're going to be fine, no matter who they play.
What's your concern level right now?
3.
Tyler?
See, I'm trying to learn my lesson from last year. It was the complete opposite. They were on fire going into the All-Star break, and they came out of the break, and I did start to hit the panic button a little bit. The difference is the bench. The difference is the excitement, the energy coming off the bench. And, man, when you got one thing wrong with Jamal, you got one thing wrong with Nikola Jokic. Are you asking me in terms of winning a championship? Is that the question?
Yeah, it's a good. I did this, Dan, on the post-game show. It's winning a championship, and then I guess it's winning a championship. They're
going to have a dang good year, I guess, in terms of winning a championship.
Yeah, what's your concern
I'm
level?
at a 6 or a 7.
Yeah, I told Dan I was at a 10 in terms of winning a championship.
Yeah.
In terms of concern level. But because I don't know.
concern myself because you're either good enough or you're not good enough.
Okay, well,
But the margin for error feels very, very small this year. It's always small, but this year feels more.
But here's an interesting thing that might be some comparison. Remember when they came in Memphis? That was an emotional, big monster game.
Huge game.
And they blew Memphis's doors off in Ball Arena.
Yep.
And then they coasted.
Yep.
What happened at the beginning of this 4 games? I mean, they took it to the Lakers, right? I mean, I don't know if they blew their doors off, but I mean, you watch a game and, okay, that's the better team right there.
Yeah.
That's the much better team right there. And since then, what have they done?
Well,
it's almost like a little history repeating itself.
They got blown out twice and then humiliated at home last night.
I saw Vic posted Demps and Hanslick were asked the same question, and Demps said he's at a 3. When they're healthy, they can beat anybody.
Yeah.
Hans said he's at a 7. I'm worried their bench isn't the same.
Well, he's clueless though.
All right. Well, we'll dig into it a little bit deeper. But if you have spare change in your pocket, you might be able to watch the Rockies this year. But is that too much? We now know how to watch the Rockies, and is it the future of viewing sports? Details next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Through his hard work and perseverance, he's made himself a superstar in the game. And this ball's absolutely demolished. Second deck in right center field. Chuck Nasty with his 7th of the year.
I don't think Ellen Blackman's ever seen Charlie hit a ball that far.
All right. Baseball season. Spring training started, didn't it? Pitchers and catchers.
Catchers report day.
Report day?
Out in Scottsdale.
See, Shohei wasn't taking live BP. Shohei was just hitting bombs off of just a dude. It was like live BP. Live BP is when pitchers are throwing. That was just a coach, it was like home run derby for him.
Just getting your swings
But
in.
he does have it. He's awesome to watch. In fact, if you watch any of these major league guys in spring training, it's really fun because you can be so close to them and you just see them just hammering homers left and right. It's like NBA players unguarded in practice hitting 3-pointers. They're so good like they don't miss. But here we are with baseball, and the conversation is how to see the Rockies. All right, fellas. I did the math. MLB Network is going to broadcast the games, and I'm happy, aside from Jenny, who got a job with the A's. Amazing for Jenny. I did read that their intent is to bring everybody back on the broadcast crew, which I think is the right thing to do. They are a great crew. Like, you guys do a great job with the Nuggets. The Avalanche crew is superior, and I think we're lucky in this town to have the people on the broadcast of our teams that are there. Would you pay two things? $1 a day for every single Major League Baseball game the entire year for every team. $1.
So $365.
Well, less than that. It's actually
$200.
No. It's just during baseball season.
So you're not paying like $300, but even $365 doesn't sound like much.
It's $200. It's $200 to get every single game in Major League Baseball.
Every game, $200. Okay, but about $1 a game, like 200 days. I'm just whatever. Or 61 cents a game for 162 Rockies games. That's what it would cost you if you were theoretically to watch 162 Rockies games. Now, of course, nobody's going to watch every single game. So it's like a ski pass, right? It goes up the more you don't use it.
Yeah, you can also do $20 a month if you don't want to do either of those options. So there's 3 different options. You can buy all Major League Baseball games, $200. You can pay $20 per month for Rockies, or you can pay $100 for the year for every single Rockies game.
Now, I had to laugh because we see Kim Becker, and I go, well, would you pay 61 cents? She goes, no, that's too much. And she goes, well, I'd never be watching every game, which nobody would be watching every game. So, well, how many games will you watch? She goes, about 20. And that's about $5 a game.
I'll say this. For $100, it does feel like a reasonable entry point if you want to have a streaming service. It really does. That being said, it's not as simple as that, man. I mean, it's just not, because it's $100 for the Rockies, and then who knows what's going to happen with hockey and basketball if something goes down that road. I don't know if it does. Who knows if it does not? I have no clue. Scott would know a whole lot more than I do. But you've got that stuff going on. Now you got your Peacock for playoff football games. You got Amazon Prime. It's not just $100, right? Like, if all these things would have just stayed on one, okay, call me boomer, I got it. If all these things would have just stayed on cable, we would have all been spending half as much money as we ever would. And then my bigger thing with baseball in particular, it's the inconvenience of not being able to flip. And I do think that matters with baseball of all sports. I really do. Because baseball to me feels like the ultimate background sport. It feels like the ultimate it's just what you do on a summer night. It's just what you do on a summer afternoon.
Right.
You put on the baseball game and then you flip back to the local telecast to see what's going on in your local news. Right. So all that stuff added up. It's just like, I don't think I would. I don't think I would. But I do think the entry price feels reasonable.
The marketing of it, 61 cents a game. Blah, blah, blah. Do you realize when it was on Comcast, you were paying, and you had to pay for 12 months.
Yes,
it wasn't just in baseball season.
Right.
You were spending $48 a year.
Yeah,
$48 a year, so half the price.
$4. It was $4 a month on your bill.
So we want to crunch that down. We're paying like 30 cents a game for Rockies.
It depends on how many games you want to do, but they were charging you $4 a month. each individual, 3 million subscribers, so 4 times 3 million, now you're up to 12 million. So they were doing okay.
So from that marketing point, you say you're about to pay double to watch the Rockies.
Yeah, in essence, you really are. And like I said, that was over a 12-month period. You're paying those $48. Now you're paying, what is it? You say $100 for how many months?
$100 for the entire season.
Yeah, for Rockies only.
April
For
to
Rockies
September.
only.
Yeah.
$200 for every single baseball game every day of the year of the baseball season. So for me, this is a no-brainer. Here's your $200. I love baseball. nothing to think about. I'm like $1 a day to watch every damn game. Yeah, sign me up.
I don't know, man. The whole thing just
But that's me.
the whole thing just irritates me, man. It does. You've got this new super conglomerate that's coming together with ESPN and Fox and whatever else was involved with it. I can't remember. Was it CBS,
It's
Fox,
everybody.
and ESPN?
It's like
no, it really isn't. You kept saying that last time, and that's where I disagreed with you. It really is not everybody.
It's Fox, it's ESPN, it's the SEC network, ACC network. It's all 4 pro sports.
But it's not going to. Everything is not going to be aggregated just to that one streaming platform. The NFL doesn't even want their games on it. They're trying to fight so that their games cannot be on it. Each and every single one of these streaming services is just slowly but surely taking all of your money in different directions.
Well, do you guys remember the first time? You guys are all grown-up adults now, and you may not remember this, but it used to be when we were kids, you go to a restaurant, you get a dinner, and here comes your hamburger, and it came with fries and a dessert and a bing and a bun, a bean, a down, whatever. You got a steak, you got the mashed potatoes, you got the green beans, you got the salad beforehand, soup or salad, and sometimes a dessert. And then some restaurant said, let's just go a la carte with everything.
Yeah.
Right.
And that first time you went to a restaurant and you go, hey, I'll take the ribeye, medium rare. Okay. What does that come with? Nothing. We serve a la carte. You go,
but I got to buy my fries?
I go, a la carte. He goes, well, you can have this, you can have this, or you can have this, you can have this. I said, oh, okay. But that first time it happened, it was a little bit of a sticker shock and a little bit of, whoa.
Yeah, but they might have a chocolate bar or something.
But you were once paying for that same steak, and you were getting a whole bunch of stuff.
Right.
With it.
We can sit here and be like,
that's what I'm saying. But it just is what it is now.
Right. So I guess my question to you, understanding is frustrating. I get it. But what would you pay for a Rockies game? I'm asking you that now.
Well, if you pay $200, I'll get to watch the Rockies too, right?
$200, you can watch every game from every team.
You know what I honestly wish there was an option for? Just buy the game. Like, could I pay 61% per game that I buy?
I get it.
Because that, to me, would be the ultimate way to go about it.
But it'd be way more than 61 cents.
Guess what I spent on Rockies this year? What? $1.22?
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of asking you guys. It's like a ski pass, bro.
Honestly, for me, my first inclination was like, $200, I can watch all of them?
Every game,
and
every day. $200.
Now I don't have to count on ESPN to catch Yankees Red Sox series.
And I'm going to guess if it's streaming like Fubo, it's also record, or you have the option to record it and watch it on any device.
And I will say this, Major League Baseball, I've not subscribed to that for years, but I subscribed to it in college. And MLB was like the first of all the leagues to bring this streaming service together where you could pay whatever the service was, $100 back then. And it has been a pretty good product for a very long time. They do a good job with their streaming service.
We watch I really do. Boy, Vic shouldn't be doing ads for Fubo. It should be me. Because I sit there on the press row and I just fire it up. I watch you guys. I got it right there. I can watch it on my phone. I can watch it on and this is just how I consume sports now. In fact, I'm pissed off if I can't stop it, pause it, go back, rewind, whatever, on any device I want.
I end up watching 2 or 3 Broncos games that way on the road.
Yeah.
You tell me, one of my biggest pet peeves is I go to sports bars here in Colorado. They don't have the Rockies on. They don't even know the Rockies exist, but I'm a baseball fan. Well, forget it. Now I can go anywhere. And I just bam with my laptop, which is a little annoying to bring into a restaurant, but whatever. Or sit there on my phone because I love baseball. So I'm a sucker. You got me. I'm asking you guys what you would do.
Well, when he first said it, I'm like, and I've told you this before, I'm a giant Royals fan. And you want to talk about a team that sucks, 99% of the time.
$200, you can watch every damn game.
That's what I'm saying. For me, I'm like thinking, dude, that means I could watch a lot more Royals baseball this summer.
Anytime you want.
So I initially thought, and then, hey, the big games. Hey, Shohei's going to play in the Yankees. Dodgers, Yankees. I get to see that. So
that's right.
Yeah, honestly, on the surface, first ask, probably I will.
$200.
Yeah.
No, I won't. In all likelihood, what I'll probably do is I'll do the $20 per month, and I'll just pick and choose the times of the season that feels compelling to me.
Well, that's a good, more reasonable way to do it. How many Rockies games will you watch, you think, in this upcoming year?
It does sound like they're still trying to have it on cable, by the way, right? So this is an option.
They don't have a place for it yet.
I know, but
yes.
they still want it to be on cable.
I want to be able to dunk.
If this is the only place to watch Rockies games, oh man.
How many
just say, no, be honest. You don't
I'm probably less than 5.
You're gonna watch less than 5 on TV?
If they get hot down the stretch, get me to October. I'll pay $20 for that month.
I'll bet if I were being honest, and I were to say start to finish, I would say my number last year was 5.
Wow.
But if it was on in the background while I'm doing other stuff, probably 40 or 50.
Yes, and I do
I'll
that
turn
as well.
it on. Like we'll get home and it said, "Hey, the Rockies starting tonight," or "Hey, it's a late game in L.A." and I'll have it on. Now I'm putting the daughter to
But you got to
bed,
be able to
doing
flip
whatever.
to do that. You got to be able to flip. You got to be able to go
For
back
me,
and forth.
At the time, was just flip over to, was it 26? I think they were, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. AT&T Sportsnet.
It was simple.
I'm a moron then. I mean, I'll watch, but I don't watch every game start to finish.
Well, that's what I just said. I said if I watch start to finish, might be like 5. Now I will tell you this. I bet I watched as many out of market start to finish as I did Rockies game start to finish.
I'll tell you what.
How's that?
Cutting the cord was a bad idea. I'll tell you that much. Cutting cord was a very, very bad idea. Everybody's spending more money than they were before, and you just don't realize it.
All right. Well, here we go, baseball season. And is this the future of sports on TV? Period. And
and we can, what we can do if we all do this, we can have once a week we do our favorite teams week. So Tyler, you can do the Rockies.
Okay, sure.
I'll give you Royals, and of course, D-Mac give you the Red Sox.
Yeah,
right.
He's got a tattoo.
That's right. I got a tattoo. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, what's happening, guys and gals? Tyler Plumbus here, my friends at Revitalized Health. Are your workouts going as far as they once did? If not, call my friends at Revitalized Health. Are you looking good, feeling good, sleeping as good as you once did? Well, if not, call my friends at Revitalized Health. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. My testosterone numbers are way out of whack. I went into Revitalized Health. They got me where I need to be, and I feel so much better. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalized-health.com.
We'll get into the Nuggets and the Avalanche, too, and no dumb questions. And beautiful day today. Oh, man. Rocky Mountains look amazing. Great to be here in Colorado. I just feel so alive and awake.
Refreshed.
I am
Ian,
fired.
ready to go?
I am fired up, man.
Do you need a coffee?
I got a Rockstar, actually. I don't even like Rockstars, but I bought that out of the vending machine because I didn't feel like the coffee was going to be enough for me.
Wow.
But, yeah.
Hey, you guys with the kids.
Boy. We got we got it's been a long few days, man. We got pink eye going through the house. We got pink eye. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at you. So,
nor do you mean to laugh with us.
Smell my finger.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Was he in high school again?
I'm not sure about that, but I'm just sitting here as an empty nester with just a lovely wife who surprised me last night, and she got
surprised you.
Oh, that wasn't the end of the surprises on Valentine's Day.
Oh,
I got No, I was home too late.
So
but
did you make a trip anywhere to get something special for her?
I did. She loves the. I went to Altitude Authentics and I got her a pretty nice, like it's like a sweatshirt, but it's a hoodie, but it's kind of a jacket too, and it's like old school with the knitting, the ties on it, and
almost looks like a real sweater.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. They only had size large, it's too big, but I was like, maybe you just wear this as a jacket. I don't know. I mean, they're kind of, you could use it for a million different things. So we'll see if she likes it or not. But then I can just return it for a medium whatever. Then I got her Cale Makar socks.
Cute.
She's in love with Cale Makar. I don't know what else to say. And Betsy. Yeah.
Did Betsy get a hair?
Get her
we'll find out tonight.
Betsy pillowcase.
Betsy, if there was a Betsy pillowcase, she would love to sleep on it.
I promise you, get it personalized somewhere.
But not with that haircut. Oh, dude, at the gala was so funny. That was such a fun night. And I would feel comfortable introducing her to Betsy. I got a good relationship with Betsy. That'd be fine. I'm like, yeah, I can just introduce you right now. So we just stalked him for like 45 minutes. We just stood at like a table like 10 feet away, just like looking at him like he's like he's like in the zoo or something. Like, oh, look at that. It's Bednar out in the wild. She's the haircut. He's got to get a haircut. Russ got a haircut.
I don't want him to get a haircut now. Because if he gets a haircut, we got a problem.
Well,
Houston, we got a problem
if
he gets a haircut.
You don't think the Avs got a little bit of a problem going on right now?
Well,
I don't think Betsy, with that beautiful head of hair, he probably has a person here. So he's not going to do, like all of us who played in the NBA anyway have had to do the emergency haircut on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Just find somebody that said, dude, I need a haircut. I've done it as a broadcaster. I need a haircut. But when you're a coach and that kind of hair, I mean, that hair, let's go on. I bet he's got a person in
I
town.
think he's got a mission. Like that hair, he's got something on his mind.
You think it's a plan?
Yeah,
this is the look.
I think there's something going on there.
It's long, man. It's look back at pictures from last year.
It's the longest I can remember. I don't think he's ever had hair this long.
I'll bet you a tattoo that he has a haircut before the first home game.
Oh, there you go.
The first home game back.
Are you betting D-Mac a tattoo?
No, it's you.
I don't want to bet a tattoo. D-Mac will willingly.
Sure.
Hey, by the way, everybody should be rooting for the Denver Broncos to draft a quarterback, as D-Mac did say.
Yep.
If they draft a quarterback, any quarterback,
yep.
D-Mac will get a tattoo of that quarterback.
First round.
All right, first round. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's not a good.
Move back.
Can you imagine?
Great. You know, it'd be the most ideal situation.
I got to rethink that one.
If they trade back into the 20s and at like 23, they select
who
do you want to select at 23? Michael Penix, sure. That would be D-Mac's dream tattoo.
Could you imagine his dream tattoo? He gets done, because you said the tattoo's going to be on the quarterback, and he gets done, he's looking in the mirror, and he goes, I said Penix. Penix.
Big Penix energy.
Well,
no regrets here.
No, I'm just glad to be in such a good mood and be around you fellas. I was a little bummed out last night watching the Nuggets. You're telling everybody not to freak out here, so I won't freak out. I guess.
It is what it is. It's nothing we can control, so why have the freak out? And again, I go with what Dem said, and I agree with Dem's. Listen to Dem's. If the starting unit is healthy and together, they're fine, and they'll be competitive in every single game and every single series they play in. Can they win a championship with a bench that is still in development? Now that's a question.
There was a quirky NBA story It's always a fascinating question. Like, when can you punch somebody and where can you punch them in their body parts?
How about that?
Okay, so I don't know if you guys know more details, but Piston center Isaiah Stewart was arrested for assault on Drew Eubanks, Phoenix Suns center. So they got into it, I guess, in the
tunnel.
Yeah, I pregame or something, and this, that, the other thing, and Stewart punches him. So you can't do that, but you can be on a football field. You can take your helmet off.
I thought in sports you could punch people. I just thought that's the rule.
Well,
if you play sports before, during, or after a game, you can punch somebody without getting arrested.
It appears, Tyler, where you're standing when you punch somebody matters to when you're going to be arrested or not. Because Aaron Donald took his helmet off on a football field and just started swinging. I think he had 2 helmets, right?
Yeah.
He was just swinging it at dudes' heads. And he made contact.
And you know what the coaches said? Love the fire. Love the passion.
All right. So where in the world can you get away with what you can get away with on a playing field?
On
Anywhere?
the playing field, nowhere. On the ice rink. Well, weren't they charging the one skater who fell and cut that guy's throat?
Yeah,
and the guy
he
ended up
got
dying?
charged with
Didn't he get
manslaughter or
charged for manslaughter?
Yeah, yeah.
In Canada somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, that was a
and
bad
that was
deal.
on the ice.
Give me a scenario in the real world where you could get away with just punching a dude like you can in sports and be okay.
There isn't.
Right? Yeah. There's not, aside from like we're boxing against each other or doing mixed martial arts or something.
EMP hits, nobody's cell phones work.
Well, there's not going to be any law then either, so
yeah.
You don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
How did we get to a?
So what happened?
They
what
got
happened
arrested. He was arrested. He was let go. Whatever. I mean, you can't do that. But you could.
No, but you can. You can.
Now
in
hold
sports.
on. Here's the bigger question.
Right. Had you waited for the game?
I actually think before, during, or after, you're actually allowed to punch somebody.
Here's the question you have to ask. If Eubanks would have punched Stewart, does Eubanks get arrested?
Punch him back?
Oh, no. Whatever the scenario was.
Well, I assume yes.
Just reversed it. If Eubanks punches Stewart, the home team guy punches the visiting team guy.
Oh, you get special privileges if you're the.
Is there an arrest then?
Family gatherings.
No, I don't think you can punch people at family gatherings though. Like at reunions.
No, not reunion. Maybe like once every 10 years you can punch somebody.
I'd like to punch him in the face.
I just think it's such a unique thing to sports that you're allowed to actually punch somebody during play, and it's okay. It's amazing to me. You're not going to get arrested.
In fact, you're going to get a standing ovation if it's on the hockey.
That's right.
Standing right. And then there's the story of like this goes way back, but Kermit Washington and Rudy Tomjanovich. And that was just one punch that almost killed Rudy T.
And I don't think Kermit got charged.
I don't think so. It kind of ruined his life, though. I mean, it wasn't really good after that.
You know who I was dealing with?
But you've thrown punch. Well, I mean, Tyler, you fought at practice. I don't know. Have you ever fought in a game?
No. Not. I've never thrown a punch that has been seen in a game.
Okay. But Scotty's just thrown punches in games. Just aiming for dudes' heads, right?
That's funny to me because in Scotty's day, it was actually more acceptable in basketball to throw punches than it was for me playing football to throw punches in a game.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Shut your face.
Shut your face, Bill Lynn. Oh, wait, he was your teammate.
No, it's weird. It was fun.
How many fights how many times did you throw a punch at another dude in an NBA game? Like when you knew you could get away with it.
But
to
you
a
never.
degree.
Once a punch was on, you weren't sure you're ever going to get away with it.
Yeah, but you weren't going to be arrested.
Oh, well, you never. Yeah,
But
I was not
Were they
arrested.
throwing down fines back in the day for punching someone?
Well, kind of. I only got one big fine. Big fine.
What'd you get fined for?
Punching Barkley.
How much?
$14,580.
Wow, that was big back then.
What year?
91.
Yeah. Did you peel it? No.
No big deal.
Turns out you punched him.
It was a
Tough to appeal.
$10,000 fine, and my game check was $4,850.
Was it worth it?
Well, I'm still playing on it, 40 years later. I mean, it's kind of like watching baseball games. I think that fine is now down to basically, per episode and story, it's cost me about, $40 per story now.
How many punches have you thrown? I mean, can you even remember them, or is it too many?
8 or 9 or 10. Probably.
Yeah, right. It gets lost a little bit.
Yeah. Some landed, some didn't. Well, I got punched in the mouth 3 times in the fight, and I never got a swing.
What was that?
Oh, dude. Oh, what is his name? Green, played for the Bulls, 6'9", UNLV. Strong, big dude, about 6'10", probably 240, 245. Sidney Green. And we're like bowing each other hard. And I finally get him back, coming down lane to the screen. He squares off to me. I start running my mouth. Boom, left hand jab right in the mouth. I go, take a step towards him. Bam, another jab right in the mouth. I go, and I'm cocking, right? Bam, third jab right in the mouth. I always said there's three punches allowed usually in an NBA fight, and everybody jumps in.
Yeah.
3 straight jabs right to my mouth every time. Boom, boom, boom. And I had braces. I had braces on at that time. And it actually broke one of my braces, and the wire was sticking up. It went through the inside lip. It didn't penetrate the outside lip, but it was like sticking it out like this. And so I'm like this, and I was steady talking trash. Blood's coming down my mouth. Trainer comes over and grabs me, and I'm serious. I'd never stop talking trash to him. Him at this, him at this. I apologize. I forgive Sidney. And in the middle of talking trash, I leaned down, and my trainer's got a hold of me. Joe O'Toole said, "Whatever you do, don't let me go." Dude, I'm telling you, I was ready to fight. Here we go. We're going to fight.
The funniest thing in basketball,
I didn't get a punch.
You're unprotected in football.
Oh yeah, with the fights in stupid football. like what are we doing? Like we're punching another man in a helmet. The only thing that's gonna happen is I'm gonna break my fist. Like what are we doing here? And
would you always?
I mean, I was not dumb enough to use a closed fist, so I would go open palm. That's what I would do.
But you would always aim for the head.
Oh yeah, because I mean, what else are you gonna hit? You can aim for the throat if you want to, but you got to have pretty good aim right there.
They took out the head slap, but go back and watch some of those old films, the old NFL films of like Leroy Page and what was the other
Hendrickson,
Tombstone
the Raiders.
Jackson that played for the Broncos.
Page
or Jackson, one of the guys broke a dude's helmet. With a head slap.
Can you imagine there was a time where that was legal? Like as a tackle, you were allowed to be slapped in the head.
It's very effective. Very, very effective move. If you get away with it, I suggest it.
We got no dumb questions on the way. The Nuggets, rough one. The Avs hopefully can bounce back a little bit. And Goodell's not happy with the streaming stuff. We'll hear from Raj coming up. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's Z-Mac for Old Chicago. OC is cranking. What a great place to hang out and watch a game, have dinner, lunch, whatever you need at Old Chicago, because they're so creative with their pizzas. Recently, this chicken bacon ranch has been unreal. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's time for you to get that Old Chicago app. Go to visit oldchicago.com for your nearest locations and download the Old Chicago app to get $5 off your first order of $25. Now, the pizza is legendary for sure. But listen, man, whether it's salads, calzones, burgers, even their fish and chips, literally everything is more than okay at OC. And pair that up with one of their 100 local and legendary beers, and that's some liquid gold and a night you're going to remember. So, again, Old Chicago, there's one near you. I like the one at Arapahoe and Parker, but that's just close to me. There's an Old Chicago near you. You can find it. Go to oldchicago.com for the nearest location. That's oldchicago.com. No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. Get them in. See what you got here today. You got some mock drafts coming up.
Hell yeah.
I was looking at I got.
Oh, your well, hold on.
I got to see
hold
my
on.
granddaughter.
Hold
today.
on. All right, let's get to a couple personal things here before we rock and roll.
Beautiful, beautiful.
It's gorgeous. So when did you see your granddaughter for the first time?
What day did we get back? I don't even know. I don't know what today is. We got back Monday night late. I went and saw her Tuesday after work. She slept basically the whole time, and then I went by this morning and got to play with her a little bit.
What number is this for you, grandkid?
4th.
Wow.
Holy cow, son, my goodness.
First for her, though, right?
Yeah. Hazel, Vivian, Ainsley, and Hattie.
Hattie, I'm one of my very good friends, Dusty Sprague, my teammate, lives out in Holyoke, named his daughter Hattie.
Will you have an aunt or an uncle who is younger than their niece or nephew?
No, I won't.
You won't?
But 2 of my granddaughters are like 5 and 3, 4 and 2, kind of in that area.
You guys are Dunsky. That's where
I was a 9-year-old uncle. These things happen.
Yeah.
Oh, I know they happen. I just have to follow the bouncing ball. I mean, I get it.
What do you mean?
You trying to figure this out, D-Man?
No. I understand it completely. I just have more questions if it's happening. So congratulations. That must have been just awesome.
That was cool because, like I said, she was born Wednesday. Basically, we'd been into L.A. for a couple hours, and then I get a picture of the baby born.
I can't imagine anything greater. If your kid's in a good spot, they have a child, you can rest that baby on your chest for a good 20, 30 minutes. Just
give it right on back.
Give it right on back. That's going to be a powerful.
Kind of what I did this morning, yeah.
Well, I do not know how it gets much better than that, right?
That
there.
was cool. It was cool.
You're going into your high school's Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
This is tomorrow. This is like I feel like we should send a contingency out there with you. Like we need the social media. I'm sure Raj will come with you. You know, good Raj. I'm sure he'll come on out. Yeah.
What's taking so long?
They have never decided to do it. It was the one I showed you with Bill Curtis. Went to my high school.
Yeah.
The old CBS announcer. He's in there.
Yeah.
Another lawyer, guy named William Inge, who also wrote some of the famous plays back around the 50s.
Yeah.
That I could read some you probably heard of. Reverend Bert's son, I can't remember his first name now, but has won Academy Awards for scores and stuff on different movies. I don't know if he worked on Barbie.
So wait, it's all these
all these like famous guys. Another guy who I remember, Mr. Wesley, who was a postman. Military, they've been postman for 30 years, black guy, but he did a lot of stuff for social justice and back in the 60s and 70s. So, I mean, he's being honored. He went to high school there.
Wait, they're all being honored now? Did your school just think of this? Did it just...
I think, as I've been told, that they've been trying to get something for a few years, and they finally have...
Do they have a Hall of Fame?
No, this is
what he's saying.
This is the inaugural class.
Yeah, got it.
Oh, well, that's a big honor then.
Yeah, I think so.
That is a big deal.
You're in as soon as you could be in.
That for a second he was giving me hope, but
your situation is
in
way
reality
worse.
there is no hope for me because I was thinking, Scott,
does Cherry Creek have a Hall of Fame?
Oh yeah, they got a hall. Yeah, matter of fact, one time D-Mac called the athletic director while we were live on air asking why wasn't it in the Hall of Fame.
So here's a question for you: who goes into the Cherry Creek Hall of Fame first, you or Dave Logan?
Oh, Dave, that thing's written in stone, buddy. That thing is written in stone.
Does Dave have a Super Bowl?
No.
Yeah.
He's called 3.
The answer is no. He didn't play. Dave played for like the Browns,
but
dude.
he's also the head coach of like 4 or 5 Cherry Creek championships.
I mean, Dave might have been drafted in 4 professional leagues, but I won a Super Bowl. Take that, Logan.
First of all, congratulations to you. That's awesome. It's fun to be in there. Second of all, I am stunned that there's not more for Tyler. It's not like I get it with Cherry Creek. There's a lot of famous people there, but how many football players from Cherry Creek actually have a Super Bowl ring?
Well, there's 2. There's 2.
You and who?
Tom Ashworth. He's got 3 of them things. Tom Ashworth got 3 playing for the Patriots.
So
you should know him.
Of all these legendary Creek guys.
Yep.
There's 2 ever that have a Super Bowl
and
ring.
You know what? My only saving grace here, that there might be a little bit of hope. I believe Tom Ashworth only went into the Hall of Fame like 3 or 4 years ago, and he's older than me. So, you know, they need time. It's like fine wine. Like, it just needs time to marinate here a little bit.
And Scotty's going in right. Are you in
If
any
anybody
other?
wants to campaign for me, I am hiring a campaign manager.
Well, all right, hold on. Are there other football players in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Darnold. What was his name? Not
Darryl McDonald.
Darryl McDonald.
Darryl-
Yeah.
He was more of a baseball guy.
Oh,
I mean,
he was not. I
He was
mean,
an
high
all-state
school
running
dude,
back,
I
too.
know. I
He
know.
was all everything.
I get it. But later in life, he was more of a baseball guy. I understand
Yeah.
he did everything in high school.
Yeah.
So wait a second. Are you being not let in because you had a disappointing high school run? Is
know
that
what?
the case?
I mean, I was a captain of a very disappointing Cherry Creek high
Right.
school football team. I don't know.
I just assumed if you won a championship as a professional, you would sort of be honored by, well, you got a chip.
They so
Couple.
when you win a Super Bowl, they send like a golden Super Bowl ball to all your high schools. Every high school gets a golden Super Bowl ball.
Yeah.
So my daughter had a swim meet over at Cherry Creek High School a few months back, and I donated them a game jersey. They had they had a couple different Super Bowl things and this golden Super Bowl ball.
Yeah.
And so I'm taking her through the trophy cases. I'm like, hey, I want to show you where the Super Bowl ball is. Can't find the ball. So I'm like, well, this is interesting.
Where's your jersey?
Couldn't find the jersey. So I end up running into a guy that I still remembered. And I was like, hey, do you have any clue where that golden Super Bowl ball is? He's like, oh, yeah. I think it's in a closet.
Oh,
let me go check. So I go and check. He goes and checks. Can't find the ball.
Can't find the ball.
Cannot find the ball.
Ball's not there.
Lo and behold, I go to the swim meet. We've been looking for like 45 minutes in the trophy cases.
It's in the pool?
I go to the swim meet down in the pool, which I'd never been in my entire high school career.
Uh-huh.
And in this little windowsill in the pool, at Cherry Creek High School,
the ball
is a golden Super Bowl
Oh,
ball.
my God, dude.
Yeah.
That is pretty funny. You really do have like the Eeyore life sometimes with stuff like that. I mean, it is remarkable, bro. Well, hey man, congrats for going in your high. That's tomorrow, man. That's awesome. Congratulations, Scotty. That's fantastic.
Now, do you have other ones?
No Hall of Fames.
Are you in other Hall of Fames? Come on. What other Hall of Fames you in? Wow, really? Should we just take a break?
I'm in the University of Arkansas's Hall of Honor, they call it.
Okay, same thing, yeah.
I'm in the State of Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame.
Okay.
I'm in the Kansas State Sports Hall of Fame.
Dude, look at this.
I'm in the Southwest Conference Hall of Fame.
I got to go.
That is awesome. That is fantastic. What about in CU, Tyler?
My mom told me I was really good, though.
It's time for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Tyler, I'll tell you this. My radio station, college radio station, does have a Hall of Fame.
Yep.
And I am not in it.
Well, you and Tarico, pretty much the same.
Tarico didn't even work at my college radio station. He worked at the other one on campus. Tarico was invited to speak at my college radio station's banquet. He didn't even work there.
He got the honorary degree.
He did. Like, everybody wants to claim Tarico.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, Scotty, what's happening in that skull?
Yeah, I really don't have anything that I've thought about. You've kind of emptied my brain today.
Oh, okay.
If I'm being real honest.
I mean, I got a bunch of stuff here. I can get you.
I got one. What is the greatest word you have ever used properly in a sentence?
Wow.
Holy cow.
I mean, because you guys have been in somebody else.
I don't think I've ever used 3 syllables, so
no,
that's tough.
That's a good one, man. I don't know. And I say this, I can't even remember the word now, but my 9-year-old came up and said, well, they were giving their testimonial over on how they think.
Took you by surprise. Took your breath away.
Yeah, like she's used a word like twice in the last week or so, and I went, you already can say those words? I mean, not bad words. I mean, they were like grown-up real people words.
I don't know if I can think off the top of my head.
Boondoggle.
Boondoggle's a
Have
good
you used
one.
that in a
Yeah, it's a bunch of boondoggle.
I don't know if that's a proper sense.
No. It wouldn't be a bunch of boondoggle. It would be a boondoggle.
No, it's a bunch of boondoggle.
No, it's
Like,
you're not
went
using-
to,
you're not
listen,
using
I
it.
went to the Blue Ribbon High School here. I went to the Blue Ribbon High
Did
School.
you though?
Yeah.
There's no memory of it.
There's no Hall
Yeah.
of Fame of it.
Yeah.
there's no.
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah.
The Broncos' handling of Russell Wilson is a boondoggle.
A bunch of boondoggle.
Not
It doesn't
of
sound right. It doesn't sound right making it singular. It just doesn't sound right.
Boondoggle.
Boondoggle.
No, it's a bunch of boondoggle.
No, I think
No,
you're
it's
definitely.
could be a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be a load of malarkey.
Yeah.
That'd be a good one. Malarkey.
Malarkey's a good one.
No, but boondoggle is a. All right, you went to Creek.
The bravado you guys are showing here is just outrageous.
That bravado's good.
Bravado's good.
Thank you.
I don't think you used it the right way.
What else can I use out of context?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, you're kind of going that
We
direction.
say that every day. We wonder.
From Cody Harmon, no dumb question on the text line 303-504-0925. D-Mac, why do you hate the Avs so much? Where is that coming from?
Because you're not allowed to say anything bad. You can't say anything critical that they need to get better.
That was coming from a survey about 4 years ago.
Cody, well, yeah, that was about the Nuggets specifically, but Cody, my man, are you just hockey guy? Am I just hearing from hockey guy here that cannot hear any criticism? Cody, my man, I just want to point out Ryan Johansson, big off-season second line center, has 2 goals in 2 months, and in the last game, it wasn't my decision to give him fourth line minutes. That was Jared Bednar that did that. I just want to straighten you out there, Cody. And as the trade deadline approaches, there were four acquisitions in the year they won the Cup. So they have Parise. You could count that as one. What else we cooking at there, Avalanche? Because you're on a road trip right now where you did win, which was good. Thank God you beat Washington.
What is it, 1-3-1, I believe?
They have 3 out of 10 points right now going into tonight's game against Tampa.
Well,
So
1-3-1.
That's right. So you had 12 possible points, and you got 3. So even with a win tonight,
you'd have 5.
5 points on a roadie ain't great. Plus a loss against New Jersey, who's really been struggling. Overtime loss against the Rangers. Getting your clock cleaned by Florida. So, Cody, what are you talking about? It's not hate the Avs. It comes from a point of love, wanting the best for them. So what? We can't say anything critical? We can't point out the beyond obvious that's going on? What are we supposed to do with hockey? Just stick our head in the sand? I'm concerned about the Nuggets right now after last night.
No dumb question. How much money do you have to be willing to, how much money do you need to save to be willing to give up all of your information? All of it.
What are you talking about?
I downloaded the Temu app. The Temu app. Have you guys downloaded the Temu app?
No,
Have you seen the Temu app?
What is that?
The Temu app is like a Amazon Prime dollar store.
That's a great way to describe it.
Yes,
yeah.
it's an Amazon Prime dollar store.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, like, my daughter was convinced, and she downloaded this thing on my phone before the Super Bowl. I had no clue what it was. She downloaded it on my phone. She picks out like 40 different outfits, and the total comes out to like $36.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not buying this for you. This is the biggest scam of all time. It has to be. You got that off Temu?
Off Temu.
You got that off Temu.
Oh, I don't. Three of them for like $4.99.
Well, so I gave her this life lesson about you have to know how to spot a scam. Like, this is the biggest scam of all time. There's no chance you're going to be getting any decent product off here for less than $40.
They don't spend a lot of money on packaging.
Well, that's true. But I also said, look, it's going to take about 3 months to ship here. Probably can't return it. It's going to be a bunch of garbage. And I'm not saying it's the highest quality gear that I've ever seen in my life, but it was like actually reasonable stuff. It was like stuff that you'd buy off of Amazon. However, come to find out, it's like TikTok. They take all of your information. You're getting spyware on your phone. It's like a very bad app, according to a bunch of people. So I'm wondering, is it worth it or not to give up all of my personal information to save $60?
Oh, clearly it is, yes. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about that whatsoever.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, but the good part is that every time you log in, it lets you spin a wheel, and it gives you free something that you get to win. So my daughter won a free LED light that she needed to buy last night, but she had to spend $40 to get the free item.
What would it take? I don't know if this is a dumb question, but there's a world out there the Broncos could move to the 2nd overall pick. We'll have the details coming up next on PhD. Hey, it's T-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive Group. All right, there's a great thing going on at Mike Maroney as they're making it affordable for you to get a special deal on a new Chevy, Ford, Buick, or GMC. So depending on which model you choose, you can get a discount of up to $10,000, 1.9% long-term financing, or payments as low as $299 a month. Okay, a discount of up to $10,000, 1.9% long-term financing, $299 a month. That is a great deal. And as a customer of Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, I know how amazing the service is. And they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado. Free delivery. So if you go on to MikeMaroneyColorado.com, you can shop for yourself online, and there you go. Or you can visit them in their incredible showrooms. Visit them today at Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont, Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. Again, for all the details, go to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. It is time.
Uh-huh.
For Mock Draft Mania.
Yes.
Where, yes, we can go over. Because, Scotty, did you hear about the draft?
It happened yesterday.
Who'd we get?
Well, it's incredible because we can actually go back in time and still select. So we can change the past with the future. It's really cool.
So really, when is the draft?
Love it.
No,
Tomorrow.
it's tomorrow. Yeah.
Tomorrow.
I lied yesterday when I said it was yesterday. It's really tomorrow.
A Pro Football Focus mock. What would it take?
Big boy.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Well,
Like,
yeah, well,
like what? Like a 1B.
I think they're just a bunch of nerds. Anyways, PFF. Aren't they all like in Iceland or something? It doesn't matter. Here's what it would take. See if you would do this deal to move to number 2.
Number 2. I want number 1.
Do you like number 2?
I like number 1.
I love a good number 2 every day. You know,
a good number 2 feels better than a number 1. I'm not going to lie.
To me, I feel like a number 2 is a waste of an hour and 15 minutes every day.
Wow.
You comfortable here in this building, or you know?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Right before I left yesterday.
Right.
10 minutes.
All right, you went all Washington Commanders on. Yeah. All right. Anyways, a 2024 first round pick. So we switched to a 12. A 2025 first round pick. A 2025 second round pick, and a 2026 first round pick. Holy cow!
Out.
Hold on.
And the Broncos get number 2.
Let me just make sure I understood that correctly. So the 2024, are we just swapping?
Swapping.
So we're giving them 2 first rounders.
Yeah.
I'm not counting this one because you're just swapping, right? So you're giving 2 first rounders, a second round next year, and then what was the final anthem change?
No, that's it. Yeah. And you get the second quarterback off the board.
Which means
who do you
are
want?
selecting. If I'm doing that, I'm rolling the dice. If I'm doing that, I'm rolling the dice and I'm selecting Jaden Daniels. That's what I'm doing. Because at least you're getting the huge upside guy, right? But it's also the gamble. You could get the Trey Lance situation out of that. We know how this thing goes. When you go for the upside guy, sometimes you get the upside, sometimes you get nothing.
Now, if they did a deal like this, I would have to dance in a G-string on the light rail from County Line Station to downtown.
Here we go again.
Put
it in stone.
Why do you throw these things out there for you to do?
Yeah.
I mean, do you want so much attention? And I'm putting it on my YouTube channel, DarrenMcKee.com.
Oh, he's got a podcast for it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There ain't no doubt about that.
Yeah.
I'm going to podcast just the idea of the podcast.
Here's my problem with it. Why would the Washington Commanders give you that? Why would the Commanders not be selecting
quarterback? Because they like
quarterback?
Penix and know they can get Penix at 12.
And they just selected
They
Russell.
get Penix in the second round, maybe.
They just scooped up Russell Wilson for nothing.
Oh,
the peanuts.
Oh, the
And
Washington Commanders. Dan Quinn wants Russell Wilson. They ain't doing that, dude. Are you kidding me? Nobody's selecting out. They are not moving out of number 2. Number one might be able to move into. Number 2, Washington Commanders, they're not moving out of that. Are you kidding me? They're taking a quarterback.
It would seem silly for them to do anything, but here's what stings. Thank you for the Star Wars music. I don't even remember this music from Star Wars. What scene was this in?
That was the one where they had Jar Jar Binks.
We're going Jar Jar Binks music?
Yeah, that was Jar Jar Binks.
That's where they're fighting Darth Maul, Obi-Wan, and Qui-Gon.
Okay. Oh, my Lord.
Jar Jar Binks one.
This is like the worst Star Wars. Jar Jar Binks wasn't.
Jar Jar's underrated.
It's a little bit
Jar
like,
Jar gets too much hate. I don't understand the hate that Jar Jar
We
gets.
don't want to go there, Andy.
We start doing impressions, and then we're going to rank Star Wars movies. Really, seriously, we'd fit right in with these mock drafts.
That'd be more fun. Hey, no.
Are you ready to give something up? I guess
Yeah.
that's where I'm going. Are you ready? Because this is the taste of it. If not this, then what?
Two first and a second, too deep for me. Too expensive.
What is an acceptable spending spree?
Acquiring a second round and moving from 12 to 20.
Oh, my Lord. To draft 2. Oh, my God.
Bo Nix.
Oh, my God.
Hold on, you got him in the first round. You still like it?
I don't like it that much.
All right,
I don't
fine.
like trading
All right,
back,
fine.
and I don't
He'll
like
do it at 19. He moved back to 19. You like it then?
I'm not a fan of it.
How you like them apples?
I don't like it. I don't love it. I don't like it. I think it shows a lack of commitment to whoever that guy's going to be. You're hedging your bets. You're saying we'll just take spare parts here. I want to see a commitment. I want to see the broad. It's more about that than anything. Like,
why didn't you say this last spring when they hired a new head coach? Yeah, and what's the difference between drafting a first-round guy and a guy you just paid $300 million? Shouldn't there be a commitment to $300 million?
They didn't have a first. They didn't have any picks. They didn't have a first or second rounder. We were in on Russ.
But that was like you already had information at that point. I mean, I get that if you said that when Nathaniel Hackett walked in the door, right?
What was your expectation? Because you're more of a Russ guy. Wait, where are you with Russ?
I didn't think they should trade for Russ in the first place.
Okay.
But when they did, I mean, I did fall in line and said, well, you draft him. I mean, you trade for him. You might as well pay him now.
Okay. Why didn't you like him in the first place?
Because he's a 30-something-year-old football player, and you've already struck lightning in a bottle once with Peyton Manning.
You must have been screaming in the wilderness on that because everybody loved that deal at the time.
Well, Dan was doing it. Was I the only guy that wasn't?
I think the only guy in the station that wasn't all in.
I've done my job for 30 years.
Yeah.
My professional job, career-wise, I don't know, we talk radio, is to be an analyst. And the one thing that I think a good analyst does is you got to view players and athletic types, and it doesn't matter the sport. I feel I can tell you whether this guy can play or not, or whether this guy can't play, whatever sport he is. And I didn't think Russ was going to be Peyton Manning.
Dude, I was so into Russ when they got him. I didn't care what they gave up for him. I freaking loved it.
Well, it's a good lesson, though, D-Mac. It really is. Because for everything that and I was guilty of it, too. I'm not going to lie. I was guilty of it. I was blind. I knew that there was stuff going on out there in Seattle, but I didn't want to believe it. I just didn't want to believe it. It couldn't be true. This guy's already had a Hall of Fame type of career. It really is a great lesson because all the stuff that was out there, all the concerns, all the red flags that we did know about Russell Wilson at the time, we intentionally blinded ourselves. We put the blinders on, and you got desperate, and you gave away the farm, and we were excited. We went and got the guy. Really, what the heck is the difference between that and just moving up and drafting one of these dudes in the draft?
Well, here's what's
maybe
the kid
nothing
from USC?
There's not much of a difference. There really is not.
No, this year.
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams.
Oh, okay.
And all of our friends, Joel Klatt, he's throwing up some red flags on Caleb Williams.
What's Joel saying about Williams?
That his process as far as being able to change protections and do this and that, is lacking. Be leery drafted him in the first
Do you
pick.
care that he was like sobbing with his mom or dad or whatever that was after game? You don't care about that?
No, because, dude, once you get over 50, you cry all the time anyway. So I'm like thinking, hey, get it in, tune it in early. And you know what? His college career meant something to him, and he's there with his parents. I had no problem with that.
Okay.
That particular instance doesn't bother me, but there's enough with that dude that does.
Mm-hmm.
Like it all just adds up from the fingernails to
fingernails.
Paints his fingernails just like it, and it's not about painting the fingernails. It's just it's
look at me.
Yes. Like it's nothing. Forget the fingernails. In today's world, I can't say that. All right, but yes, it is the look at me approach of it. It's the I'm going to go home and curl up with my dog and watch Netflix and forget the game. There are some weird quirks with that dude, for sure. There are. That being said, I want him. Like, are you kidding me? That's the only dude in this draft. I think people are going way too downhill on that guy. It's somewhere in the middle. He's not as good as everybody thought he was last year, and he's definitely better than what people think he is right now.
I'll tell you who needs to rally his troops together is our guy Sanford with the big Penix energy. That dude is dropping like a stone right now.
But I still think part of that, he didn't throw necessarily great all week. Did not play in the game, and I think it's already coming out for the medicals that it's going to be.
That's
bad.
A real deal.
Yeah, that's going to be bad. So I think that's why he's dropping more than anything.
You know
dude, that semifinal game that they won
looked great.
He was fantastic in that game.
You know what?
Average in the finals.
It could be a Michael Porter Jr. type of situation. It could be a steal. I mean, if you get through it, I know D-Mac could drive you insane, but you get through the first round, you don't see anybody that you like. Michael Penix, that's got first-round talent written all over him. It's got second-round medical evaluations written all over him. A guy like that drops to the second round and he's sitting there on the board. Well, you don't have a second round pick, so that hurts. But in theory.
But let me ask this, and I'll throw this out to Bronco fans on Twitch. Would you be more apt to moving some thirds and fourths around? I think you have 3 thirds this year.
I know.
It's
two, yeah, I believe.
2 thirds and a fourth or whatever.
Yeah.
What do you have, like 5 total picks?
6.
I'd be much more willing to throw some of them at moving up to the second round and get a guy like Penix than I am moving the next couple of years of first rounds and a second round to get up to number 2 and maybe get a guy. I just don't know if these guys, any of them are let's go do it guys.
Here's what I know. I need something to be excited about. I need something to have hope about.
Mm-hmm.
And Russ deal didn't work out. It busted out. You move up. You give up a couple first rounders. Go get Drake May. Go get Jaden Daniels. It might bust out again. I could use some hope and excitement in this energy in this locker room right now, though. I sure as heck could, and I am an advocate for it. I don't think it's a realistic world because I don't think Washington would trade out. I don't see how the Broncos could actually move up. But if you're asking me if I would be excited if the Denver Broncos made a move like that to go get Drake May, yes, I would be excited. I just don't see how it gets done.
We'll get back to the NFL with Less Football Go right around 2:20. Should we be concerned about the Nuggets? What did we learn, maybe good or bad, from last night? Next. Hey, you're welcome. It's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You've heard a lot about how treating low T can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels, and more. But I want to talk about your sex drive because low testosterone can have a significant impact on your desire for intimacy. It can even be a factor in erectile dysfunction. And if you're in a relationship, or at least wanting to be in a relationship, a low sex drive could really be a problem. Well, good news. If you're like most guys, treating your low T could change the way you feel about sex, giving you back the flame and desire that's so important when you love someone. So if you're feeling sluggish and tired, you're not sleeping well, workouts just aren't that great, and the sex drive, more like a putt, make an appointment today. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can reach out to them at 720-440-7900. Online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Most men wait a year or longer. There is no need for you to wait. With 5 locations, certainly there's one close to you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900. Get that drive back. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I think it's we're not healthy. I mean, we have the best 5-man starting unit in the league. In the last 3 games, we haven't had those 5 guys together. So I think it's more of that. At least we defended tonight. I mean, that was my big thing to our team today, Harrison, was the last 2 games, we are 30th in three-point percentage. We are 30th in field goal percentage. So if you're not making shots, which we aren't, you got to get stops to try to stay in the game. And we didn't do that at SAC. We didn't do that at Milwaukee.
Hey, Coach. D-Mac here. Coach, you need a lozenge?
No, I'm good.
Is Coach all right, Scotty? Is he doing all right?
I heard him on with Demps, and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna let you go, Coach. Your voice is hurting." He's like, "Oh no, my voice is feeling better. Let's go. I got one more question to me."
How is he? Hey, he's a tough guy, man. He's a tough dude. He just can't talk. What was he saying with Demps and stuff today? What was he?
It was actually a couple days ago.
Oh,
but,
okay.
I think he's been fighting a cold, fought a cold
Oh,
for a
he's
little
fighting
bit.
something.
Then you yell, you know that.
Well, he's already got that raspy voice, so he's like the prime candidate for that voice to happen to.
All right, what happened last night?
Well, there's a wall. There's a car.
Yeah.
Hit the wall.
With the car?
Yeah, with the car.
Did the airbag go off?
That if Joker's special last night, do they still win?
Is he special or is he
plays like
Joker?
he did, if he plays like he did in Milwaukee?
Did Joker hit a mental brick wall last night?
I thought he looked
tired. I know
dead
that
tired
much,
that game.
but
And I
it
think
looked
his-
different to me.
I think his back is legit messed up.
I did think he was trying to get thrown out of the game.
It looked to me he was tired. Maybe there's a little bit off. I'm frustrated. I just don't really want to be here right now.
The way he went after that ref, and if you just watch
Ray
the
Acosta.
sequence of it, it's like he gets fouled, it doesn't get called, and he is way behind the play, running down just to yell at the ref.
He's trying to get a technical, and the guy wouldn't give it to him until after the play was
Correct. Because the guy was like, whoever that ref was like, I'm
done.
gonna
Ray Acosta.
let Sacramento score, which I think they did, and then I'm gonna tee you up. So he wasn't gonna stop play to tee up Jokic when the Kings had the ball. But as soon as the play was over, and you knew it was gonna happen, and then Jokic went after him again. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess he just wants to get thrown out of this game.
Absolutely. I was disappointed. I was, because I really thought that there would be a little bit of a revenge coming back after the last time you played those guys. You get embarrassed.
There was in the first half.
I know.
There was.
But what happened? Where did it go? And then you don't see any energy. You hardly saw any pride. AG had it. I'll give that dude credit. I mean, he's flying around everywhere.
My freshman year at the University of Arkansas, and we went, and that's back when they didn't have limitations on practice. We'd have a 3-hour practice and then a 30-minute of sprints, conditioning, right? So we'd have a 3-hour practice and then 30 minutes of conditioning.
I swear I'm not trying to be a jerk with this question, but could freshmen play?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And they could dunk it. They'd dunk it too.
I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I was honestly curious.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
So
He wasn't at Harvard.
Yeah.
No,
It's my,
no.
as
You
a
didn't
Princeton
understand the question.
before I took my NIL deal at Arkansas. So it's my freshman year, and we're one of the first couple practices. And get through practice and blah, blah, blah. And now, okay, get on the line. We're doing called them suicides back then. Now, lines, you can just call them lines, whatever. You start a baseline, you run the free throw line, back to baseline, to half court, back to baseline, back to the other free throw line, extended back
Doing
to
lines back in that day was a whole different.
I mean,
I understand.
you did them.
Suicides, yeah.
We get done. I bust my hump. I mean, I'm up there first, second. I was never a fast guy, but I'm trying to Tim Tebow it. I am trying to win this sprint because I'm thinking we're going to do 1 or 2.
Scott, you know there's a union. Like you're a union breaker. Come on.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm thinking, it's like high school. We're going to do 1 or 2.
Sure.
No, he had 30 minutes of it.
Well, it's miracle again.
Yeah,
Tweet,
it
again,
was miracle
tweet.
again.
Yeah.
And then we'd have the next group go, and then the first group back on. I'm like, I still wasn't even done breathing. Again. And I went from like first or second to like fourth or fifth to like 6 or 7 to like I'm barely finishing. Right. By the third or fourth one, I mean, I'm barely crossing the line.
Is this who the Nuggets are?
Coach goes to me and goes, looks like old Scotty spent all of his money at the first candy store he went to. And that's what, to me, I'm looking at last night. As the game went, First quarter, pretty good.
Yep.
Second quarter, okay.
Yeah.
Third, nothing.
Disaster.
Fourth, now it's just a grind. Fourth, they're just trying to grind.
You know what, though? I still thought they were going to win the game.
But again, I throw it at you. If Joker has a game like he had in Milwaukee where no one else showed up except him, what do you have, 29?
Yeah, something.
Something to something, right? 29.
Like 13 and
13 and 8, I think.
Something like that.
If he has that game, they win the game by 15. That
Yeah.
shows you how good and how important he is to his team. He doesn't have a good game. No one else is lifting. I mean, and that goes to show you also. Aaron Gordon had a great game.
Yeah.
But the way he played, his like football, that'd be great because you run it first down, pick up 6, second
He
down,
does
pick up
play
5,
heavy.
first down,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a heavy. That's you know what I'm saying? It shows you how important he is to this team and how he has to be, and the pressure he has to be good all the time to have a chance.
Here's my concern. They do have arguably the best starting 5 in the NBA. Michael Malone said that after the game. Said we don't have our guys. When we got our guys, we got the best 5 starters in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
I buy that. I do. And when you get to the playoffs, you're probably only going to be playing about 7 guys, maybe 8 guys, and you probably can't get away with it. But they are dangerously close, and just everything is so close this year with all the teams and the seedings. It does feel like you've got a long stretch here. What is it? 21 games after the how many games after the break?
27.
27 games after the break. You got a long ways to go that you got to be relying on that bench, and I'm just worried about the position that they're going to be in getting into the playoffs. I know, Scott, you said where were the Chiefs when they got in there? I guess, but I think getting that home court does matter.
Yeah. Listen, it's always important. I mean, I'm not going to sleep that it isn't. You won the Phoenix series game 5 there. You beat the Lakers twice there. You beat Miami twice there. You beat Minnesota. Did you beat them there twice or once? You beat them there once. Didn't you? You beat them twice there.
Yep.
Well, they won 5 games because Minnesota won 1 game.
Oh, okay.
It might have been a home game. Might have been game 2.
Right, because they swept the Lakers.
Yeah.
Best sweep of all time for the Lakers.
So they can play on the road. It's a traveling team. They can play on the road. It does get tiring. You have to do it all the time. I understand that. I'm not worried except for the health. You got to – and it's why I wouldn't have played KCP in any of them games. Once he missed, that Laker game or whatever after he was hurt, I don't play him. No. I mean, I played him – tried to get him back in Milwaukee, got him for 9 minutes, and then done.
Did they make a mistake not picking somebody up at the trade deadline? Not to necessarily.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what they really could have done. I think they were probably in trouble.
Well, I'm not going to play that game with you.
What?
I'm not going to play that game.
What do you mean? I'm giving you a good answer.
Okay.
I think they were under a lot of restrictions with the tiers.
I get it, but I'm
and
just looking at Holiday like, okay, he's your best answer because he started last night. Okay. Reggie, okay. Colin Gillespie, okay. You just let me know that those guys are all better than whatever you could have picked up. Aren't there guys you could pick up right now?
Buyout?
Could you still pick?
I don't think there is. I think you're probably
Who would be a candidate that would help the Denver Nuggets in the buyout?
Yeah, who's Scott?
But I don't know who you can get with your plateau. Remember, it has to be anybody under 12.5. So Dinwiddie was out.
Well, should we be scouting the G League All-Star game that Colin Gillespie's a star in?
You should be scouting the buyouts.
All right, so who's interested in the buyout market? Do we even know?
What's the one kid? He's been hurt, though, and he hasn't been the same since.
I mean, that's how they got Reggie. They got Reggie in the buyout market. Was Thomas Bryant in the buyout market, too?
No, he was a trade, I think.
Okay, but Reggie was in the buyout market for sure, 100%. Listen, man.
Seth Curry?
Really? Is he there?
Yeah.
That'd be really interesting.
Yeah, Seth Curry's there. He'd be a shooter.
Okay, so who would help you win? Well, hold on. Gallo's there?
Yeah.
Oh, so would you rather have Holiday or Gallo?
Gallo.
Would you rather have Colin Gillespie or Seth Curry?
Seth.
Okay. I mean, are these complicated questions to be asking?
Well, I don't think Seth is there yet.
Well, it's just like these are candidates.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not available yet, but they're likely to
These
happen.
are likely buyout candidates.
All right. Well, I'm not going to be upset about something that hasn't happened
Joe
yet.
Harris was the guy I was thinking about. He's a free agent, and he was great until he broke his foot. I don't know where he is injured wise, but that dude's like a career 44%
All right,
three-point
so
shooter.
are we on the same page that at the All-Star break, if the buyout market presents an interesting candidate, the Nuggets should be active?
Yeah, I mean, how much money are these guys making? How much money is Seth Curry making?
Well, I don't think relatively not very much. I mean,
Right?
how much
I
was
mean,
Reggie Jackson making last year?
Oh.
Nothing, right?
Nothing.
I mean, they gave him a good deal.
I don't know.
But nothing.
You'd have to cut somebody that's on your roster. They're pretty loyal to
$4
guys
million.
here.
Seth Curry's making $4 million.
I'm just asking you, who helps you win a game like last night? I'm not talking about who's going to be the most instrumental guy in the playoffs. Reggie Jackson and Thomas Bryant didn't even play in the playoffs, okay? But there was something
To help get you through these next 27.
It's 27 games. That's a lot of games. You got to protect a lead sometimes, and KCP or Jamal or AG's not playing just so you can get to where you need to go with your big five. Or how about this? A little rest for your big five in the last week or so. Remember when Peyton Watson came out and was like a superstar in the last 3 games of the regular season? I mean, who are your guys to get you through those moments? That's all I'm talking about. Is that worth $3 million or whatever it is?
Yes, it is. I mean, if you hit a brick wall and you simply could not do anything at the trade deadline because the aprons and everything else, that is what it is. But you don't stop competing, right? And I think right now this team has never been more aware. They knew already, but I mean, when you've got injuries and it shows out there and you're playing the guys and you're seeing it unfold in real time, this is a need.
So
just like the Avalanche have got a need. Go get some help.
So we got to give up Braxton Key or Jay Huff or one of these dudes? I assume it's one of those guys.
Well, but I don't know. Once again, with the apron, you're in over the first tier, so you're in that first apron window, whatever it is, what you're allowed to do. And you can't spend any money that'll put you into the next apron. I know that for a fact. You can't spend money to put you over to that next one. You can't do that right now.
Hey, man, all I know is I was at that game last night, and in comes Colin Gillespie, and I'm happy for Colin, and I get it. Malone loves to talk about how good he was in college. Holy cow. If I've heard Coach talk about, Villanova and all Big East and, G League, I mean,
I didn't see it, man. When I was watching Gillespie, and Scott said he had a good game, I trust you. I looked at that like you look at Facu. Like, what is he bringing to the table?
Well, he made a 3, got a shot blocked, had 2 or 3 steals.
He's all right.
Yeah.
But I'm just asking, that's as good as that can get on a champion.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's the answer to the question. But I hope somebody's at least asking these questions. I hope. Because last night to me was a red freaking flag. Last night to me was a red flag. And I just do not know how last night was acceptable to anybody in the Nuggets organization.
Here's my bigger fear. Is that because the bench is a flat-out problem right now, it's going to put more miles on the starters throughout the rest of the regular season.
I think it already has, to be honest.
Well, right. There's a trickle-down effect.
You've already, because of even Murray's injuries, 15, 16 games, I think you put more miles on Reggie than you've already wanted to put on him already.
For sure.
Reggie asked after the game, what are you going to do? Sleep, as he slumped off the stage. He looked exhausted.
Off the floor the last 2 games.
Yeah, he was asked about that, and he was like, oh, no, I'm good. No, you're not. You're exhausted.
We appreciate your heart. A heartfelt dude.
I mean, yeah, man, I got nothing bad to say about him, but he obviously isn't as fresh as he was at the beginning of the season. You could tell how tired they were because they're missing all these open shots. Those are tired. I'm not
tired
trying
legs.
to be. Okay, you're the better basketball guy than me.
But you know that.
Right?
You know that.
Malone's pointing out you're missing shots here.
8 for 30 wide open, which is, I think the NBA statistical analytic department calls that either 5 or 6 feet away from a defender.
You get blown out on a back-to-back after a big win against the Lakers. I don't care. I get it. You lose to Milwaukee without 2 of your 5 starters. I mean, all right, sucks. You give up a 16-point lead at home? No good. Let's football go next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. My guy Reed and everybody at Premier, they've been great partners with me for, oh my gosh, more than a dozen years. Every little thing in my home when it comes to heating, air conditioning, the technology that makes a home run more efficiently. Premier has been a huge part of everything we've done in that home that I've lived in for 19 years. And now Premier wants to help you out. Premier, the name says it all. Denver's premier heating and air professionals on the Front Range with their $49 furnace or AC tune-up, $1,000 trade-in towards new systems, 0% interest financing, and so much more. They provide a great value with their premier service. All of their equipment comes with a 10-year bumper-to-bumper warranty and a 100% satisfaction guaranteed. There's a reason their business has been growing so much. The loyalty the customers have towards them, through the roof. Just don't let your energy bills go through the roof. Call Premier. Book your appointment today. Mention my name, DMAC, and get exclusive offers just for being an Altitude listener. Contact them by calling 720-547-8009. One more time. Put this on your phone. 720-547-8009. Visit them online, premieraircolorado.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here, my great friends at Revitalized Health, whom I've been working with for 7 years. Why would I work with them for 7 years? That's a long time. Because they made my body feel better. I'm looking better, I'm feeling better, I'm sleeping better than I have in a long, long time, and they're going to do that for you as well. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Those medical weight loss options are changing lives, so call Revitalized Health if you've gained a few pounds. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Wow.
Only in the cold.
Wow. Short but sweet, Dan Tanner. To the point. All
According
right.
to Tyler, I guess.
Well, yeah. There you go. Rocky, Mountain High Appliance. MountainHighAppliance.com. Checking out the most complete local appliance store. Locations everywhere. Offering major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. All right, Dan Bud Tanner off to a roaring start. Let's go.
All right, Scotty, I hate to do this to you, but I've got another mock draft for you guys. But there's a reason I want to bring this one up. So earlier, we were talking about the PFF mock where the Commanders would receive the Broncos pick number 12 this year, a 25 first-round pick, and a 25 second-round pick, as well as a 26 first-round pick. The Broncos would get pick number 2.
Yes.
But in this mock done by CBS, they have the Broncos staying at 12,
and
selecting Brock Bowers, the tight end from Georgia.
Wow.
And, fellas,
And?
they have the Broncos trading back into the first round with the Niners for pick 31 and
bad.
selecting Bo Nix. In the deal, the 49ers moved the selection and a 2025 fourth-round pick and received Denver's 2025 first-rounder and number 76 in this draft. So in this scenario, they would select Brock Bowers at 12 and Bo Nix at 31. Do you guys like that more? Is that more palatable than the PFF
to me,
mock?
way more. And just for some context, only 3 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL draft have been drafted in the 30s. Patrick Ramsey, Teddy Bridgewater, and Lamar Jackson. So it's a rare thing to happen, but it gives you more flexibility down the line with a fifth-year option than in the second or third round. So I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. And you would get the best tight end coming out of this draft, period. So it's risky, but I don't hate it.
I like it a lot. I mean, you look at what these Super Bowl winning quarterbacks have had for the last decade. They got a stud tight end. They just got one. And I know Sean Payton knows how to use a good tight end. Now, it depends on who's playing quarterback, if they're going to utilize them or not. The fifth-year option for me is way overrated for quarterbacks. I don't think it's that big of a deal because a quarterback doesn't get to his fifth-year option. It just doesn't happen. If he hits, and you're going to pay him before he gets to the fifth-year option. So I couldn't care less about having the availability of that fifth-year option. I guess it does pay off every now and then. If you're stuck and you got your fingers crossed and you're like, I don't know if we like this guy or not. Let's roll the dice one more year on him. It might pay off. But I in general, if you're telling me we can walk away with what should be the best tight end in years, and I mean years, looks like Kirk Cousins, by the way. Have you seen what Brock Bowers looks like?
Yes.
He looks so unimposing, it's not even funny. And you walk away with quarterback in the draft, that sounds pretty solid to me.
It's a mock draft. It ain't going to happen.
Next story, Dan Bud Tanner.
All right, fellas. Last week, ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery announced plans for a joint streaming service that sounds a lot like New Age cable package. The news was not met with enthusiasm by the NFL, though. John Urand of Puck News reports that the NFL is scouring its contracts with ESPN and Fox to see whether the two broadcast partners have the right under the NFL deals to include NFL games on the proposed product. The NFL was blindsided by the move and is looking for potential loopholes that might keep NFL games off the new platform. So the question is, why does the league care about an ESPN and Fox partnership? Well, the combination could give the two companies more leverage in future negotiations, preventing the NFL from continuing its streak of getting networks to pay too much for NFL content. One of the tricks of the trade for the league is always have one or two potential bidders than packages. Now, I did want to go back to the Super Bowl presser with Roger Goodell. I did cut this answer down a bit because it's long, but here's Roger Goodell talking about the potential future of the media landscape.
We still have over 90% of our games on free television. No other league, no other sports comes close to that. When we were in the 80s, when we moved to ESPN and we went behind to pay TV, there was the same outcry. But what we did is we created a platform that fans can engage with, have access to, that is actually beneficial to the consumers because that's where they are. We have to fish where the fish are, and we have a lot of consumers that are on those platforms. And Peacock Games showed that. Amazon showed that over the last 2 years. Their ratings were up 24% this year. We saw it with YouTube in our Sunday ticket package, double the number of subscribers. So our fans are on these platforms. Our fans want to access them. The technology is extraordinary. You can do things on some of these platforms that you can't do on a linear platform. So for us, it's part of the future. I don't know where it goes from here, but we're going to continue to reach our fans where they are with the best possible production, the best possible technology.
Yeah, I mean, sports on TV is at a crossroads here because you just got to get over what things used to be in the past and figure out how things are going to roll in the future. And the NFL is used to, as a lot of companies are, greedy, and they're used to being greedy. So everybody's going to try to protect their interests when their interest results in them making more money.
Well, it's so funny. He says he wants to be on that platform. He wants to be on those platforms. Well, he only wants to be on the platforms that he's getting extra money
That's
from.
right, of course.
He's trying to get out of this deal because they're trying to just go ahead and put their games on this platform without getting extra money out of it.
Yeah, you're going to be selling the house
Soon,
right?
Yes, very soon.
The best thing can happen for a person trying to sell their house is to have multiple people bid on it.
Correct. Trust me, there's a reason we're
Yeah.
selling here in March and not last November.
So it's the same thing with what he's talking about. If you've got 3 different entities bidding for the same thing, in fact, what they've done is that, okay, we'll take your money. Now, we'll give you a game on Thursday if you want to pay this. We'll let you have that one Thursday night game, too, if you want that. Well, now, if everybody combines, they're going to say, and they're still going to get paid, right? It's still going to make some money. But instead of getting $2 billion each, you might get, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're combining it. We'll give you $5 billion for all this.
Yeah. When you find me, I will get excited when there truly is a streaming platform that gets all this stuff. That's not what this is, in my opinion. I will be excited when you get one. Until then, it's all just insanely, mind-numbingly frustrating that I'm going to have one-offs all over the place, and the one-offs aren't going anywhere.
You know what? And it's real-world problems, I guess. I mean, play a fiddle. But when I checked in, I wanted to watch Edmonton, and I don't know if you know, I watched Edmonton, the Vegas Knights game.
You are a guy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was on ESPN Plus, and I was watching the Avs game before that.
Yeah, that's right.
And I thought it would just roll into the game
I
because
did
it's
too.
all on ESPN Plus. But nope, you got to log back out or pop out of that. Bing, search the other game, click back on that, and then 5 minutes of play had already started. I'm like, and I'd been waiting for it just to roll into the next game.
I was too.
Because they were teasing it the whole time.
I was too. I was the same thing.
Yeah, and that's what football is going to be like. Oh, we got a second game coming up here. Well, no, you're going to have to probably get out of that, go over this, find this. Go
True, but like Fubo, the likelihood of you being able to record and just have basically a DVR on all of your devices at the same time goes way through the roof,
That's
too.
like every service in America, though. Find me a service that you can't rewind.
I get it.
But think about this, too. I told you this year I watched many a Bronco game on the road. We were on the road on a Sunday, and I'll sit in my room, have dinner, come out about 7 o'clock. Game's already been over. I don't care if I know the outcome or not. I'm going to watch the game because we're going to talk about it on Monday.
Right.
And I'll sit there laying in bed, got the headphones in or whatever, and I'm just sitting there with the TV, got something going, blah, 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 or with my phone and watch the game.
Yeah.
That's cool. But I don't know if I like to have that ability. I still like to watch a live, like the Broncos Raiders are playing. I want to watch it live if I can.
Oh, yeah.
I understand cutting out the commercials and and it's so much faster and easier. And trust me, fast forward, here we go. Okay, play started. But I still enjoy the part of watching a game live with the mystery of what's happening.
Oh, my God. I'm so past that. It's ridiculous. I got 5 things going on at the same time. It's just to sit there.
You have ADHD, I know.
Oh, my God.
Ironically, sports is the one thing I don't like watching on a DVR.
You got to be kidding me.
I like the intrigue of not knowing what happened, of not seeing it on Twitter, all those sorts of things.
Forward, back, pause, whatever. Other game, what's on HBO? Larry David. I don't know. It's like, let's go. It's Sunday. I mean, I really seriously.
Do you take medication?
Dude, I do not know how we existed in life without the Red Zone Network. It's the greatest.
Which I hated. I hate the Red Zone. I think it's stupid.
Oh, Scott! I have a poster of Scott Hansen on my ceiling.
Yeah.
Next story,
I don't
man.
even know who that is. Who is that?
Never mind. Don't.
Why do you guys not like Red Zone?
Because I don't
like
bet,
watching football.
and I like to watch a game.
Oh, Dan.
I don't want to watch a highlight
Don't
of
worry about
50
it.
different games. I want to watch a game.
I like watching.
I think it's for people who aren't real fans.
It's
I can
perfect
watch-
for fantasy football.
I could watch Sports Center later.
I like football better than fantasy football. I play fantasy football. I watch football.
Dan, there's a cloud out there right now just being mad that he's getting yelled at.
I'm with you, D-Mac. It's the greatest invention in the history
but,
of the world.
But look who's supporting it. There's my argument right there against it.
What, me?
And Dan.
And Grizz, I mean, that's how Grizz watches football.
Sure, you like Red Zone?
Which one's
Look,
Cheats and which one's
Grizz likes
Chong?
Red Zone.
I'm going to get some bunny ears. That's all I
Dude,
know.
I cannot even believe you just said who's Scott Hansen.
I have no idea who that is.
He doesn't pee. Everybody knows who Scott is because he doesn't pee.
I bet he does.
Quick straw poll on the text line. 303-504-0925. Red Zone, yay or nay? Are you for it or are you against it?
Well, it's still yay. I mean, I don't like I check into it.
Should we check in with horse-drawn carriages versus automobiles?
I do not pay the extra $5 for the Red Zone.
What is wrong with you two? Whatever.
Because I still like to watch the game. I don't
I
care.
get it.
I don't
I
care
get
about
it.
50 different highlights.
I get
like
it.
in between
Hey.
the games, I might flip over and see something. And
Hey, are you going to spend this afternoon putting baseball cards in the spokes of your tire for the
I
newspaper
d-
delivery boy
Dude.
throwing papers on your lawn?
Did you ever do that?
Hey.
I miss a newspaper
Do
too.
not disrespect the cards like that.
It's, well, it used to be the ultimate. Forget it.
Hey, think about it. Because you used to do that with the cards and the
I
smokes.
might have used to have done that.
We used to. Here's how stupid we were because no one knew cards were going to blow up and be valuable.
Oh, dude.
we
Don't even
said-
get me started there.
Who do you? I got Harmon Killebrew in mine. That ain't nothing. I got Willie Mays. Oh, really? I got. And you're like, dude, we used to put the greatest card because you didn't want a dummy.
Scott,
All you had to do was hold on to him, pal.
I
You
collected
wouldn't be working here today.
I collected baseball cards for years. In Ipswich, my hometown, we sometimes get the basement flooded. This is when I was in college. My mom just took all the cards and threw them in the trash.
Oh.
Just threw them. I mean, for years, for maybe 10 years of collecting baseball cards. Just
My-
that was G.I. Joe's.
You remember
for me
Craig
personally.
Sager? Craig Sager collected baseball cards his whole life. Went over there and he got it done at one of the first man cave guys I knew.
Yeah.
Plus he had his railing coming down to the basement. The posts coming down were all different signed bats from different stars and stuff that he got.
That's awesome.
I mean, is that cool?
Yeah, of course. That's great.
He had so many cards. He said, I took one set, valuable, put them in a safe deposit box.
Hmm.
I took another set, sold them.
Bought a house? No.
Completely redid his entire basement with like over $40-some thousand worth of renovations.
Yeah.
Paid for it with one set of cards. And he took a third card and said, this will be for my kid's college.
Listen, I don't get it. I don't know. Oh, boy, I got Herman Killebrew. Look at this. Look at how awesome
How about
it
that
is.
name, though? That's a good pull name.
Yeah, it's just this awesome card I have.
Look at Boog Powell.
I see he's a Milwaukee, wasn't he, Boog? I don't know. What am I going to do with my Paul?
Baltimore.
What am I going to do with my Paul Molitor? Oh, yeah. Boog was in Baltimore. Just joking with you.
Now say the same thing and say, I like Red Zone.
I think Red Zone.
No, I will never sully the name of Red Zone. It's PhD on 92.5. To hear that you motivate somebody to do something, and that happened at Ball Arena last night. I was sitting there and I was walking out, and there was a security guard there, and he was like, "D-Mac, way to go with the soda." And I'm looking, I'm like, "Hey, appreciate that." But you could go to the website, sotaweightloss.com, and man, I mean, listen, it's worked for me. Dropping 25 pounds of fat, not losing muscle, not being starving, working with my nutritionist. It's good. And I got a ways to go, but I'm doing better, and I can see the finish line. But when I see people online at sodaweightloss.com, they lost 80, 90, over 100 pounds, you realize, whoa. So the impact is different for everybody, and that's what's amazing about Soda. They'll get you there based on your story, not somebody else's. But the success rate is through the roof. It feels easy that I can get with Soda and then be myself again. And I am inspired by seeing a lot of the stories that you can find at sotaweightloss.com. So if this fits you, then give them a holler at 800-555-6521. sotaweightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss, state of the art. Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. And you can get me on the Bee Gees on a sunny day. That sounds good to me. Scotty, congratulations going into the your high school Hall of Fame
Yeah,
tomorrow.
man.
So we'll miss you.
USD 446.
But we know with the hockey guys, when it was All-Star break, holy cow, McGahee and Moj and those guys went off the rails on vacation. So, you guys have earned
Scotty's
it.
going to Kansas.
I'm going to Independence, Kansas, and then
Where's the Independence?
Southeast corner of Kansas. And then I will drive an hour and a half to the southwest corner of Oklahoma and spend some time with my father.
Mama P's from Topeka.
Well, I mean, that is not exactly boat drinks on Cabo, but still, it sounds like a fantastic vacation.
How was the drive?
To drive from here to Oklahoma, probably 10 and a half.
Ooh.
But
Oh, it's the
we're
first time
actually
seeing your new place? You bought a place out there, right?
I bought a little fixer-upper, and so we'll
Is this the
spend
first
some
time you'll
doing
see it?
No, I've seen it before. It was my aunt's place.
Oh, okay.
My aunt's place. But yeah, it needs a lot of work.
Well, are you the right
So
guy?
I may be tearing down walls this week.
You'll probably tear down a wall because it sounds fun to hit a sledgehammer, and then you'll be like, you know what? A beer sounds pretty good.
No, I stopped drinking.
You've been on vacation.
Yeah.
All right. all
Really?
right. You sounded like you had to think about that for a second, though.
Well, there's certain things, being in a lake and say, hey, I'm not going to drink a beer. You're like,
Well, listen, man, congratulations. And I hope everybody gets a break and gets
So here's another
energize
thing
the
I
whole
didn't tell you
thing.
about this weekend. I'll solicit advice.
Okay.
I get a call from the athletic director, knew I was coming in for the Hall of Fame thing, and said, hey, would you address the boys varsity before their game?
Okay.
Never. I don't think I've ever done that other than as a coach.
Okay.
When you always talk to the kids for games.
Mm-hmm.
Any suggestions which direction I should go?
Yeah.
Because I'm like her grandfather, basically. Probably a little young. Oh,
No, you could be. It's,
that's an 18-year-old.
Well.
An uncle, maybe.
Tell him the
That's
truth.
why I say, hey,
Tell him the
guys,
truth,
call me
guys.
Uncle Scott.
I came out of this high school. I was 7 feet tall, and that's why I went on to the next level.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Just line them up against the wall. None of you guys are 7 feet tall.
4'8", nope.
Back
6'5".
Back when I was the player of the year in Kansas and won the state championship and the MVP of the state tournament, I remember those days at a young, strapping 6'9" lad.
Fellas, here's what it takes to succeed.
You know, my thing is going to take him is I'm going to say, don't take every opportunity for granted. That's the one thought process I got in my head. Because you know this. I mean, some of the greatest times is going to high school and playing sports and your friends and your buddies. And I still got my best friends in the world are mostly my high school guys.
Hey, nothing more pure than high school sports,
so
man.
I'm just going to remind them. At least this is my thought that I've thought about. Just remind them.
I think high school kids, if we're getting just a pinch serious here, and parents of youth sport kids get way, way too caught up in the what's next rather than what's now.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be my advice, I suppose.
That's a good one.
Yeah. It's about what's now, not what's next. And, and by the way, none of you are 7 feet tall. So
keep that in mind. What if they have? I don't know what they have on their roster. I don't know.
Yeah, but like that, I'm not even kind of joking about that. There were things that happened to you two that just had nothing to do. You didn't do anything to be this tall.
Yeah, I did.
What'd you do to be 6'8"?
I ate Miracle Grow.
Okay.
But seriously, tell your joke because somebody's going to listen and go, "I wonder if
right.
It's good
Right.
for plants."
Now,
speaking of a guy who has a lot of Miracle Grow in his house, Dan.
Wow. What I definitely know by being around a lot of ex-pros, though, it's not enough at the pro level just to be everybody's big, everybody's talented. It does take something extra at that level. There's no doubt about it.
Of all the levels that you could separate yourself by hard work, high school level, that is the level.
Yep.
You put in the work, you will be the best player on your team. It's played as simple as that. I mean, that's because once you get to the other areas, the talent, that's where it just gets so separated. Scott Hastings coming through Independence, Kansas, that's not going to happen ever again. Maybe it happens ever again. I don't know. Probably not, right? But at that level, truly, if you learn work ethic, you will simply be the best player on your team because the talent difference is not that big.
Well, I'd say you could just embrace every day and try to, it's a cliche, but just make the most out of you can about every day, and enjoy the now, not the next, and you'll probably be all right.
Maybe find an old, 70 or 80s rock song and just quote the lines in it.
Oh, my God.
Like
that would be
were my own.
freaking hysterical.
Yeah.
And on a steel horse I ride. I've been wanted.
What would that be the first line you think that you could think of? So Bon Jovi is your first go-to lane.
What song do you want to go to? I mean, we can keep going.
I'm just from a little town in Boston.
Just a band out of Boston.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I played with a little band out of Boston.
Give a little Flogging Molly lyrics.
Oh my Lord.
But it's kind of cool. And I am. You know what? Seriously, and I mean this sincerely. This is my hometown. This is where I grew up. This is kind of who helped start the development of my character. And when I got so many families and a lot of them that have passed away that were instrumental in my life.
You know what you could do, just like that infamous scene with Lawrence Taylor and the Waterboy, is say whatever you say and say, don't do cocaine.
Yeah, and don't do drugs. Yeah, the moral of that story, how about from City Slickers? And the moral of that story, don't go around doing something stupid because you don't know if somebody with superhero strength is going to be there to save you.
Perfect. And when you wrap up your speech, no matter what you say, just say, and that's all I got to say about that.
And that's all I got to say about that.
And they will look at you like you're crazy. They'll have no clue.
Yeah.
Like I look at you every single day.
All right, let's recap some things from the show. How much money would you pay for every Rockies game? Would you pay 61 cents for a Rockies game?
Nah.
No.
Nah. 61 cents? Ask me if I'd pay 31.
How many Rockies games?
No, but I'll pay the dollar for out-of-market games.
Here's what I'll do.
Okay, well, that's good. Then you'll be $200 should be good.
I think I'm going to do that. If the Rockies games count in there also.
Well, of course. They're still a Major League Baseball team.
Well, but sometimes they black out.
Not now. Not
actually, that's a huge part of this. You no longer can you get blacked out. You can view those games, right?
Yep, in every single game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here's what I'll do. You can cancel, right? By the way, like if you do the month to month, like you can cancel.
Probably.
If you do $20, I can cancel for the next month.
I guess.
I will do $20 for the first month of the season.
See how it goes?
See how it goes.
Like 40. Probably April, May, you'll be good. But by June and the June swoon comes in.
Yeah, that's about right.
I still
Dude,
watch.
do they have
I always go to one game, like in the first 2 weeks of the season. And
Yeah.
then I can tell myself this is the year. I'm going to follow it. I'm doing it this year. But if you give me that cancel option, I'm probably going to cancel.
Over and under for the Rockies this year, with catchers and pitchers just now reporting, over and under this year right now, 99 losses.
Well,
I'd love to say, so 98 would be under. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, under. Listen, losing 100 games sucked. I told you me and my wife went to the 100th loss.
Yeah,
it really didn't suck.
Yeah.
Nobody cared.
Nobody cared.
Nobody cared. It wasn't
It was like
that big of a deal.
there was like a rain out or something. The game got pushed to another time, and they had one earlier in the day, and then they had another game. I was like, let's go. Let's see what it's like. They're going to lose 100, and they did. They lost that game. Nobody gave a crap. Everybody was still eating the
Were you expecting like an Oakland A's protest or something?
Well, it's so funny you say that because I went to an A's game because my son was up in Northern California last summer. We went to an A's game on purpose. Been to a few Giants games. Great experience. There were protests at the A's games. There were 7,000 people there, but there were people with drums and signs, and like they cared.
They're protesting
they really
by
were.
coming to the games now. Isn't that what they're doing?
They were upset about. Well, they're just. I became an A's fan because of those fans that love the team so much that they would care that much. And you go to a Rockies game, and it's a great stadium, and nobody really seemed to be bothered by it.
I've been kind of an A's fan forever because that was a team originated in Kansas City.
The A's history, like you walk through the hallways, and
that's why you love the Chiefs.
And it's at the old stadium. It's at where you played against the Raiders. It's that stadium.
Yeah, Coliseum.
What a
Yeah, that is.
I've been there.
It's so bad, but then they put up these historic photos of their past glories, and it's like, whoa,
They've had some. They've had some glories.
Let's keep it real. You only love them because you love Moneyball. That's it. You fell in love with them on
love
Moneyball. It's like
Oh my
analytics.
God.
This is like the perfect little story. How do the analytics fit into trading away the farm on a quarterback? That doesn't work with Moneyball.
It's different in football than baseball, but I'm not going to lie. Moneyball is one of my favorite movies of all time. But
buy a ticket to the A's. You get 2 free, by the way.
Scott, it's your last day. Maybe you should say goodbye here today. We got the little music for
Today
you.
Friday?
Yeah.
Oh,
well, it's not Friday,
yeah.
but it's Friday for Scott.
I know, but now you're getting me excited. I was like, hold on.
Today's Friday.
I'm trying to find a different song for you.
Wait,
the music's on.
Yeah,
Scott.
I mean, it's time to go.
Oh, because I was gonna play this. Here, turn it down for a second, Dan.
this. Gonna make me cry.
Wasn't this a great ending in a movie?
Great. So dumb, Dad. You're so dumb.
See. You know
Don't you guys hope your daughters are talented?
Yes.
Yes.
Mine are.
See this bracelet?
Mm-hmm.
Talent.
The show. Seriously, at the end of that movie, it couldn't have ended any better.
Wrap it up. Let's get out of here.
All right. Merry Christmas. God bless, and treat people nice.
Nate and Andy coming up next.
It's always small.
Well, welcome to Kreckman and Lindahl. It's just Andy and Spring today. Some of you may have caught it at the end of the program. Nate Kreckman is getting the Michael Malone cold that Malone has been fighting. And so he sounded worse than Coach. We've only got 90 minutes to be with you because we've got the Avs and Lightning coming up with Connor McGahey bringing you pregame along with Mark Bertinoli. Berto, as we love to call him. That'll happen at 4:30. So Mark Springer and I are going to get you through this 90 minutes, and we'll see what tomorrow brings as far as our good friend Nate Kreckman. But again, I don't know, Spring. I feel like this stuff has been around for quite a... Like, Nate feels like he had what I had back in December when I couldn't talk. So, oh boy, it's still not gone. Matter of fact, there's a few people that are dealing with it.
Michael Malone was dealing with it.
Yeah, Malone's got it. A couple local sportscasters have it, so good times. But anyway, we power through. 303-504-0925, of course, is going to be the way you can text and talk with us. We're also on Twitch, brought to you by Safeway. The Twitch stream is brought to you by Safeway, so make sure you go and check us out there if you feel the need to. We may have to beef tweet again today. Normally... This is kind of wild.
Are you talking about that tweet you sent us last night? Or something else?
I don't remember.
It was an Antonio Brown tweet.
Oh, yeah. That to me was kind of funny.
Hashtag CTESPN. That's actually kind of great.
Yeah. Antonio Brown's losing his mind again. No, we've got teammate on teammate crime going on. Teammate on teammate beef tweets happening from the Super Bowl. And it's not the Kansas City Chiefs. So we may get to that if we do that. You know, it'll always be brought to you by GQ, who not only can get you a free pulled pork sandwich when you go to GQBarbecue.com, Colorado's only championship barbecue, our friends over there, they've got turkey back. My son loves their turkey. It's back on the menu. All right, lot to cover. We had the Nuggets last night. We've got the Avs coming up tonight. Of course, Nuggets are heading into the break. Scott Hastings is about to finally get to enjoy some time off. We've got the Avs that are back from the break. Trade rumors swirling all over the place when it comes to the Avalanche. I don't know what to believe, what not to believe. Again, this is a team that is going to be restricted by its cap situation. We'll dive into some of those possibilities.
Also, a chance here. I am hearing back from Jenny Kavnar. We might have her on in the next 2 minutes. We might have her on 20 minutes from now. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We've been working on this for a bit. Now, Jenny...
Since the news came down on Tuesday.
Yes. But she's been very busy. She's been kind of the talk of the MLB world. And then yesterday we got the talk of the Rockies world about the streaming services, on and on and on. And
she's so great, too, man. She's so nice. As a producer who texts these people, she's great.
Jenny's salt of the earth. That's who you like to deal with. So, you know what? We'll see what happens here. You know, I was going to start with, it is interesting. So you and Berto were having a conversation last night. I want to get back into the Nuggets situation. We left yesterday saying we weren't worried. And you hate to let one game worry you, but there were some things last night where I was like, you know what? Maybe I need to take a minute and reevaluate a couple of things. I think Spring's going to be calling Jenny here in just a second. So we'll be talking with the new voice of the Oakland A's, Jenny Kavnar. And we'll get her we'll get her take on the situation as far as everything going on from her new job as to what we're about to see in baseball. We got pitchers.
This is good. We don't need to have Nuggets panic right now. It's fine. The All-Star break is here. Jenny's saving us, actually.
Yeah. No, we're gonna have some Nuggets panic. You know what? The heck with that. Last night changed. Panic's too strong a word, but to be laissez-faire about that, that's not the right way to go about it either. Quite honestly. But we will talk some Nuggets again. They fall to Sacramento last night, and so, you know, we'll talk to Jenny here. Hopefully you were able to watch the game. If you didn't, mainly it was a frustrating game because the Nuggets were up 4 or 5 with a couple minutes to go and couldn't close that thing out. You know, it's just something we're not used to. All right, but now I'll tell you what, we'll get back. We got plenty of time to digest what's going to go on with the Nuggets. Let's go off to the VIP line, the Ramos Law Hotline, as we like to call it. Car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, 303-504-0925 is the text in line if you want to drop that to us as well. Jenny Kavnar, new voice of the Oakland A's. Jenny, how are you? Man, you haven't been too busy, have you?
No, I'm doing great. Sorry for the background noise. I just landed at DIA and working my way to catch another flight and just enjoying it all. So thank you guys for having me on and really appreciate you.
Jenny, just, look, we all, I think we all want to be a voice of a team when we get into broadcasting. I love doing talk shows, but we all get into this business for game day, right? Just tell me the emotions you've gone through as you get this great news.
Yeah, it's exciting, right? I think when I got into broadcasting, I actually didn't want to call a game, and that's what's so different about this is growing up for me, there wasn't a lot of representation of women calling sports on television. So I don't necessarily think that was the initial dream. It was more to be a sideline reporter and be a part of game day that way. And I'm so thankful that it has evolved to the place that it is in 2024. And here we are with this really exciting news. And I'm just so grateful for the people, at AT&T Sportsnet, my Rockies TV fam that kind of, gave me the opportunity originally in 2018, saw something in me, pushed me that direction. For Spilly, for Corey, for Jeff, for Drew, for Mark Stout, all my colleagues who on air, really made me feel comfortable, made me feel like this is the direction I could go, and planted a seed, and boy did it grow. So we're really excited to be in this spot. But I think it's really important you bring up that point that I think there's a lot of girls 20 years ago who didn't see that as an opportunity and a dream for them, and I hope this week and in the future that news can change.
Well, Jenny, I hope wherever it is, whatever city it is that you'll be calling these home Oakland A's games in this season, that there is a fountain in the outfield so that you can still say, fire up the fountains. I mean, I remember watching your play-by-play debut on AT&T Sportsnet, filling in for Drew. How did that come about? How did you get to do play-by-play going from sidelines to the booth? And when did it set in for you that this is something I want to continue doing and continue to pursue?
Well, I mean, people had to make decisions to do that, and I'm so grateful that they took a leap of faith and took that chance on me. And really a lot of credit goes to the Rockies producer, Allison Vigil, Tavis Strand, one of our other producers who had been there over the years, Ken Miller, Brian Mitchell. Like, there's a lot of people there, but Allison is really the person that said, we're going to do this. I know this isn't traditional. I know this isn't unique, or this is more unique, but we're going to take this risk and take this chance because this is who we are. We're a broadcast team that has a lot of moving parts, and you guys have seen Ryan Spielberg's call games. We've seen an all-analyst game. We've seen Ryan hosting shows and not just being an analyst. So we really took a lot of pride in our versatility. And so Drew didn't take off many games, and we were trying to find an in-house solution to filling in, and they gave me the chance. And I'm really grateful for it. I really, really am. And I'm glad that they let me grow in it. It wasn't great out of the gate. I know that. I know there was a lot of room for improvement, and there still is. I need the reps. I need to do it every day, and I'm excited to see how I can grow with it.
What goes into coming up with a home run call for you?
Oh, man. Ask Corey Sullivan. We did the brainstorming on Fire Up the Fountains, and it was a funny one. I found out the day before in 2018 that I was going to be calling that game, and I'm like, shoot, I still don't have a home run call. And I believe Charlie Blackmon hit a homer in the game that Sunday, I found out, and I just was watching the fountains come up, and it evolved from there. So there have been some funny jokes I've seen. My husband and family members have been texting me some tweets that are going around about how Fire Up the Fountains could be used at the Coliseum, and I don't think it's in an appropriate way with that building, so probably won't be using it there. But I do think that it'll come organically, hopefully at spring training and meeting the players, being around the team, the organization. I don't think you always have to be catchy with it. You guys watch a lot of games. You kind of can just call the action as it is too. So I'm excited to see where it goes.
I thought you had great chemistry with Ryan Spielborgs.
My guy.
Yeah, you really moved more to studio over the past couple years, whether it be by the rock pile at Coors Field or back at your television studios. And Ryan Spielborgs has become so good. He was born for this role, really, playing for the Rockies.
He really was.
You could feel it coming from his playing days to now. Like he was destined for this. You work with Spilly. Now you're going to be working with Dallas Braden with the Oakland A's. We've had Dallas on at least once on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. He's got similar Spilly energy. I saw Dallas give you a congratulation. How familiar are you with him? Can you compare him to Spilly at all?
Well, they're both such wonderful people, and I have such a wonderful relationship with both of them. And I've been so lucky to work not only with Spilly, but with Jeff Houston, Ryan Spielberg, as the analyst in Colorado. And I'm going to miss them so much. From day one, meeting Spilly in 2014 when he got hired, we became very fast friends, and I think we taught each other a lot. I kind of showed him the ropes of TV and broadcasting, and he taught me a lot about the game of baseball. And we clearly had a ton of fun along the way doing that. So I anticipate the very same thing with Dallas. Dallas and I know each other very well. He grew up with my husband in Stockton, California. They were teammates in Little League, and he kind of was adopted by my in-laws, in their teenage days. So he's very close to my family, and I've gotten to know him over the last decade, and, I can't wait to take our friendship into the booth.
Jenny, you know what? Tell me what's the journey been like? I am curious. We're going to get raw, maybe even honest for a bit. I think any of us that aren't professional athletes, people aren't so sure about you when you start a job, right? I think we all have to deal with that in different arenas. What's the reaction been like for you? Has it been overwhelmingly positive? What, give me the reaction, and has it been a lot of support? What's it been like for you, not only calling the games, but getting this announcement?
Yeah, the announcement has been so overwhelming. I'm so humbled by just all the response. I've had hundreds of text messages that I'm still trying to get back to and respond to. I haven't even gone on social media since Tuesday morning, and I hope to get to it one day. But we all know the place that could be positive or negative. It feeds definitely one way or the other. I hope my job speaks for itself. I know people won't get to know me right away, and I have to earn that with the fans, the loyal fans in Oakland. And you mentioned it. They're going through a tough time right now. I mean, to be honest, it's very challenging when they don't know where their team's playing or, what's happening with the future for them. And I understand that, and I have to navigate that, and I have to hopefully bring it back to the product of just baseball and being at a game every day. So I hope, I get to know the fans pretty quickly, and we can have that fun. And I hope, I just get to be myself in this role, and they can see that. But the people who have reached out, the things that mean the most, outside of family and friends that I've got to share this with, just a ton of people in the baseball industry. I've heard from managers and general managers and coaches in the game. I've heard from players, former Rockies. I've heard from Hall of Famers, former Padres that I used to cover. And it just means so much that they took the time to reach out and that we made a connection at some point in their career for them to keep in touch with me and circle back. So just sharing it in the baseball industry has been special. And I think sharing it with a lot of female broadcasters that I'm really close with in sports broadcasting and in baseball. I have a tight crew of baseball gals that includes Alana Rizzo, who was obviously in Colorado for a long time. And, we share a lot together. And so to get to celebrate this has been fun. And Kate Scott, who's the voice of the Philadelphia 76ers, has been instrumental in giving me advice on how to navigate this time and this week and what's ahead for me. And I'll continue to rely on her, and she's just been a great source of inspiration for me. So it's been amazing. It's been fun. Billie Jean King tweeted about it, and I really am. I'm blown away. I'm so humbled by all of it, and I'm sure there's a lot of negative press out there as well. But I learned a long time ago that you just have to trust the people you put in your life around you who feed you, encourage you, and give you the honest feedback. And that's the feedback that's going to matter in this journey for me.
Yeah, for whatever it's worth, I always tell young broadcasters, find 5 people you trust, listen to them, shut the rest out, because we all know plenty of people love to tell you when they don't think something was good enough. But Jenny, I am curious, the home that you're leaving, obviously the Rockies are going to a streaming service. You talked about your situation in the Bay Area. Baseball, for a majority of what's going on in baseball, seems like it's leaning towards streaming. We could be heading that way with other teams here in Denver. What do you think about the future of broadcasting? Is it all will we eventually find ourselves back with the cable package, but only over streaming? Where do you think this is going?
It feels like that, doesn't it? It feels like that with the big announcement of ESPN joining forces, with Warner Media and TNT and that group. But there's still a lot of other sources of sports left out there. So I'm not sure if we're recycling back to the day where we're bundling cable but just doing it via streaming, or if we're in the a la carte era, or how much this is really going to cost us if we want to watch all our sports. The good news, I guess, in terms of baseball is opening up the marketplace and not having the blackouts. And I think, in society right now, we're so transient. People travel a lot for work, or they work at home. They have the opportunity to watch a day game, or they want to watch a ball game when they're out of town or when they're in town. And just to be able to do that and find your team and find your connection to your team is really important. I think there's going to be some growing pains in it. There's no doubt. I mean, when you study what's happening in the sports business world, it is ever changing. And I have a feeling we're going to get the big boxes involved in Amazon and Apple and YouTube. And that might look a little bit like, CBS, NBC, ABC did back in the day. So I think we'll find a lot of similarities to what cable was. But I'm following it. I'm just as interested as you on how it's all going to end up shaking out.
Jenny, you've been with the Rockies since 2012, and you're from Colorado, so you're a Rockies fan before working for the Rockies, and now you're leaving. What is your favorite Rockies memory, both as a fan and as a broadcaster?
Oh, man, that's a great question. I think for me as a fan, well, first of all, I want to say Colorado's home, and it's always going to be home. And we're not moving. We're not leaving. I'm going to be traveling a lot, but we're going to be there. So I'll be watching some Rockies games along with all of you this year and figuring that out on streaming service. But I think for me as a broadcaster, it's probably easiest, and that was 2018 and following this team through the postseason and the Wild race game 163 in Los Angeles, and then not knowing their destiny of where they'd be going in the postseason, and it ended up being Chicago, who was licking their chops to celebrate and didn't get to do that because, of course, Tony Walters was the MVP hero of the wild card game, and Kyle Freeland was on the mound, but Scott Ober got that win. And going into that clubhouse and watching that group particularly pop champagne, celebrate, knowing the challenges and where they had been as an organization before that, and growing with some of those from 2012 to that point, even 2017, the year before when they made the postseason. It was cool. It was really special to get to watch it. And I think, too, just being a Colorado kid and watching Kyle Freeland celebrate as a Colorado kid, having those connections was really cool. And then I think as a fan, it actually happened in my professional days. My first year in baseball was 2007 with the San Diego Padres, and I was covering a team that was really good and went to game 163 with the Rockies and had this torn feeling of like, oh, it'd be cool my first year to cover a team in the postseason, but that's my home team, my hometown team. I hope they win. And of course the Rockies did and made it all the way to the World Series that year in 2007. So it's hard to not have memories from that year. But I think too, you flash back, just like I grew up in an era where we didn't have Major League Baseball. And so to get the team in 1993, being in elementary school and remembering that monumental moment, especially growing up in a baseball household with my dad being a high school coach, it was pretty cool.
No, that all checks out right there. She's good. She's good, this Jenny Cavnar. The last question that I have for you, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself or you to get too far ahead of yourself, but with the A's potentially likely moving to Vegas, have you envisioned yourself calling big-time A's games when they're spending more money in Las Vegas?
Watch out, Craft Table. That's all I have to say about that. I got super hot in a trip recently, December. Just watch out. No, I mean, yeah, of course, it's part of the conversation, but I'm so focused on this season, on getting to Oakland, on traveling with the A's. I'll primarily be doing the road games and then some games at the Coliseum. So I have a lot of work cut out for me in the coming days to get ready for this season, and I'm so excited to do it and get into it. But yeah, I think for baseball, big picture, long term, baseball will be in Las Vegas, and I hope it's in Nashville, and I hope it continues to expand because there's some really cool cities out there that deserve to have the game in their backyard.
Jenny, thanks so much for your time. Congratulations on just, a monumental week for you. We're all so excited for you. We've got a lot of folks texting in and hitting us up on Twitch. They're all rooting for you. They'll be looking for your call. Enjoy your new adventure, our friend. Take care.
Well, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I always appreciate your support and having me on, and hopefully I can preview the A's and Rockies series for you in May.
You know it.
Oh, expect a text. Expect a text.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jenny.
Jenny Cavnar. I know Nate's going to be bummed that he couldn't make for that today. Again, for those who missed the start of the show, Nate's a little under the weather. He sounds worse than Coach Malone did in postgame, but we power on. We're only with you till 4:30 today as we get ready to send you off out to the great state of Florida. Has that ever been uttered? Florida can be fun. right? Spring break, Daytona.
I like Florida Guy. I'm a fan of Florida Guy. Super entertaining.
Somebody broke down all the drivers you see on I-70 on the way up to the mountains today, and one was Florida man in his van with bald tires and expired plates since 2010 that are just sliding all over the road, taking people out. That made me chuckle. I enjoy a Florida vacation. I don't think I want to live in Florida.
You don't like humid and hot.
I don't.
You can't
it's
do
not
it.
for me. I'd rather go to California and not deal with so much humidity and just be on the, be on the Pacific Ocean for me. Thank you.
Out there on the West Coast with Jenny Kavanaugh now.
Sure, I can understand. Although the Bay Area can be interesting. Again, give me more of the Southern Cal, the San Diego life, the Top Gun. Let's go play volleyball in our jeans and just let some of your troubles melt away. He's Mark Springer. I'm Andy Lindahl. Kreckman and Lindahl rolls on. Oh, it's Kreckman and Lindahl, minus the Kreckman today. Hopefully he feels better tomorrow. Again, I don't know, man. This stuff Nate has, I'm telling you, it's what I had a month ago, and Coach Malone has it now. It's been a bad cold season. We'll just leave it at that. And so hopefully everybody will feel better. I'm hoping Nate feels better tomorrow, but I'll tell you what, if he feels like I did, I'm not sure I'm crossing my fingers just yet. So we'll wait and see. And then we'll have to, if we go tomorrow, Spring, if it's you and me tomorrow, we got to play the Weeknd song, because the Weeknd song, I just want to get this out there since I have the chance right now. I don't really control that. It's whether Nate wants to play it or not.
Sometimes you guys run out of time because you keep
I
talking.
don't think about it. Like you and I, you know what's a perfect example yesterday? By the way, do we still have the gift bag?
No, we gave it away.
Okay.
We gave it away on the Blitz.
That thing was sitting in front of me yesterday, and I'm looking at it, and I keep thinking, do I say something or not? And it's the way. So this seat that I'm at now, Nate couldn't see the gift bag. It was completely blocked by the computers he sits behind. I don't have control. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not the one that killed your Weeknd song. I'm tired of being blamed for it.
You don't want to overplay it. You know, the more you got to keep the people wanting it. You know.
They want it, and I'm sick of getting blamed for it not happening. That's all I got to say. Even my guy Eric Rabbers is all over me. Why are you playing the Weeknd song? Dude, I'm not. It's not in my hands. I don't drive the car when Nate's here. I'm just a passenger like you guys.
All right, we'll tune in tomorrow. Find out if we play it. See,
well,
that's how you
go.
get listeners to tune in.
Now it's become the tease. We used to have a bit on the Zoo. Guy named Chick McGillicuddy was his name. Just see if you get him today or not. It's like that with the song. Let's talk some Nuggets from last night. I do want to do at some point. I thought you and Berto had a good discussion going, and I asked Scotty about it on his way out because he's got to get out of town for his break finally. I was going to see if he could stay, but he gave me a list of some guys that, as far as candidates for second best Nugget of all time, as we all keep finding ways to have some drama with Melo. I'm over Melo, I think, right now. I was never mad at Melo. You know what I mean? You left. You didn't want to be here. I did get his frustration with what felt like a stagnant roster, but I also feel like some of what he wanted led it to being a stagnant roster. Do you know what I mean? And I also do think it's kind of funny that Dante Jones was the big reason why you decided you were just fed up and you had it with all this.
Dante Jones was a good wing defender. Like, that's a championship piece. It's like the last piece, but a piece nonetheless. You need wing defenders like a Dante Jones. You know,
okay, but that's going to be the reason. So
he's like he's a much lighter version of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Much lighter, but nonetheless, like, you know, you need guys like that. Now, look, Melo wanted out, though. He wanted to go play for the New York Knicks. I would need to go back and look at it. There was probably a better situation, like a better setup for him. I was thinking on the drive over, like, what about, like, the Clippers at that time? He could have gone and played with Blake Griffin. Melo might have been damned if he did, damned if he didn't, though. Like, no matter what happened, because right in that era was the onset, like a year or two later, the Warriors dynasty popped up. So whether Melo stayed on the Nuggets, went to the Knicks, wherever he went, it would have been bad news for Melo. He would have gotten warriored. It actually worked out amazing for the Nuggets. It couldn't have worked out any better. Melo was going to be screwed no matter what. So in hindsight, it got us Murray. It all kind of led to Jokic. So it's a win. So why? I'm not mad at Melo at all.
I'm not mad at Melo that he won it. Like, it's so far gone. Who cares? To me, when you win a championship, a lot of the past scars, whatever, they go away. You know? Like, I felt that with the Broncos. Broncos finally won a championship. Guess what? I can trust you now. All right? We finally done it. That whole thing with Jacksonville, that's forgiven. You know? Getting whooped by the Niners one day and ruining my Super Bowl Sunday, we let that go. Making me live with Josh McDaniels. You know what? That's all gone. We ended up getting Manning and got a Super Bowl. This is something that you're talking about. You know, again, there's pieces that the Nuggets got, and it all was born out of the Melo trade. But I am tired of him bringing it up. But I'm tired. Quit talking about it. Like, why does he keep talking about it? I'm with you. I think Melo, you said this last night. I'm going to get a quick recap. You think Melo wants back in the Nuggets family somehow.
Yeah.
And you know why I think you're right? Because I think he realizes the only place that's really going to honor his presence is here.
Sure.
This was the best stretch of his career. New York didn't go any way the way those folks, right? He's more of a Russ Wilson, Joe Flacco, whatever, pick your free agent that didn't work out here. That's more what he is in that town in New York than the guy that actually made basketball relevant for the first time in over a decade when he showed up here.
Yeah, that Western Conference Finals run with him and Chauncey, that alone outweighs times 10 anything he did with the New York Knicks. And he spent an extra year or two with the Nuggets compared to the Knicks. His best years were with the Nuggets. And so it was earlier this season. Melo was sitting courtside at a Knicks game, and they acknowledged him on the Jumbotron, on the MSG broadcast, or the Yes Network, whatever it is. And, he stands up, he tips his cap. But it wasn't like, oh, my God, our basketball hero and savior, Carmelo Anthony. Now, that is Jokic for us here in Denver, but Melo would get a much bigger reaction here in Denver than he would in New York. And I think he wants back in because I think he was trying to save his face in that interview with Dwayne Wade. Now he's rewriting history. He's lying. He did want out. Even if the Nuggets didn't trade him, he wouldn't have re-signed here. He wanted out.
When you don't take a contract, that might as well be a trade request.
Exactly. But he's trying to spin it now as, no, I did want to stay. The organization's transactional moves, like not bringing back Dante Jones, forced my hand. Like, no, nothing like that was forcing your hand. You wanted to go play for the Knicks, and that's fine. He should just honestly outright call Josh Kroenke. Just call him.
Well, I kind of think we ought to call Josh Kroenke and let him weigh in on all of this because, you know what, if you're going to keep popping off like this, we might need to reach up to the top office and see if the top office wants to weigh in.
Because everything is going so well for the Nuggets. Yeah, they lost a couple games. No Murray, no KCP, whatever. They have the best player in the world. They have the best duo in the world. They're in their prime. It's fine, okay? Because things are going so well for the Nuggets. And I see the text when we start talking about Carmelo Anthony, like, oh, screw him, blah, blah, blah. If you were at a Nuggets game and Melo was there and you don't stand up and cheer, that, to me, is worse than when the Bulls fans booed the widow of Jerry Krause. Like, have a good time. Go to the game. Enjoy it. Melo's there. Stand up and cheer. I know you would in the moment. It's like talking crap about somebody on Twitter, but you wouldn't actually say it to their face when you see him in person. If Melo was at a Nuggets game, he would get a standing ovation.
See, I don't know. Not the more he keeps doing this, I don't. People, he's digging up old wounds that need to just stay buried. Before the last couple of weeks in these podcast tour that he's on, I would have agreed with you. Now I'm not so sure. I think he's starting to get people, because again, Melo, like, I remember covering the season that he left, man, and I was a reporter in my duties over there. So I had to go out there all the time, wait for practice to get done, and inevitably wait for whatever out-of-town media, whatever team they were playing, couldn't wait to get around Melo and ask, are you asking for a trade? Where do you, like, it was a story that would not die. It was a daily conversation. He never, and again, he stuck to his story. I'm here. I'm not talking about it. Blah, blah, blah. Let this go. He did a good job of never, like you said, he never once made it public that I am holding their feet to the fire and demanding a trade. That I could play here, I could this, I could that. And as Nate has said many a times, it is what ultimately gave the Nuggets enough leverage to work a deal with the Knicks instead of just giving him away, which they could have done. So Melo did do that solid for Denver. But it was exhausting covering that season. And spring, just again, as a casual fan even, it had to be exhausting knowing your guy wants out. Melo was the first athlete really that we knew for a year and a half that wanted out. Jay Cutler ultimately wanted out, but that was 3 months of our lives. Like, that was some weird story where you're like, is this really happening? And the next thing you know, he's gone. He's a Chicago Bear before the draft. Melo was like 6 months. It's just all that season was, and it wouldn't go away. Like I said, the weird story of being at Chris Paul's wedding, and they're toasting to a big three, and I can't even, it was New York or wherever they thought they were going to be. And then this awkward Melo realizing, oh, my boss and his son are here. Because Stan owned the team at the time. We better, let's, hey, you know, we don't mean it. Here's to more time with the Nuggets. Dude, it was an exhausting time where you just got to the, I remember him being on, there was some talk show. I don't know if it was Letterman or Leno. I think Leno was hosting it at the time.
See, there's a lot of people on the text line saying they would boo him, and I just think you have unnecessary hate in your heart. You don't like to have fun. Look, whether it was
hate in your heart is pretty good.
Like, just go to a game and have some fun. What has happened to us? Like, we yell and we scream, and this person wronged my family is what you're making it sound like. Relax. It was the best thing in retrospect. At the time, was it frustrating because it feels like here is, who we think is the best player at this point in franchise history that we, had to spend a 3rd overall pick on because we were really bad, and Melo got us to the playoffs every year. A lot of first-round exits, but the playoffs nonetheless, and it felt at the time, if Melo leaves, that's it. The Nuggets are going to go back to being the dregs of the league, but that's not what happened. Now they're the best team in the league, so guys, let it go. It's okay. I will say, his comments the other day, though, about how SGA should be MVP in his eyes over Nikola Jokic, dude, if you do want to be re-ingratiated with the Nuggets, you at least concede that Jokic should win the MVP. Come on, man. Come on.
You're not kidding. There is plenty of hate on the text line. I didn't mean for this to go this far. All I wanted to say was who's the second best Nugget in franchise history? And I do think immediately when I asked Scotty about it, because we're all in agreement Jokic is the first, right? He's already the first.
No question about it. It's undebatable.
Ahead of Melo, Scotty said it's tough, but he said, here are the considerations, the guys in consideration, because you and I aren't exactly, I'm older than you, and he still mentioned a lot in it. I'm
David ignorant Thompson. On Alex English. Unfortunately, I have to plead ignorance
and
on
that's
this
fine.
one.
But look, Spring, that's fine. Not everybody can be alive for the entirety of sports, right?
Yes.
I don't remember the Roman Coliseum either when it was active, so it is what it is. Look, he said Alex English, he thinks absolutely the number 2 Nugget in history. I know Berto had mentioned that last night. He said you got to consider Dan Issel and you got to consider David Skywalker Thompson.
Okay, but Carmelo Anthony is top 10 in the NBA all-time scoring leaders. Like, that's insane kind of when you think about it.
I get it.
That's really, really good. The dude could score. Say what you want about his defense. Say what you want about his team, his teamness, his passing. He could score.
I love this. I love that you brought this up. Here's where you got to be careful going strictly off the numbers, though, okay? Go look at the numbers of John Elway compared to Peyton Manning. If we're going to go just strictly off the numbers, Manning's way higher in the ranks of NFL annals than John Elway is. John played in a different era. Alex English played in a different era. Dan Issel played in a different era. David Thompson certainly not only played in a different era, he played in a different league.
The more physical eras.
Yeah, it's they're all different.
Sure.
To me, nobody's greatness is lessened by the era that they played in. But in fairness, I'll just take the Elway example. First off, we've been talking about it. Mahomes is what Elway would look like if Elway actually was allowed to throw the football a little bit. I sent you guys, I don't even know where it came from. Some random clip pops up last night of the Broncos taking on the Giants, and some linebacker goes shooting the gap and destroys Sammy Winder in the hole. Like, Sammy had no shot at all. They were trying to run it in from the 2, and Sandy got put on his backside by this dude, okay? And somebody was like, this is what football used to look like. Well, that was John Elway's offense. Guess what? You know what? Dan Reeves would see that failed run attempt and the fact that they didn't dominate the line of scrimmage at all. You know what he'd do? Run it again. And he'd give John maybe 1 down out of the 4 to try to pass. And not to mention, in the 80s, DBs were allowed. Lester Hayes, he had Stickum dripping off his hands. He would get his hands on guys, couldn't let him go. He's picking the ball up by just getting a finger up. They were allowing different stuff. So you gotta take into account all that stuff. But again, I would not say that Manning's better than Elway simply because of the numbers. Elway kept this franchise relevant. Without John Elway, I don't know if you have the Rockies, Avs at all. John Elway showed what kind of sports town and market this actually was. We got to go to break. We're driving the car all over the road.
Will on the text, Will in Fort Collins says, Springer, if your wife leaves and 10 years later your life is awesome, you can still boo her. You certainly don't give her a standing ovation. But here's the difference. Carmelo Anthony is not my wife. I've never dated Carmelo Anthony. This is a human being that I've never met. So we wanted to go play for the Knicks. The Nuggets got Murray. They got Jokic. I'm fine.
You can be fine, Spring. You don't need to be. Welcome to
I
the
will
Daily
cheer
Radio
Carmelo Anthony
Grind.
because I had some great memories at then Pepsi Center watching those Mellow Nuggets.
I'm glad you do. It's all right. You can like him. Somebody has to. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Great Colorado business here. If you need a truck or 4x4 accessory, Colorado Off-Road's your place. They will help you out. They can lead you in the right direction. If you know what you want as far as like a bed cover, but you're not sure what kind, go have a conversation with my friend Jerry Jones. He'll direct you in the right direction, help you find something that will fit and work for you. I've had step rails put on. Again, step rails are something I wasn't even considering putting on my truck until Jerry pointed out, when it gets icy, you're not going to be able to get into this thing safely. So do yourself a favor, get some step rails so everybody can get into the cabin a little bit easier. That was a great suggestion that has paid off in fold since I had those added to the vehicle. Also got the remote start. Now's a great time to get that remote start put in. Cold weather ahead. We're going to get a little more cold weather this weekend. I think we're supposed to actually get a taste of spring next week, which should be nice. But if you don't know what a puffer law is, and Nate educated me that not everybody does, not allowed to just start your car and leave it running in order to warm it up. The remote start allows you to get that done without violating those laws because your keys are not in the ignition and you can still be inside. Colorado Off-Road, located 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Rolling on, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Brought to you by Colorado Off-Road. Shout out to Jerry Jones and crew over there. Get by, see my people. Hey, real quickly, I want to continue to talk a little Nuggets because you and I don't. You continue to be relaxed by what's going on. I am not. But we'll talk a little bit about that. Now, I'm not in panic mode. That's too strong. But can you pull up a little beef tweets? Let's just get a little beefy because again, this was a little bit crazy. Now I got to figure out where I sent it to. Yeah,
beef tweets time. There's beef.
Yeah, let's get beefy.
Who's calling out who?
I'm a Be Real.
If he says he's got beef.
Hey, catch me outside.
Kreckman and Lindahl present
They Find Us, really.
Beef Tweets. Brought to you by GQ Barbecue.
Proud presenting sponsor.
Colorado's only championship barbecue.
Get out to GQ Barbecue.
Get a free pulled pork sandwich from GQBBQ.com.
It is GQ Barbecue time for beef tweets. By the way, get a free pulled pork sandwich at GQ Barbecue. Find them at gqbarbecue.com. Colorado's only championship barbecue. They have locations in Westminster. They also have a location across from us here at Park Meadows. And they have one off Alameda and Wadsworth there. It is great. So go and check them out. So now, I thought I sent you the tweet. So we've got two 49ers
Yeah, I
teammates.
haven't seen these tweets. I have no idea what you're talking about.
They're fighting with each other. Well, they aren't fighting with each other. Basically, somebody pulled up one of those. Somebody decided to put on video. Who was it? They let go of one of the Kansas City defenders, and I think it was Chris Jones, was passed off to basically nobody. And...
Oh, is this that one dude who
Yes.
threw his teammates under the bus?
Yes, he basically
An offensive
said that
lineman
wasn't
whose
his
name
block.
I can't recall.
You need to, yeah. He said that wasn't my block, and then his buddy woke up and basically said, "Hey, man, I'm waking up to shade all of a sudden, so things are going well."
Jonathan Feliciano.
Yeah, Feliciano was the one, but his teammate was not happy about it. I'd forgot both these guys are frankly on the Niners offensive line. So
I don't know any Niners
yeah,
offensive
you know what? I'm
lineman
really doing
except
a
for
great
Trent,
job. I thought we had
instead
an
of Trent
interview,
Williams.
and now I'm not finding
It's been a
it.
great beef tweets.
It's been a great. Yeah, I'm really glad I called for it right now. This is why Nate drives the car. So this is really where it's going to go. But we've got them beefing with each other. I'm going to ask you real quickly. Where do you think the Niners? What do you think the Niners are next year? Seriously, are they back? Is the window closing? They get rid of Wilks. Half the NFL world's asking, why did you decide that Steve Wilks is supposed to be fired? Now, Trent Williams said he's returning to the team.
There's rumors going around right now that Brandon Staley could be the new defensive coordinator of the Niners. Brandon Staley just has bad vibes, though.
Yeah.
Steve Wilks had bad vibes too. He didn't work out with the Arizona Cardinals as their head coach. At least Robert Saleh, DeMeco Ryans were up and coming. But is their issue really defensive coordinator? Is that where the Niners went astray and why they didn't win the Super Bowl? I think it was just as simple as Patrick Mahomes is better than Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy played a good game, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, who was going to win that Super Bowl? Patrick Mahomes or Brock Purdy? It was always going to be Patrick Mahomes. Can Brock Purdy get better? Sure. He already is a pretty good little quarterback. But he's going to need to get on Mahomes' level if he wants to beat Patrick freaking Mahomes.
Yeah, I just think there's cracks there. I mean, again, remember when the Broncos gave up what was a prime opportunity to win the Super Bowl in 2013 when they just got stomped by Seattle, and you'd put the best offensive in history together by the numbers, and then you get crushed by the Seahawks. They didn't come back and try to do it again with the same crew. John Elway remade the team. He turned them into a defensive football team and went and found a coach that believed in running the ball and not passing all the time. And that's how they got back 2 years later to finally claim their trophy. Does San Francisco need to go through a little bit of a makeover? I mean, you
What do you do?
had it all right there, Spring. They had it all right there on Sunday.
I mean, their team was pretty loaded all the way around. I think maybe the Chiefs had an advantage with their secondary, but beyond that, like the Niners had advantages in certain position groups. It's just, look, the Chiefs, we just have a Chiefs problem in the NFL right now. They're the best team, even when they look bad. They're just that team that you don't count out. But, since we're doing this right now, let me bring this up because I had sent this to you today. The one thing about the Chiefs, though, in that Super Bowl, and really the Chiefs in their last 3 Super Bowls, they're not getting called for offensive holding at all. They have not been called for a single offensive holding from their offensive line in 3 straight Super Bowls, which is odd because this past regular season, the Chiefs led the league in holding penalties. And I will say, watching that game, look, the Chiefs, to me, were the slightly better team. They were always going to win that game, even when they were down. But there were a number of times, specifically watching Nick Bosa try to get to Patrick Mahomes, that I saw some holding. I saw some holding that I thought they were getting away with. And even Kyle Shanahan, he was mic'd up, right, and his guy Trent Williams got called for a hold in this game. And this is what Kyle Shanahan said mic'd up.
The blatant hold against Mike Dana.
Hey, I saw the hold, but that's what they do every time. They hold, they tug our guys when Pat leaves, then they let him go. That's what our guy did. Make sure they call it both ways.
They did not call it both ways, Andy. They did not. I think the Chiefs are getting away with some offensive line holding, and the refs are hesitant to call it because the Chiefs are just that team in the NFL right now. I noticed it in the Super Bowl. I did.
Listen, we all saw it. We've all seen the replay of the last play. J.J. Watt tweeted about it, though, and he said, look, guys know they're going to get held, and the NFL's not going to call it. That's just your life as a defensive player. Here's my thing. Yes, I'd like to jump in the car with you and say call the Chiefs holding all the time. I'm with you. Of course, I don't want to watch them win more Super Bowls, and I don't want to watch them get away with this. But the problem is a couple of the most egregious examples came at the end of the game. So what do we all want? Do we want the rules enforced, or we want to let them play with the game on the line? Like, that's the conundrum here. And that's the problem. That's the ultimate sports fan discussion that we're always having. How much are we willing? Because, again, if you call too much of the holding, then we're all screaming, let them play. And we're about to, 30 minutes, we're about to go to hockey. Hockey demands you put the whistles away, last 5 minutes, game on the line, don't call anything, right? Or if you do, you better even it up. Don't have a penalty going into overtime. It's the unwritten rule of sports, except in the NBA, where apparently Nikola Jokic can get shoved all night and never get a call. But I'm just saying, I understand your frustration, Spring, but the ultimate problem here is we can't have it both ways. Are we going to let them play, or are we going to call the penalties? Because if you're going to do that, then you got to call the pass interference too. And there's PI all the time as well. And the reason why I'm not as spicy as I think you'd like me to be is on one of the plays where the Niners picked up a first down, Brandon Ayuk reached out and completely dragged down a defensive back that had a shot to make the play. So I'm with you early on. Shanahan had a gripe. Early on, they were not calling it both ways. The Niners got called a couple times. Meanwhile, they're not calling anything on the Chiefs. I think Romo even chuckled about it, that the Chiefs were actually the team that got held the most. So call it then. But one more time, at the end of the game, you want to let them play, or do you want the penalties called?
The Chiefs are the only team in the league that I noticed this with the way that their offensive line is officiated. Like, if that was Garrett Bowles, if it was literally the same situation and it was Garrett Bowles, they're throwing the flag. But because it's the Chiefs O-line, I feel like they are swallowing. And some of them might be a little ticky-tack. But I swear, I noticed this at least a few times in the Super Bowl. And this was me as someone who had money on the Chiefs. Even I'm sitting there being like, ooh, I think they might have gotten away with an offensive holding right there.
Well, I hear you, Spring. Anything to dethrone the Empire, I'm with you. But the problem is we'd be yelling the other way. Although, because if they make that call against the Niners, how about I put it, everyone's yelling. We got to go to break. By the way, I found Jonathan Feliciano has had quite the interesting day, the guy that inspired the beef tweets. He's deleted his tweets, and apparently his teammate wanted to fight him. So things are going well in San Francisco. That was Beef Tweets, brought to you by GQ. We're going to talk some more Nuggets and some Avs. Trade deadline coming up. What do they do? That's ahead.
The quarterbacks, the draft, the coaches, the Nuggets, the Avalanche, Denver Sports Talk, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Let me tell you about my friends at American Financing and how they've been helping your neighbors save money for 25 years. They saved their customers an average of $854 a month last year by tapping into their home's equity to pay off high-interest debt. And with mortgage rates dropping into the fives, now's a great time to call American Financing. All it takes is a 10-minute call to 303-695-7000. They never charge any upfront fees, and that's why they have over 7,200 Google reviews and a 4.7-star rating. They've helped thousands of customers save real money and put themselves into a better financial position. Call today to see what they can do for you. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.406% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Transform your backyard into a presidential retreat during the President's Day Hot Tub Sale this weekend at International Hot Tub. Over 70 tubs in stock that must go. Save a lot of Lincolns, up to $5,000. And get quick delivery. Hot tub packages go as low as $89.99. Plus, 15 months no-interest financing is available on approved credit. The buck stops here. Save and soak during the President's Day Hot Tub Sale at International Hot Tub in Denver, Boulder, and Highlands Ranch, or visit ihtspas.com.
All right, guys, you feeling a little bit tired, feeling sluggish, run down? If your health is starting to take a backseat to your busy life, I need you to pay attention. This is Tyler Polumbus here, and I've been using my guys over Revitalize Health now for several years. As we start to age, our bodies begin to show a decline in specific hormone levels, as well as physical changes in our appearance. And the good news is that many of these key factors can be reversed. My friends over at Revitalized Health are the best in the business. Check them out at revitalize-health.com or visit one of their locations in Littleton or Johnstown.
Crazy to think of everything that's happened in the last 25 years, but one thing that's remained as consistent as ever is Plumline Services. From Fort Collins to Castle Rock, Plumline Services has been earning the trust of Coloradans with plum-crazy service and pricing on plumbing, heating, cooling, electrical, and drain cleaning. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Schedule your service online at plumlineservices.com. For 25 years and counting, Plumline Services, partnering with great brands like Carrier. Service at home, servants at heart.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
You don't have to be hungry to eat cheese. You don't have to be cold to wear a Packers hoodie. You don't have to be broke to drink High Life out of a can. And you don't have to be from Wisconsin to enjoy Wally's. Hi, this is Francisco from Wally's Wisconsin Tavern. Whether it's a special occasion, game day, or heck, Tuesday, we're ready to serve you cold drinks and the best cheese curds in town. All you have to be is here. Wally's Wisconsin Tavern on 14th and Market near Ball Arena.
King Soopers always gives you savings and rewards on top of our lower-than-low prices. And when you download the King Soopers app, you can enjoy over $500 in savings every week with digital coupons. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's easy to save big. King Soopers, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save on strawberries. Fresh, juicy strawberries in 16-ounce containers are on sale for $1.99 each with your card and digital coupon. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Altitude Sports Radio.
This is going to go fast, people. Pay attention.
More Denver sports talk in 60.
There's no better time than now to sign up for Tipico Sportsbook. With basketball, hockey, and the biggest college hoops tournament in March, there's plenty of chances to get in on the action and win big. Take advantage of our massive odds boost for the biggest payouts. Try our new parlays where you can cash in even if you miss a leg or two. Download the Tipico Sportsbook app today. Sign up and enter promo code CRECKMAN150 to get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $50. Must be 21 or older and physically in Colorado. Terms and conditions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
7 years ago, Silterhard Motors in Broomfield was making awesome deals. And this President's Day, you have to check out the unbelievable selection of EVs and hybrids. Hey, it's Moj, and I cannot tell a lie. 5 brands to shop, over 25 different models. Volvo, Ford with the award-winning Mach-E, Lincoln Aviator, Corsair plugins, and the all-new Mazda hybrid technology, plus an incredible staff that will answer every question. You won't find better, so check them all out at Highway 36 in Wadsworth or go to sthmotors.com. Silterhard, everything you want out of a dealership.
We're running pretty full on the highway drive. We got one big issue working out here. This report sponsored by Staples. It's a medical emergency eastbound I-70 at Central Park, but you got a lot of emergency equipment in there blocking up the right lanes. So work yourself to the left in the center of the highway. We are jammed back to Quebec and growing. Staples stores provide innovative products and services for small business, remote workers and learners, even teachers and parents. Explore more at your local Staples store. I'm Aaron O'Neill with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Hey, Scott Asins here.
Hey, it's Tyler Columbus. This is DMAC.
PhD, today, noon to 3.
On the station where you get it all.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
All right, Andy Lindo, Mark Springer, rolling with you. We're going to be with you for about another 25 minutes, and we turn you over to our friend Connor McGahee as he takes you inside the Tampa Amalie Arena down there with the Avs wrapping up this East Coast road swing they've been on to start the post-All-Star break. Talk some Avs in a second. I do want to address some of the texts that came in because people are mad at me, and look, I get it.
People have been mad at me all show, too. It's great. I love it.
Well, that's what we're here for. You know what? We'll give you some. Be mad at us. Go home happy. I don't care. That's fine.
Take it out on us.
Just be sweet to your people at home.
Yes.
Here's the deal. I get it, guys. I hate it. Trust me. I think Mark Springer will attest. And there's plenty of people that have followed me around that know I hate the Chiefs. I hate the Chiefs more than any team probably in pro sports.
Raiders?
Yes.
Wow.
And I've said it for years. This is not a new thing. I've been saying this, and again.
I was going to say, is this recency because the Chiefs are good? Okay, yeah.
I will tell you why. The Chiefs, in my lifetime, the Chiefs have been more a problem for the Broncos than the Raiders have. Now, in the early part of if you'd asked me at the age of like 17 or 18, probably wouldn't have said that. But more than 30 years have passed, and I don't feel that way anymore. The Broncos and Chiefs have played more high-leverage games than the Raiders and Broncos simply have, okay? The last time I remember the Broncos and Raiders having anything to do with each other in the playoffs, it was Wade Phillips' maybe first year. They played in back-to-back weeks in Oakland, and Jason Elam missed some kicks, and the Broncos were knocked out of the playoffs. Shanahan came in the next year. Everything kind of changed. There was one year when they had Rich Gannon and Tim Brown and Jerry Rice, so the Raiders were really good. But that's been it. The Raiders pretty much have been average at best. Now, they've owned the Broncos in this recent stretch because I know the Raider fans that love to listen are going to point that out. You're right. You've had the better of the Broncos in recent history. But for my money and my lifetime, I hated Neil Smith. I hated Derek Thomas. I hated Dan Saliamua. I hated Duron Cherry. I hated, I'm spacing the Dale Carter. I hated those guys. Hated them all. They had Trent Green and Priest Holmes. Eddie Kennison, who betrayed the Broncos and went over there. I hated the stupid chop. I hate their dumb chant. I hate that stupid stadium. I hate the Chiefs.
They're trying to get rid of that chant. And Travis Kelce, inadvertently tried to start it at the parade, and then he instantly realized, oh, no, don't do that. Never mind.
Yeah. I hate him. So I hate him. Trust me. One of my favorite moments ever will be when Steve Atwater laid out stupid Christian Okoye. And that ended the Nigerian nightmare that we had to hear about. Oh, goodbye, poof. On Monday Night Football, Steve Atwater literally knocked his soul and his little legend right out of the building, and it was awesome. Okay, I was in Mile High in the South Stands when Elway and Montana went back and forth on Monday Night Football. I remember I tried to get any of my guys to go. None of them could because they were actually at good schools, like the School of Mines, and I was at Metro. Just
go Roadrunners.
Go Roadrunners. But I could go to the game and not have tests to worry about the next day. I had to take my girlfriend from New York, and she was sweet for going. But at one point, my 5'5" blonde girlfriend, who had not watched a lot of football and was from New York, yelled, "Go Mecklenburg," with the offense on the field, and everyone turned dead silent, turned around, and looked at her. I was like,
I remember you telling me this story. I think.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. She's a dancer. I'm sorry. I am sorry. She wanted to be on Broadway, and now here she is just politely keeping me company so I didn't have to come to this game myself. But after that comment, maybe it would have been better. Everyone forgave her because she was cute as a button. But yeah. Go Mecklenburg, is John always trying to lead her drive down the field in the South Stands.
Look, I mean, I got a text saying, talking about how, trust me. I wanted the Chiefs to win that game.
Because you had
for
money on
financial
it?
reasons.
Yes, that's
And because
fine.
I'm a smart individual, I was going to go with Patrick Mahomes over Brock Purdy, okay? And don't get it twisted. That is that was the difference in the game. I don't care about Kyle Shanahan should have ran Christian McCaffrey more in the third quarter. Kyle Shanahan shouldn't have chosen to have the ball first. Or even me just saying, as somebody who had the Chiefs in that game, even with my objective lens, I was just watching that game thinking, dude, they're getting away with some holding calls. But I was here for it. I was here for it because I wanted them to win. Okay? This does not mean, though, that I love the Chiefs. I just acknowledge reality, that they are the cream of the crop. They are the top of the class, okay? Only one of 32 teams can have Patrick Mahomes. It just so happens that one team is in the Broncos division. So does that suck? Of course it sucks. But it's not going to ruin my life. It's just the way the cards fell.
But I will also tell you, we had a few people write in and go, okay, so you're just supposed to call it when the Chiefs aren't doing all that. Listen, guys, I'm going to tell you this. I was told this years ago. Bill Vinovich he's notorious for calling holding. Vinovich was the referee of the game. He's notorious for calling holding against the zone teams. Kubiak hated having him. Shanahan hated having him. It's like he's got some beef against it, okay? He just is known to do it. And as they started the game out, I thought, here we go. Here it comes. He's going to be calling these guys for this stuff because it's what he does. I don't know why. I don't know if he and Shanny had some beef back in the day and might cross the line. I don't know what led to it. But I'm telling you, when I see Bill Vinovich as the ref, I'm expecting a bunch of holding calls against whatever team's running that system. So there you go. That's just something I was educated to on my time on the sidelines in the early, 2010s or whatever. So I was just told by a couple guys that said, look for this. So there you go.
Here's the thing about the Chiefs, though. Okay, I'm gonna make an argument here why the Chiefs actually have given me hope, more hope than I had a week ago. I was talking to you about this before the show, Andy. I'm breaking it out right now. All right. And let's not get greedy here, guys. Denver can't own every professional league. Okay, can't happen. All right? Unfortunately, a team in the Broncos division is doing that in the NFL right now. But guess what? In the NBA, in the NHL, what the Kansas City Chiefs just did gave me even more hope about what the Nuggets and the Avalanche can do. Because for the past 2 seasons with the Kansas City Chiefs, despite Mahomes being in his prime, Tyreek Hill was gone. Okay, he went to Miami. And even me, 2 years ago, before the Eagles Super Bowl, I'm thinking, I don't know. They don't have Tyreek Hill anymore. Can they really get it done? And they got it done. Questionable defensive holding call late in the game aside, they got it done. Scoreboard, when it hit zeros, Chiefs won that Super Bowl. And it just happened again against the 49ers with a team that on Christmas lost to the Raiders at home when Aiden O'Connell threw for 0 passing yards in quarters 2, 3, and 4. And they looked like trash. And if you were on Kansas City radio or living in Kansas City, I'm sure panic buttons were being hit left and right on the Kansas City Chiefs. And then they looked pretty damn solid all playoffs long, win a Super Bowl. That gives me so much more hope for the Nuggets and the Avs, who are fresh off of championships. The Nuggets more so, the Avs 2 years ago. With star players, best players in the league, Jokic for sure, right in the prime of their career. Makar's the best defenseman in the NHL, not even close. So we can cry about the Chiefs if we want, or we can look at how maybe just the great players, even with undermanned teams, can get it done, and that would be the Nuggets without Bruce Brown and the Avs without Nazem Kadri.
Got a very mom vibe to you right now. Everybody,
well, the kids are yelling, and I'm sick of it.
No. In this way, my mom used to always be like, "We're going to look at the positive." I'm going to tell you what's positive about your life. And that's what you're giving me right now.
Does that not make total sense, though?
I'm ready to go there. You told me about this take in
We
our
want to hit
conversation
panic. Everyone
on my
just
way
wants to
over
hit
there.
panic buttons. I'm sure they were hitting panic buttons left and right in Kansas City.
They might have. Let me ask you this, though. Seriously. I will go there. Listen, here's why I will go there with the Nuggets. I can't go there just with the Avs just yet. Patrick Mahomes can control the dumb fluky stuff, okay? Very, very unlikely to get a dumb fluky turnover with Patrick Mahomes because he just is always in control. That, to me, is Nikola Jokic. They're both unicorns. Everybody wants one now. Now, to your point, we could say that about a McCarr. We could say that about a McKinnon. Everybody wants a guy like that. They're extremely hard to find. As you said earlier with the quarterback, not everybody gets one of those, okay? The problem is, in hockey, dumb things happen. Dumb goals are scored. Guys losing it. How about the other night? Did you see there? Was it Ross Colton that was trying to just tap it back to Georgiev, and somebody caught the stick and he ended up firing a shot at Georgiev?
You're talking about Jonathan Drouin,
Yes.
shooting on his own goalie.
He
Yes,
just was trying to.
He was just trying to pass it to him.
He was just trying to pass it, but something stupid happened, and he gave him one of the harder shots that he had of the period.
It was hilarious. It was the second best save Georgiev made all night.
So, but I'm saying, like, a guy skates in the way, a dumb carom off the boards. That's where I get a little more concerned about the Avs. To your point about Jokic, yes, I will give you this, and I told you. Am I concerned about the Nuggets? I've got more concern after last night than I've had in a while, but it's mainly because of the bench, okay? I don't know. We want them to be as deep as they were a year ago. Peyton Watson can, like, he's going to be in the playoff rotation. I love a lot of things about Peyton Watson, but he goes into spaz mode sometimes in offense where we just need him to calm down. All right, dude? If you're flying down, you can take your foot off the gas as you get near the hoop sometimes. You know what I mean? It's like he's trying to race everybody down the floor, and he's got to jump and do something superhuman just to get a layup up sometimes. I need you to relax that. I need Christian Braun to get back to, and he's working his way back there, but Christian Braun needs to be back to where he was last year, but he's a pesterer. He's a guy that's going to, defensively bother some people. He's going to give you the hustle minutes, all that good stuff, but the shot's got to come back. And again, I think it's starting to. But do you have it? I know Jeff Green was old as dirt. We all love to talk about it. Jeff Green could come in there and give you some pretty solid minutes, man. Jeff Green,
He could.
You could trust him. There's no Jeff Green in this equation.
Even though people were still complaining about Jeff Green last year. I
because
remember the
that's
Jeff
what
Green
we
complaints.
do,
That's what I'm
right?
saying. We just love to complain. With the reality with the Nuggets bench.
Listen, hold on a second. Do you want to work in this medium? If you want us all to just sit around and be happy, we don't need sports talk. All right? What do you think we're going to do every day if we're not going to legislate out what our teams need to do better?
The thing with the Nuggets bench is it was unavoidable. This is what was going to happen.
You're right.
They're in the second apron because of like the mid-level exceptions
because of some dumb
they
rule
used
they made apparently a year ago
to like re-sign Reggie Jackson or whatever the hell it was because they were slim on cash to begin with in the offseason. Like they couldn't make any moves at the deadline. They can't even sign a buyout dude who wasn't dirt cheap before he got bought out. So it's just like this is what it is.
Okay, but spring. And look, to your point, healthy starting five, they're going to be a problem.
Best starting five in the
for
league.
everybody else in the playoffs. And somebody else brought it up too. I like our guy Reggie Jackson, but he's inconsistent. And
Of course he is.
Yeah, but again, listen, here's what I'm worried about. And I've been saying this all year. This is not some take that just showed up off of last night's game. He's in his 30s. You've already had to play him too many minutes. You need to dial that back. The guy needs fresh legs. Why did he look so good beginning of the year? He had fresh legs.
Oh, he's got like he kind of hurt his hip
I know,
again
he
last
turned
night.
his ankle.
His ankle.
You know why? Because he's older. Now, I'm not calling him as old as me, but you still got to manage the body in your 30s differently than when you're in your 20s. It would be great if they didn't have to use him so much. But you can't tell me they've got the Bruce Brown replacement.
Of course they
And
don't.
I
No,
told
I've been concerned about that for weeks, months. Even
Everybody
when
says, why didn't we pick up a buyout guy? We're going to try to explain it one more time. And I get it, son. Guys, none of us knew about this till a week ago, right? Spring. Shams is the first one that said something about it.
Windhorst was talking about it on trade deadline day.
There's the salary cap situation, okay? The Nuggets are in something called the second apron. So they couldn't trade for anybody. They can't go any more over the cap than they are. Because now all of a sudden, it's just, you know what, I'm going to be bitter Nuggets guy for a minute. Now all of a sudden that the Nuggets are in their dynasty era, now we're going to try to limit everybody's spending.
Yeah.
When the Heat and the Lakers wanted to do it, and that was good for your TV, spend away, just pay a little extra tax.
It's really frustrating because the Warriors are spending like $30 more million than the Nuggets are.
Yeah.
So you would think, oh, then the Nuggets have $30 million of wiggle room, even if it's an extra luxury tax, whatever. No, because they're in this new second apron, they're stuck. They're freaking stuck.
And so they can only sign a buyout guy that was like really, really cheap. Probably not worth the option to bring aboard, okay? And again, we're all trying to make, and someone says, can't Jokic restructure to make, no, this isn't the NFL. All the NBA contracts are guaranteed. Once you've signed it, you've signed it. That's it. That's just how it is. It is. That's why Mark Springer had the hilarious bit the day Bruce Brown was traded from Indiana to Toronto.
Yeah.
Mark Springer jumped on the ESPN trade machine. What'd you come up with? Like, Nuggets have to give up half their team to acquire Bruce Brown because of all the rules and regulations with contracts?
Yeah. Well, what was interesting is, what I learned is if the Nuggets wanted to acquire anyone of like any value.
Skill level.
Yeah, skill level at the deadline, they would have had to trade Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
KCP.
Yeah.
Who else did we have? KCP, Reggie Jackson.
It was everyone. It was their entire
everyone.
bench except for Peyton Watson because I viewed him as untouched. It came down when I realized I tried to keep Julian Strother as well, but I had to trade one of those two dudes to make the money match. Obviously, I chose Julian, who I really like. Can't trade Peyton. And that I got a trade where the Nuggets could have traded KCP and their entire bench except for Peyton Watson, and they would have gotten Bruce Brown and Alex Caruso from the Bulls, who is fortunately on like a super team-friendly deal. That's why that was able to work out. And like the Bulls would have gotten Strother, Christian Brown to the Raptors, blah, 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 blah.
But you would have lost 2-star. It was just hilarious. Spring showed us this list of guys, and you would have had to remake the entire team. And then you ruined the best thing the Nuggets have going, which is actual chemistry from playing together for years, which is the one thing everybody else is having to do. The bottom line is the bottom. See, someone's saying, and I believe you're right, the rule was meant to try to help markets like Denver. But the problem is, like someone says, start a GoFundMe. We don't need a GoFundMe. The Nuggets, they're willing to spend money. We're not allowed to spend money.
That's what I'm saying.
They
Like
to spend the money.
The Warriors are spending
They're not
$30 more
being
million.
allowed to. I know, dude, but it's just, and again, I know they put it in a couple years ago, and yet, but it just figures that it hits now as we're in a dynasty window. But whatever. Hey, real quick on the Avs. I hate 90-minute shows. Everybody thinks we love going home early. I just want my 3-hour window, please. But anyway, I digress. Real quickly on the Avs. You and I were talking about it. Do you think that the rumors are picking up about Sidney Crosby? I don't know what to believe. The one that I saw that seems to work is Colorado giving up 2 firsts and a second, getting Sid. Pittsburgh keeps half the money, and you give them Byram. But you're losing Byram. So basically, they keep half the salary. Byram's money's the other half. Would you consider it if you're Sakic?
Well, and on that line of thought as well, we had seen today, Andy, and many of us on social media that there were rumors / reports that the Avs might have been interested in Jake Allen, one of the goaltenders for the Canadiens, former St. Louis Blues. Solid goaltender, would make for a really kind of perfect backup, actually. And me and Raj had talked about him on Between the Pipes. He's under contract for next season, and he's $3.5 million. I don't love that money, but there were reports and rumors today that maybe Montreal could retain some of that salary, as you're maybe saying could happen with Sid. But just in and of itself, the fact that we're less than a month out from the deadline now, and here we do have the Avs in a rumor going around the national NHL, mill, tells me that, okay, maybe the Avs are going to look to do something more than we might expect, considering they're low on assets from years of trades.
A lot of people are in on the trade. Real quickly, though, you and I need to talk about this real quickly, too. I know they're in the rumors are about them being in the backup goalie market. It makes a ton of sense. But if you only have a certain amount of money to spend, I want an everyday player. I understand that could ultimately be your fatal flaw if you lose Georgie. But Spring, again, they're tied up in their NHL's cap's the hardest in all of sports. I'm not sure I want to spend money on a guy that may not contribute every day.
Yeah, no, the backup goaltender thing, there's no backup goaltender who's supplanting, or there's no goaltender on the market who's supplanting Georgiev, okay? So the only reason you would make that move is if Georgiev were to get hurt for the playoffs. If Georgiev stays healthy, then it will have been a pointless move. You'd have moved assets for nothing. If he gets hurt, you'd be saying, hallelujah, thank God we did that. So I do agree with you. You know, somebody who is confirmed to be playing a skater, a forward, a defenseman could make more sense. It's interesting because if Georgiev gets hurt, you'd want. But Justus Onninen's in net tonight. He's got a chance to earn the job, Andy.
We've solved all the problems. Spring just wants you to be happy. That's all Spring wants. Just enjoy what you got.
We have two awesome teams in this state. Everything's on fire.
But
It's
see,
terrible.
If there wasn't something to talk about, Spring, we wouldn't have job. And sometimes we've got to stir that up. We're going to stir up Connor McGahey, get him ready to go. I'm sure he can't wait to get home. We've got the Avs and Tampa Bay coming up next. Thanks to Spring, I'm Andy Lindahl. We'll talk to you tomorrow.